planetary, Stargate 12. And it is a main Templar site, therefore, on the planet. We will, by Tuesday, I believe, is when we're going. Yes, Tuesday, we're going to Montsegur. We will know exactly why we're going to Montsegur and what we're going to do there by then. I know now, but it will take some explanation depending on how much information you have already and how much you don't have yet. Now, we got an expedited version of part of the Dance for Freedom program ever since the Bermuda trip in July. They were giving us stuff that wasn't supposed to be in the Bermuda trip. It wasn't supposed to be introduced till now. It's called the shadow body healing things and those kind of things. There is no technically finished book on it yet. There are, however, techniques, diagrams and things. The techniques were posted for free on the website, and hopefully, I think the word had been out that it was required to begin using those if you could get them before you came to this workshop, because I would need twice as much time in France to take you all the way through those programs again to get you to the point where it would make sense. What we talk about here would make sense. Now, I'm aware that some people might not have been able to get to the internet to get those, and that's all right, because what we're going to do is the beginning of this afternoon. We're going to do a crash course in running you through just an overview of everything from the what we call the Stairway to Heaven, which is the connecting links between the echo maps of the God World Gates, which are the universal and higher level stargates that connect to our stargates, all the way up to astral body, shadow body, radial body anatomy, so you know enough of that to know what your Eros flame body is and your Amaretti flame body is, so we can get through, hopefully by the end of today, one run. And this is for amplification for people who've done it before, and it's for introduction because you have to do it at least once for later activations to work, to go through what are called techniques 1 through technique 7. We're going to try to get through at least to technique 6 today. Now, a couple of them are long, but they're ones you technically only have to do once in a lifetime. If you've done them in either Phoenix, we did them in Bermuda, Phoenix, and Allentown. So if you've been a part of those workshops, it means you've already run them once, 1 through 7. So you don't have to do it again because you already have the activations, but it's suggested that you do sit through them again. Even if you fall asleep, you still get the activation because it will amplify your fields. Because tomorrow morning we are going to do, regardless of if your persons have just started or if they have been doing the earlier flame activations, we are going to go from technique 8 to technique 14. So it's the first time they have been run actively with the group. Now, there's a reason why, usually, techniques 1 through 7 in flame body activation and shadow healing, you have to do them for 4 to 6 weeks before you can even, you can run technique 8, but it will do nothing if you don't have 4 to 6 weeks of building activation on 1 through 7. However, because we are here at a very special time, it's a time during which what is called a gold wave infusion is beginning, and the opening of universal and planetary Stargate 12 is occurring. There is sufficient frequency in the grids during this trip with the group who some of you have already been working with these activations. People who are just starting will be able to sustain a level 8 and higher activation while you are here and while you are with the group. That will shut down when you go home if you haven't been working with the other things for 4 to 6 weeks, but it will build until you won't lose it. It'll just shut off once you leave the group support of the frequency. And then it will come back in 4 to 6 weeks where you will sustain that activation. So it's like getting a little preview of frequency running through your DNA and your shields while you're with the group, because group energy amplifies the energies of each individual that's part of the group. And because we're here on gold wave infusion time, we are going to get a gift from the planetary shields themselves that will help us sustain much higher level activations. Now, slow down. Okay. What's interesting is you probably all got one of these, right? The itinerary that shows you where you were going to be. I can tell you what you're going to do. Just a workshop there, right? What it's about, who knows? None of us knew until we got here. They literally, he did not tell me what we were putting in this workshop and what we weren't, and what sequence it was supposed to go in. They said you have to get on the grids first. There are certain codes that literally being on the grids in certain places, the grids feed energy into your system, and you pick up codes from the grids that allow you then to activate other codes that if you didn't have the grid codes, you wouldn't be able to activate. So literally they had to wait till we got on premises before they could even give me the sequence of things to, knowing what we were going to teach in this program. There are going to be 4 new codes. Now we've worked with Becca codes and ECHA codes so far. There are going to be 4 new symbol codes that are given during the extent of this trip. We will be using the first one, which is the most powerful one, that's going to be given for the Montsegur trip. They're introducing what are called the scepter codes. Now, if you've been following the Dance for Love and Dance for Life, Life and Love program, we dealt with VECA codes, which were the first level activations of the shields. We dealt with some of the ECA codes. We did the Akasha, for example, that is ECA code number 3. We are now going to get ECA code number 12, which is the Rihanayana, and we are going up to the next level, which are the scepter codes. These are the codes that begin opening the frequencies into your shields from what's called the Akasha Aya level. So we're not just opening Akasha codes, we're going up to the next level. This is an amplification series. We're going to be shown how to use these in very specialized ways in the second big workshop. But there's a lot to cover before we get to the second big workshop. Today is kind of like an orientation to, okay, hello, we're here, what are we doing? One of the first things I want to do today is to just, I hope you have like a pen or a pencil, something handy, that if you have your itineraries with you, you can just at least make a little note as to basic topic that's going to be covered in that particular section of the workshop, so you have an idea, since we got that far. And I have the other stuff. I know what I'm teaching you, but it's in like scribbled longhand right now, and it wouldn't be any help if we had that run off and handed them out to you. By the end of this workshop, you will have at least a few handouts. You will have the handouts with the new codes on them, so you'll be able to take them home and use them. And we are trying to get the whole series of the exercises themselves that are contained in the book that some of you have from the other workshops. Hold that up, honey. That yellow book, the supplement book. Please. Thank you. All right. Some of you will have this. Some of you won't. It was given in the Phoenix workshop, and then the same thing was given in the Allentown workshop. It was called a supplement to the Dance for Love program, but really what it is an introduction to the Dance for Freedom program, which is what we are teaching in this workshop. Now, it's under reorganization a little bit at the moment, so it wouldn't have helped to have these run off to give to you, the people who don't have them yet. What will be helpful is that you can get them once. They'll probably be, we have an English workshop right after this. They will be fine-tuned for that. Hopefully they will get the books. But what we will get, everybody will get, will be a copy of all of the techniques. So you have them with you, and you have them to use. Now you may have these already. If you've taken them off the internet, that's okay. They're the same techniques. But at least you will have with you those and the new information that is literally the other half of what this book is. So this book, for those who do have it from the workshops, is going to not be called a supplement after this program. It's going to be the Dance for Freedom book, because this half goes with the rest that we're going to be given, part of it here and part of it in the English workshop, and you put them all together, which is, by the way, a week after this workshop. We put all together will be the Dance for Freedom text. Okay, so we're trying to get these because we have the information in this book, which is the Shadow Body Healing Technologies and the Amareya Flame Activation, the Eternal Flame Body Activations, given to us early, starting in Bermuda because of the political environment in the interdimensional spectrum right now. It wasn't easy, just like, okay, here's the next level, here's the next book, because we weren't even finished with the level before, and they were giving us the beginning of this level. So if you bear with us while we put these things together, you will have what you need. What happens with a lot of these trips, when we go on for site work, that, table right there, here we go, here's a chair. Most of the time when we go on trips, it's because the site work is the key. All right, it's almost like the workshop is something you can or don't have to do kind of thing. We don't even really have to put a workshop in the program. It's showing up and knowing enough to do what you need to do on the sites that actually helps people to get the activations that they need and helps planetary grids to get the activations they need. So, as often happens, what we call the chart packs or the booklets manifest themselves as we go through these site work trips, which are different than like a workshop that's in one place where you're not dragged around through hotels and that kind of thing. So, you will get the information, and some of you, you've heard it in the other workshops, that's contained in what's called the supplement. We will go through kind of like a crash course in that. I'm hoping, before I ask this question, that the answer is already everybody knows this stuff. But the Dance for Life and Dance for Love programs that at least got to the point where when I talk about the ECHA maps or the God World Gates, where you know what that means. Is there anybody that isn't familiar with those terms? No hands. And don't be embarrassed if you are, just help me, because if you haven't, you're So, okay. If you're sorted, at least you have a little bit of idea around it. Going through the supplement quickly will at least give you a rounded idea. Because if I have to start explaining what the echo maps of the God World Gates are, which are part of the Dance for Love program, that was part of the required booklet to go with this, it's going to take us forever to get anywhere. So if anybody gets to the point where we're talking about this stairway to heaven and these interconnecting things that are called Kathara grids that are actually Stargate maps that show you the process of ascension and show you what the God worlds are. If you get confused and lost in that stuff is already published in the Dance for Life, Dance for Love handbook. So it is available. So if you feel lost, just say, okay, I need to get some more information on that. Just take it from here and try to focus on what we're teaching at this point on. And you'll eventually come around where it makes more sense. Now, a lot of this is going to make more sense to a lot of us, particularly if you're indigo children, which most people that come to these workshops are indigo children who are waking up. Because we're going through a mass indigo awakening wave. It's coming with the gold wave infusion that I had mentioned. Now, the term gold wave infusion has to do with a natural function of a stellar activation cycle, or a Stargate opening cycle. It is a natural part of what a normal Stargate opening cycle is. There would be 12 Stargates to open. When the gates, Stargate 7 and 8, begin their opening cycles, there is a wave of D8 frequency that is released into the planetary shields, and that's called a gold wave infusion. Now, that wasn't supposed to happen until, I think, January of 2012. But because we're on the accelerated Mente opening schedule, Stargate opening schedule, that is going to happen literally while we're here in France. In fact, that's why it worked out that the trip would be during this period of time. It's also an opportunity that something can be done that can't otherwise be done unless you catch it right at the gold wave infusion point. The gold wave infusion point is a point of opening, not just on the planetary gates, but on the galactic, universal, and Eka gates, and all the way up the stairway to heaven into the higher God worlds. There's an opportunity to open what is called the galactic core, which is the D8 gate, to allow a current of frequency to come all the way down from the top God worlds, from the Akasha Aya, all the way down through the center points into our system at the D8 level. It's called a monadic infusion. Now, monadic infusions are kind of like part of the crisis intervention override system, where they allow for accelerations to bring more frequency to help balance the grids in than would normally come in on a regular gold wave infusion. So, what is being given to us by the Guardians, the Guardian group's source? Because it is going to come through Gate 12 as it begins its opening cycle. All right, it comes through Gate 8 up in the Universal section. But when it comes down and anchors here, it's going to anchor first through the D12 Christos frequencies in Gate 12, which is Montsegur. So when we go to Montsegur, we're going to have an interesting experience of taking a bit of time of silence to receive. And there's not a whole lot of procedure that goes along with that. We'll talk about it a little bit probably on site. Before we do that, we're going to be given the code, the 12th scepter code. They haven't even given us the names yet of the scepter codes, but you will have those names of the scepter codes for, I believe, the second, the all-day workshop, the first all-day workshop. You will get the names of the scepter codes, at least for scepter code 12. And that's the one you will use to anchor into the planetary shields at Montsegur, and that will allow the monadic infusion to come back to you as a backflow from the planetary grids. What it means is you will receive more frequency from your own higher parts to accelerate your process of activating the eternal flame body. Now, when we get to the second long workshop, which is after Montsegur and after Rennes-le-Chateau, this is when we begin to understand more about the flame body. People say, oh, well, that's light body teachings, right? No. I hate to tell you, it's not. Light body would be the first bodies. The dimensionalized Huva bodies are the light bodies. Dimension 1 through 15. You have the light bodies, the sound bodies, the crystal bodies. Then you have the Eros flame body. Then you have the Amareya flame body level 1. That's as far as we've got in the teachings, even in the supplement. Now there's a whole structure of bodies beyond that. It's the expansion of the flame body up into what is called, if I can pronounce it, the Eucharistista body. Now the word Eucharist was taken out of that. It is much more than the Christ body spelled with a CH. It's beyond even what's called the Christ body, spelled with a K-R-I-S-T, which is talking about the Akasha Aya, highest God-world frequency connection. And frequency, remember, is consciousness as well, parts of your consciousness there. We're going to learn about what that whole structure is, where we are in the beginning of opening the flame bodies, the eternal flame bodies, and what the process is between Dance for Freedom and Dance for Joy, which is the final part of this course series, all new. That was given since we've got on the grids here. Now, in France, in Montségur area, there's a lot of information stored here specifically because it's planetary Stargate 12. Now, Stargate 11 would have almost as much information stored at it, but 12 would have the highest level of information that's stored in the planetary grids. So we literally had to come here and have our shields stimulated by the coding before we could open in our DNA the channels that would allow that information to run to come to you. So it's being given progressively, and as we get it, we will share it with you. Now, I could talk about what we're going to do for quite a while, but what's more important is I think I've probably set the impossible goal, as we often do. We often meet them, which is kind of nice. We would like to get everybody up to the point where, now again, if you've done these activations, you will amplify if you do them again, and if you haven't done them, you need them to be able to participate in what comes after. If we could possibly get through techniques 1 through 7 in the supplement, for those of you who are at Phoenix or at Allentown, you know how long some of these are. Now, you don't have to. I'll say it again. If you've been working with them, in addition to the workshops you've attended, that means you've been amplifying, all right? You don't have to participate in that part, or you can sit there and sleep and absorb it, just get the frequency, because if you fall asleep, you still get it. You're picking it up in the astral level, but it's still going into your system, into your shields, and you're still activating. If we can get from the impossible goal of 1 through 6, and we could start with 7 and 8 in the morning, because 5, 6, and 7 are very long, and when you put them all together, you just want to crawl under your seat and go to sleep and like wake me up when the workshop's over. So we'll try to do 7 and 8. 7 in the morning and then 8. But to get to that point, I do need to go through basic refresher on the diagrams, so we remember what the heck are these flame bodies we're activating. What basically the orientation to it, because there are a few people that have maybe seen them they've seen the activations and the exercises on the website, but they got none of the workshop material in between. They had all this like, okay, I'll do this. It's supposed to be good for me, but what is a flame body? What does this do? What does it correspond to? So I will try to give before. It will be missing the new material, and it will be a bit changed as far as sequencing, and there'll actually be a table of contents and those kind of things. Once it's all done, it would have been a waste, because you need to get the finalized version of it anyway, because there's information that goes with this that's going to be given in the English workshop, and when we put all those together, then the book is done. That's why it's just as easy for us to show you some graphs while we're up here. Know they're available, and they are coming into a solidified book form that you can use. But it will get you to the point where you can understand, even if you can't remember it all, why you're doing these activations, what they're about, and visualize basically what your flame body looks like. And if you can do that, it's almost like the rest is detail. If you can do the most important thing, you can get through the times that we're in the middle of and the times that are moving toward us rapidly and that we're moving toward, in a way that you can hold your spiritual and energetic integrity, in a way that you can watch some of the wild and wacky things that are going to be happening in the world, and watch with the eyes of wisdom and with the strength that comes from knowing. If you watch a political drama, let's say, unfold on the planet or even in a country, it can be very confusing. You hear a bunch of talking heads on television saying this, that, and the other thing, pointing fingers at each other, saying we've got to do this, we've got to do this, trying to rally you to give your energy to support that cause, whatever it is. It can be really, really confusing and intimidating. When countries start talking about war and attacking each other, it can become even more confusing. When one of those countries is the biggest superpower on the planet right now, that decides it's going to go pushing other people around because it doesn't like them, it can be really frightening. So right now there's a political drama unfolding that you can't really blame America for or anybody else, because there's a hidden script that we've talked about before. It's the script of the Armageddon drama that was set in the Atlantean Conspiracy Times during from 25,500 BC forward. Now, if we understand, first of all, that there's a force that's been moving this whole thing along, behind the faces you see talking at you on television and see in the newspapers, First of all, it's useless to blame. A lot of people that don't know, that approach transition and change with the eyes of the sleepers, they get all caught up in the surface level drama. Oh, it's this one's fault, it's that one's fault. And they point fingers at each other, and they point fingers at presidents or prime ministers, and they waste all of their personal energy and their power on getting tied up in the illusion, which renders them completely powerless. So they just pick a side, and they let that side direct their power because they don't know what else to do with themselves. If we can realize there's a whole script running behind here that was set from 25,500 BC forward, we start to understand not only our present drama, but the history that got us to here, where all of this political chaos, people killing each other, people at war with each other, religions at war with each other, all of this was part of a script that humans didn't create, and they didn't want here, but we've been asleep and we have been unable to do anything about it. Now, as we approach the dramas that are coming our way, that are beginning to manifest in the political arena, it's time to look at things with the eyes of a person waking up. And eventually that person will become the eyes of a master. In the eyes of a master, you can see the God in all things and the good in all things, even if they appear to be negative when they are taking place in a drama. That doesn't mean that God creates the bad stuff too and wants it there, but it means there's variation. There is the allowance. God allows probabilities of experience to be known. We're in a mass drama right now. Oh, negative things or bad things might happen and that kind of stuff. Don't even use the labels, negative and bad. We are at a point of great transition in this universe, this galaxy, and this planet, and in our personal lives. One of the greatest parts of that transition is we get returned to us an ancient gift that was given to us by Source in the beginning, which was the gift of the God knowing and of being at one with Source at all times, the gift of the flame body knowledge, the eternal flame body. We were the eternal flames. We were the embodiments of the Yukatharista body, which means the body of God made manifest. It is literally the manifestation of that Source which in with everything takes place, manifesting itself in full individuation. We were the sparks. We were the flames. We took it away from ourselves for many, many eons to experience what it meant to be something different. So we could understand the others who had done that needed healing help, that we would have not been competent to help them heal or to understand what to do for this planet or this universe or this galaxy if we had walked around with all of our knowledge always open. We found out what it means to struggle. We found out what pain means. We found out what it means to be confused and think God is somewhere else, or feel abandoned, or feel finite. We found out what it feels to think you're going to die and never exist again. Through surrendering back the gift of the eternal flame body and the knowledge that goes with it, we learned how to become master healers. But part of that master healing has to do with, okay, we learned all this stuff. Now we have to bring ourselves back to what we were, give ourselves back the gift of the eternal flame body, so we can then walk among the places that need the healing most and be that healing. We're not going to seek healing from outside of ourselves. We are going to create it from inside of ourselves. And that's what it means to activate the eternal flame body. They call it a flame because it's kind of shaped like one. It's also the flame of consciousness, or the spark of God's self that is always present and eternal, that fuels and fires the cosmic fire that allows planets and galaxies and universes to exist. The exact same consciousness force of energy and power and love that allows you to exist. There's a certain level within the Yukatharista body, that an awareness that there is at no separation whatsoever. There's knowing that intellectually, saying, okay, my mind can accept that, and there's a whole different experience of living it, where your cells, each one of them, know what it means to be a part of everything, and realize that is the only truth. Truth is always with us, around us, inside of us. We are the truth. We just forgot who we were. If we can remember the truth of ourselves, if we find ourselves, we find the truth. And that is the truth that will set us free. Now, Dance for Freedom is the next stage in activation of your personal shields, your personal scalar wave template that holds your consciousness on its many dimensionalized levels and higher. into manifest form. This is the stage of freedom, because before we built up in our bodies and in our DNA template and in our shields the ability to hold frequency. We worked hard, a lot of us, to do this. I mean, if anybody from the outside that doesn't study any of this sees us when we're exercising, they think we're absolute loons. Because we were in our private rooms making sure nobody's watching, and we're spinning around in circles, and we're doing Sariyas, and we're doing all these things that are about manually getting your Merkaba fields to work in the right order, so your shields will process frequency in the natural path rather than in the reversed path that right now the planetary grids are primarily running in. What's very nice about the Dance for Freedom, and one of the things we become free from, is the need to continually manually reset externally the spin of our Merkaba. We generate enough frequency with the activations we did in this program where you don't have to, unless you want to, do external salutations with the body. You now have enough momentum by the direction of will and breath and frequency in your body that you can create the same effect that you used to have to stand and spin and tone to do. So we also become more discreet. We are free to appear as if we're just regular people, where we don't. It's funny, like if we ever had a church where, what do you do in your church services? Oh, we stand up and we spin and we do Sariyas and we tone. Yeah. Now we can just look like, from the outside, average people. We become the silent bearers of the eternal flame. This is the beginning of not having to do 5 million techniques, how many times a week? Just to get your shields to hold the activation levels of the earlier codes. With the codes that we learn now, and when we go into Technique 8 and Technique 13 and 14, and then start working with the scepter codes, we will be able to hold enough frequency to keep our Eros flame body level and our Amare flame body level activated sufficiently that we don't have to run Maharic Seal anymore, because it'll hold the Maharic Seal up in the field. So it cuts it down to basically 6 short steps that just keeps your flame burning, and all the hard stuff that you had to plod through before, you don't have to do anymore. So it's freedom to begin exploring what the path of joy will become. Freedom is an interesting concept, and I'm sure there's going to be pieces of this workshop that pop up spontaneously where we talk about freedom. What is it? It's freedom to do certain things or be certain things. There's also freedom from certain things. There may be an exercise, if there's time, where we make a list. What are the things you'd like to be free to do or be or experience, and what are the things you'd like to be free from? And then you can match them up, because they will go together. If you are free to do this, it means you are free from this. To be free from this means you need to be free to do this. If we start to understand the role that our conscious mind plays in whether we experience our hologram in freedom or in chains, we start to look into what are called linguistic template reprogramming grids, where we start taking conscious responsibility for the word choices we use when we represent anything to ourselves. We'll be getting a couple of templates to use, word templates, linguistic template reprogramming grids to use that will assist us in the beginnings of the process. There's one that's not given yet. In fact, for those who've had the books before, we're making an adjustment on the numbering of the techniques. Was kind of funny because they came out of the Bermuda workshops. There was it looked like a couple were missing, but they actually weren't. There are 3 linguistic template reprogramming grids that are being inserted instead of what was called the nodes test. All right, the witness test. Right, that will be considered something that will be part of the final text of this, but it's not going to be considered technique. There's going to be 3 grids to use. These are how to literally use your mouth, or at least your mind, in audio things, using language, whatever your home language is, to tell yourself what you want to create yourself to be, and your shields will listen. You are programming your shields. We need to learn to spot blind spots that ever since we were small. The world has been telling us things from the outside, be it our parents, be it our school systems, our work or employment environments, the political environment of our country. People from different countries have been told a lot of different programs. Certain people have been taught that their individuality is totally worthless and their only value is in their national country identity. They're raised to be little soldiers, if need be. Their own spirit and their own expression of God in those type of countries is being completely thrown out the window as if it was worthless. That is where their power lives. So they're throwing the power out the window. People, particularly groups of people that are under a government that has those types of mind control devices. And I tell you, America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, they're not exempt. Right? When you are stuck in that, and you're raised in that, your parents are like that, your neighbors are like that, you honestly feel it because you don't remember anything. If your personal memory of who you were before you came into this life is shut off, all you know is the feedback that the external universe seems to be giving you. If you're told you're worthless unless you do this, and you accept that belief, you actually feel it and experience that reality. You are taught that you're lowly and pathetic, and your only value is to how someone else can use you. That ends up getting projected into your own concept or feeling of what God is and how the universe works. That is how to create the feeling, the experiential reality of a not free, painful, traumatized universe. Many people believe that is actually how the universe is. The universe is unfair. It's unbalanced. It's just chaos. Survival of the fittest is the only thing that matters. So surviving and taking a joyride whenever you can, of power and our own personal connection to source and our own true power of spirit in order to become worker drones. Now it's time to reclaim the power that is ours. And that power, there's slow ways to our personal power and faster ways to our personal power. The courses that we're being given now would usually be given over many, many years. We'd spend, let's say, 12 years on Dance for Life and all the little nuances of each little piece of information in that. Because every page in any of these manuals, you could write a book on just the information that was touched on that page. There are huge volumes of information between the pages of what we're able to bring now. Right now, we're on the crash course. There are events happening on a universal, galactic, and planetary level that we're not going to be around to get to the rest of the activations and the knowledge if we don't get the crash course now, where we can make a difference. And that's what we're doing. So if anybody seems lost as you go through some of these, where you just kind of feel like, information overload, where you just can't hold anymore, and whatever you remembered 3 weeks ago, because you just learned a new piece, seemed to blow it right out of your head, where you couldn't remember, stage 1, 2, and 3, because you were trying to remember stage 4 and 5, and then you finally go back and remember 1, 2, and 3, and you forgot 4 and 5 again. We're trying to train our cellular memory and our body cells to be able to hold the amount of frequency that information contains. Once you awaken it in you, you have it. That doesn't mean you'll be able to spout it out at will whenever you want it. Like, what was that activation called? Don't worry about that when that happens. Once it's activated in you, it's yours again. It's yours to begin with. All of the things, all of the material that you can get in a workshop like this, or even in all of the volumes of the Maharata text, is encoded right within you, in your DNA and in your shields. The trick is to remember it's there and remember how the heck to get it to wake up and talk to you so you can get it back. So we're just the remembering team. We help you to remember what was yours and to bring it to you as quickly as possible so you can get free as quickly as possible. Now, because the techniques 1 through 7 take so long, and because there's a bit of information that I will move through quickly with the diagrams to at least give the people who are still a little sketchy on how all those pieces fit the basic orientation. And I will probably go through quick. This is going to be, there's quick and then there's like faster than the speed of light kind of thing. I've watched myself move into both. This group, most people, the resonance or the frequency resonance of this group is quite high, which means if I go through it really fast, most of the group, if you picture like lines of light, oh yeah, they got that. They make a huge bridge of frequency where the whole group is literally holding the full understanding of all of it. So the people who are just coming in and a little bit shaky, they'll be able to pick up just from the group energy a lot of the stuff that, she said that so fast I don't remember what it was at all. So don't worry if you get a little bit lost on a certain step or whatever. If I feel enough of you getting lost on anything that we say, we will spend more time on it. Just because that means the whole group field is kind of going, oh, we hit a glitch there. Yeah, that was the part that we kind of pushed over here that we didn't remember last time and we still don't get it. Right? So I will go through the charts that are in what was called the supplement that will become the Dance for Freedom text at a decent speed. Mainly, so when we get to the flame bodies, you remember what the flame body looks like, what it is, and this is the purpose for doing the exercises. So it helps your 3D egotistical mind to understand why it's doing something. Because if we just say, here, do these exercises, by the time you're on like technique 5 and you start to realize how long some of these are, you say, oh, I'm going to go out and just check out for sunlight, and I'll be back when we're doing something exciting, right? Because this is work. Some of this is work. These techniques were some of the toughest as far as attention span goes. In the old days, they used to teach you spiritual development. The first key element, being able to quiet the mind and focus. And we would have to literally be able to focus for 48 or more hours on one, say, symbol or one phrase, and not let our minds get distracted. Why? Because we were learning to be like a laser beam, where we had full control of the flow and the focus of our consciousness, where this part wasn't going, I'm bored, I'm going over here, I'm going to project outside, because you fragment yourself when that happens. Just like when you're trying to concentrate on something in school or at work that you really don't want to do, where most of you roams and you leave like just a little bit of level of attention here to get you through so you can get done. Now, we don't have to, fortunately. The crash course has its advantages in the fact that we don't have to, for 48 hours, stare at a symbol and train our minds to hold that focus. It's useful to play with that because it will strengthen your ability to point anything. If you want to manifest something and your mind is used to letting itself fragment, you will have a very weak, mediocre manifestation. If you want to activate your flame body and make it strong, and the other part's thinking of the grocery list, the other part's thinking about what you're going to do 6 weeks from now, the other part's worrying about what you did 6 years ago, your activation is not going to be as strong as if you're fully focused in the moment, right now, right here, with what you're doing. So with some of these exercises, when we move into them, remember you don't have to do them more than once. It's worth trying, just to see. Maybe you fell asleep after the 4th step in one of the techniques. Maybe you can get to the 5th this time before you fell asleep. We've never been a group that says you have to do this, in a workshop it's mandatory. It's always optional. If any of you that have done these and you feel you have a sufficient level of activation when they're being run, you don't have to sit through them. People who have not done them at all, what we do tomorrow will not work in your shields unless you do these at least once. Now, if you've done them off the internet, but never done them in a group, we suggest staying because you didn't get the energetic amplification of the group frequency, which is huge. Each person in a group is like exponential. It builds and builds and builds. So what we get in a group atmosphere, this is why we do these type of workshops, where groups of people help each other learn faster just by being near each other. So if you've done them off the internet, but you've been doing them alone, we suggest staying through and suffering through the exercises. I'll see by this evening, when it gets toward dinner time, how there's a tiredness level I can feel in the group sometimes. You can also count how many people are snoring. Because this is one of the most wonderful things. I watch in amazement. Now, what happens when you snore? Well, obviously you went to sleep. But what happens when you went to sleep? You shifted consciousness. People say, oh, I'm going to go to a workshop where you get those consciousness shifts and stuff. You get to go astral. Well, I hate to tell you, when you're falling asleep and don't remember the rest of it, it's because you shifted to another level of frequency. Now, the next trick is remembering what you did when you shifted. All right. So if the thing that happens, that the only workshops I've really seen this in are the ones that are using flame body activations. That usually by somewhere between technique 5 and technique 6, you start to hear a little snoring. And it was actually quite loud in Phoenix. It was a riot. And they were real high frequency people. These weren't beginners. They weren't babies. They were people that were in a frequency. It creates a consciousness shift. If you can hold that shift, here's a challenge. I'll put this out for you. For those of you who like a challenge. If you can sit through these and stay fully awake for the whole series, that will show you something. You held the shift in the body. That's an accomplishment. That means you're holding more frequency, alive and awake and aware, more flame in the body. You don't have to. You're still getting the activation, but as far as anchoring it and becoming more of yourself, little things like actually being able to stay awake all the way through a meditation. Because see, everybody's so happy, Oh, I can fall asleep during it. Oh, good, that's easy, right? So most people say, yeah, no problem, I'll just go to sleep and I'll wake up when it's done, I got the activation. Yes, you did. But if you want that activation to be amplified, it's worth making a bit of an effort to stay conscious while you're activating, to bring it in faster. It's up to you. So it's a little challenge that those of you who feel confident that I don't really need to even sit through this because I've done it before and I know I'm doing pretty good, why don't you test yourself and see how good. See if you can stay awake through all of them, all the way through. And if you can, then see the difference that the experience had for you. Because there's a bunch of stuff you experienced in the activations that you've done them before but fell asleep, that you actually experienced it, but you have no memory in your 3D, strand 1, 2, and 3, cellular memory, because it happened on D4, so it's in strand 4 and higher. You will have a different experience and more knowledge and frequency. You'll feel it open in you if you stay awake through the exercises. So it's kind of like, make a game of it. There's an interesting concept. I read it someplace where somebody was talking about somebody else in just regular 3D terms. They said the person had the ability to take every problem and make it a challenge, and every challenge and make it a game. That is a very, very good philosophy for the ego to hold, because it takes the charge out of worrying about performance, first of all. It puts the element of fun back, because true masters, people who awaken to true mastery level, they have really funny senses of humor. Sometimes they're like really abstract and out there. Humor is a part of mastery, where you never ever take yourself too seriously. You always take the universe seriously, but nothing ever too seriously. Seriously enough to serve yourself and the universe well, so you can have the type of hologram you'd like to experience and help others to do so. But not so seriously that you sack the joy, the life force right out of yourself trying to be rigid. There's a flexibility and allowance. So we're learning parts of those as we go along. Now I'm going to go into diagrams. I'm probably going to have some soda first, actually, before I do this. I'm going to give like a 5-minute bathroom run for anybody before we do this, because I'm going to barrel through this really quick. There's a lot of data to cover. Now, there'll be probably there's not going to be a break, like, half-hour break thing in this, because this was like the orientation workshop, and it was pretty short to begin with. So I'm not going to like make it, even shorter by taking a half hour out of that. We'll do a bathroom break in the beginning, like now, because I've already been talking for a while and I have no idea how long. Black hole system and the Phantom Matrix set loose the beast mechanism to try to get what they wanted and take this system, but it backfired. So they're in trouble now. And because of that, they're allowing us to go into their territories without being attacked in order to set certain security codes and to run Sector 12 code, because it will allow what is called the Hitharo. And tomorrow we'll talk about the Hitharo, the great silence, which is a separation, a natural separation of the reality fields of those that have been fully Metatronicked, which means coded to a black hole system and cannot be reversed back into a natural Christos system and the natural Christos imprint. So we'll talk about that, what our work is about on site. And then we will be ready for Tuesday when we begin the site work, which ought to be interesting. I have a feeling there's at least about 75% of the group, about 78% of the group, has had direct incarnation in the Cathar lines. Some of them might have been multiple ones in the Cathar lines. We'll talk about in the workshop after we come back from there, the fact that there are 2 lines of Cathars. There are the Cathar A and there are the Cathar E, one with a K, one with a C. They were the lineage of what's called Jeshua 12, which was the real person that became known as Jesus Christ in the Bible, and then a hybrid line. It was called Jeshua 9. So we will learn about all those connections too. By the end of this workshop, we may have incarnational memory popping up. Masigur. I'm almost dreading going there myself because I can feel it. My astral body went into absolute nauseous and wanted to throw up as soon as I got on the grids in France. Yuck! And it's good to let it release. So if you start to have weird results, other people will feel, this is where I remember being here. Ooh, it's like my old stomping ground. You'll feel like a familiarity with the grids. And at first you might like it. But most of you, once you get to Montsegur, that's where whole bunches of us were burned during the Albigensian Crusade. We were burned at the stake and killed because we had this knowledge. And it was a threat to the Church of Rome. And it was a threat to anything that was trying to control people and keep them asleep. So we'll be going through those experiences together. It might be, if we have time before this trip is over, it might be fun if we have time to do do just like a little sharing powwow where we can maybe share some of the experiences we might have felt. There might be people who are keyed to Rennes le Chateau, which is it was basically an Anunnaki Archangel Michael site. All right, that particular site, there was a lot of people that got hijacked in the Atlantean period and were trained in their system. They partially received the Metatronic Fire Sword initiations, which is activating of those implants. And there are, I can feel it, there's at least 6 people or 7 that have had experiences incarnationally where you served in their priest caste, so you may feel extreme resonance with Rennes le Chateau because your implants are coded to it. This is your time to choose if you want freedom, because it was forced on you and you were tricked into it in Atlantis. This is the time to either, if you want to choose it, that's fine. But if you don't, which we suggest, this is your time where you can say, I'm going to be free from this. And it's also a time for people from both camps, which are the Jeshua 12 lineage, which was the original Orpheum angelic human lineage, and the Jeshua 9 lineage, which were the hybrid Leviathan attempted bioregenesis experiment, part Anunnaki, part Draconian, part human beings. It's a time for beings who have served, be they of them or not, have served both walks, to come together and put the judgments of each other aside and say, hey, all right, we were all in a mass drama, we all served different roles at different times. Here we are, and for the first time we can actually make a conscious choice of the type of world we want to create. Let's create it together in a way that's good, and it doesn't hurt anymore. So it's time to bury the hatchet between different groups. So it's kind of like time to bury the hatchet between Montsegur and Rennes le Chateau. And then there will be another time, not in this trip, and I don't know when, that has to do with the very Omicron Draconian races, which are different than the Anunnaki Archangel Michael base race strains. So there's going to be a lot of little stuff that gets filtered in between the cracks as we go along. And I just say, we're on Guardian time. We'll do our best to meet time schedules and all that kind of stuff as we can. But when you're on Guardian time, you kind of like fly with the wind and move where spirit moves us. And we do our best. We always fulfill what's on the program, but sometimes it takes curves and twists and, all right, we're going to do this, but we've got to do this first because it was just given and it's really important. The site gave it to us. If there's some of that, that's fine. So now we'll do the 5-minute break. Then we'll come back and we will barrel on through this text to get you to the activation as well. So because of the Treaty of Loving Mercy that basically was entered on about August 1st, it was negotiated around that time, August 1st of 2002, we are now being invited, reluctantly so, but it's like they can't stand us still, but they need us, because we're the only ones that can hold these codes in our body in order to anchor them into the grids so the grids can receive the Amareya arcs in those areas. It will allow whatever they've stolen already and you can't get back to go its way in peace, and allow what can be salvaged and healed to go its way in peace, instead of them fighting, those parts of the grids fighting with each other. So we will be under constant, let's say, eagle-eye watch, the white eagle of the twisted Melchizedek that is not the Melchizedek cloister. These are the Archangel Michael groups. They are affiliated with the Wisadek Anunnaki races, and they are allowing us to go there in order to recode the Avalon seal, which will send the recoding that we put into it into the other Metatronic implants in the planetary shields to allow the separation of grids to take place in each of those areas. That will protect each of those areas from some of the major, literally everything from earthquakes and those kind of things that would happen when the frequency it would have been like a war in frequency taking place in the shields, the planetary shields in these areas. So they're letting us come in to recode the Avalon seal that will allow it to carry into the other Metatronic seals the pattern of the Scepter 12 code and the Rihanna Akasha number 12 code. That will allow the separation to take place because it will allow the anchoring of the Amareya and what's called the Eros arcs. So that's part of the ARC project. It'll make more sense when we get into the ARC project and more in the beasts and stuff. So that's what we're going to do when we go to Rennes le Chateau. And it's also a place that it's important to, we'll know how to amplify our flame bodies by then. It's a place to make sure you amplify our flame body, because even though we're there by invitation, if there are people that might have a little weakness in the field in the DNA template that you don't know about, and it could be played, and there's any of the, let's say, shadow dancers from that particular collective that think they might be able to borrow your body permanently, they might try. Now, this won't happen to most people. It'll only be if in your karmic imprint that you don't know you have yet, there's a susceptibility, a receiver, that would pick up enough of that frequency that they could actually make a field attachment. If you're running your flame body strong, and you're with a group especially that's running the flame bodies, they can't do that. But we will amplify our fields before we do the Le Chateau for that purpose, just to make sure that anybody that doesn't realize they have that genetic weakness, they're protected even if they have it. All right, now eventually you'll be able to go anywhere and not worry about picking up field attachments. Once we get to where we're holding the activations from Technique 8 and 13 and 14, and those that will come beyond that, then you're not invincible, but you're pretty darn hard to mess with at that point. Like you could even go visit the Pope. Have no problem at all. You know, you could sit and have coffee and wouldn't have to worry about anything. You talk about old times. No comment. I won't touch that one. Okay, so we have the 2 travel days, kind of like back to back, which will also be fun. If we can remember that masters enjoy life, no matter what the drama might be, and they tend to go with a fearless attitude. As long as you're responsible, you know you're doing what you can with your own fields, you know you're creating your own safety, you're out of the fear mode at that point. You don't have to be afraid of anything. So it's time to enjoy. We're in France. Hey, let's check out these places. Part of the enjoyment can be letting the place call the part of you that comes up in response to the place. At Montsegur and Le Chateau will take a little bit of time, as long as whoever's moving the tour as far as the physical thing along, buses and things, allows us, take a little time to ask the space and the shields in those places. Do I have a part of me here in another time frame? Do I have part of my memory here? And if you feel that you're ready, ask to receive it. And it first may come up as emotional imprint. Before you get any pictures or any, I was this person at this time frame, or any of the technicals, you may just get the emotional content of the experience. So, if we all run out of Montsegur weeping or something, stranger things have happened. It just means you're beginning the opening of the cellular memory files that connect you to selves that are alive right now in those time frames, or are being burned as cathars right now in those time frames. Your own higher parts, your own Christos self, and your soul and your oversoul levels are not going to allow you to open more of your cellular memory than you on a conscious level here are ready to handle. All right? It knows that you can go have a crying jag and get over it and feel better by dinner, or at worst by breakfast the next morning. But it's not going to let so much of it come up that you're going to feel devastated and you're going to lose your balance and end up leaving wacky, where you're just fragmenting because you freaked out because of too much incarnational release, so you don't have to be afraid of it. So, when we get done with Wednesday, and then Le Chateau and all the other places we get to visit, which are as new to me as they will be to most of you, get to explore, on the outside, in the 3D level, these spaces and places. And we may get spontaneous, this is coming through from the grids right now. And I don't know. We've had that happened in Egypt, where literally there was not a piece of paperwork that was allowed to be given during the trip we went on to Egypt, the first trip. They said they didn't want a paper trail at all. And if anybody left anything anywhere, literally could have got us all in trouble. So, So we don't have a paper trail this time either anyway. But, all right, here we go again, getting interrupted. Okay, all right. He's not rushing me this time. Usually he's saying, get on with it, will you? Because I tangent sometimes. But he's not, he's saying, he's challenging us with a smile. He's saying, there are 3 surprise gifts of some sort that they're planning, Iani are planning to give to the group, spiritual development gifts, experiences of some sort, I guess, that we don't know about yet. We don't either. In this process. And they will be given during those 2 days of trips. So they will be associated with one or the other of the main sites. A little bit of both main sites, but a few in peripheral sites. And you'll know them when you trip over them. Okay, so we have a few little things. We don't know what we're going to do when we go to these places. Right. This is what's kind of fun with some of this. It's like, gee, well, what are we going to do? Who knows? Let's go find out. All right. Then, when after Wednesday, then there's Thursday. Gosh, it's almost over. Thursday is the next big workshop day, where it's a full workshop day. And it starts at 10:30 and see, full workshop days can technically are supposed to go from like 10:30 to 5:30, 6, sometimes 6:30, sometimes 7, sometimes we get out of there at 2 in the morning. It depends on how it goes and how much new information is given and that kind of thing. So they're very open-ended, but they're just known as the long workshops. You can at least know you'll be there from 10:30 till 5:30 or 6, with a break. You get to have lunch and that kind of thing. But it may run into evening. It depends on what information we're given at the time. I think we were there till 2:30 in the morning in Phoenix with the activations that we're going to do today to get those done so we don't end up doing that again, hopefully. So we try not to wear you out as far as if you have to get up early the next morning. We try not to keep you up till 2 in the morning the night before. All right, so the second workshop. Now here's where just a little scribbling might help. What we're going to cover in the second long workshop will be in the AM session. Pardon me, it takes me a while here because my vision is a little bit blurry. All right, this is the title, basic title of this is Becoming the Eternal Flame Body. Secrets of the Eukatharista body. Now, Eukatharista is spelled EUKATHARAISTA. And that's where the words Kathara come from. So the Kathara teachings, or the Kathare teachings, are about the Eukatharista body, which is the highest level of the flame activation bodies, which goes with the Akasha Aya, highest God world frequencies, the part of you that's stationed there. So that will be in the morning session. It will also deal with Vekas, Ekas, scepters, and we'll talk about the scepters and the Ruche codes. We're not going to be given any Ruche codes yet. That's the final level. That will be in Dance for Joy. But we will be given the names of the 12 scepters and a new technique on how to use the names and use the symbol for Scepter 12 that we would have gotten already to progressively activate very quickly to learn. Okay. He said to learn to play your divine piano. Because we can look at our shields like a piano, but it's laid out with a circular set of keys. And every time we run a symbol code or a set of tones, we're actually playing the different keys on the piano. And you can play all sorts of songs on your shields, run all sorts of combinations of frequencies that create beautiful melodies in frequency and in consciousness within your body. As we play that piano, we release, for each note releases a part of your consciousness that's stored in those frequencies into your body here. So we're going to learn a little bit more about using what they're calling the scepter flames, which are the flame bodies of the 12 scepters themselves, which come from the Akasha Aya level. And you have a part of you that expresses as a part of each one of those cosmic level of flames. And we're going to begin to call that part of ourselves in. It's a technique where we can play with the 12 by using the name and the tone and opening in the shields through Scepter 12. We can call in the consciousness, the cognition, and the frequency that goes with each of those flames progressively. So there's sets of lessons, of understandings that go with each of the 12 Rishi pillars. And there would be levels. There would be the smaller Veka level, then the little bit bigger Eka level, then the Akasha level, then the Akasha Aya level. So we're literally taking it from the top and calling in to that part of ourselves that's stationed in those frequencies. We're ready to open now. Take us through this set of piano keys that will allow us to learn, let's say, all of the Scepter 1 knowings. Let us open that within ourselves. Teach us how. So they're going to give us a technique on how to use the scepters to begin the process of not just the frequency opening, but as we haven't had much time to do here. We've been doing the technicals because this is the master's course. We haven't had time to contemplate the translation of the technicals into consciousness form, into basic, what is the moral code that has to do with this, the spiritual translations into concepts. All of this information is stored within the scepters and within the down steps of the rays. We begin in your DNA template. This implies that it's called being Metatronic. It means you are running on a reverse base 8 Metatronic code, and it means your consciousness is technically destined for the fall into the wasteland matrix, where you would have about, I think it was 2 billion, 20 billion years, I forget, of evolution in that system. But it is a finite evolution that will lead to implosion and fragmentation of consciousness, which means you go back to source in pieces. You never leave source, and you always go home one way or the other. Now that's the path that the indigos are trying not to evolve on. We want to go home whole, thank you, so we can come back in, and that's what mastery is about. Now, we're going to learn more about what those percentages are of how much in your shields, because we don't know right now. I mean, we're all walking around, okay, I've got shields, they're the imprint for my DNA template, but what the heck is in there? Most of us can't even tell yet what, if we're indigo children or not. We pretty much figure we probably are if we keep coming to these workshops. Right? Because indigo children have enough strand content to where these kind of frequencies that are given in the workshops, even just verbally, can make sense. And most of the people that can't hold the information usually are not indigos. But once in a while, you find a few people that are actually just like regular human, 12-strand coded, but are just like at the high end of that, where they're on an advanced awakening course. So we'll begin the process of understanding. There are there's a path of healing that's evolving here, and it's called the path of the Hyalin. We're going to learn a little bit about the Hyalay, first of all, which is what the Iani call us down here. All right? The indigos that are down here are called the Indigo Iani Hyalay humans. We'll learn a little bit about who are the Hyalay and what does Hyalay have to do with compared to Iani. What is a Hyalay Iani? We'll learn about a fall that we had, that a divine experiment of hoping to host us back into wholeness took place, creating a new race line of the Iani that were called the Hyalay. And they evolved successfully, and they came back here to finish the job they set out to do in the first place. So we'll learn a little bit about that, and then about something that's happening right now, which is called the Hyalin. The people on the planet who are doing flame body activation and who can receive any of the frequencies have an evolutionary option. The portions of people that have 31% or less of their templates, what about that 31% that's still the original self that was in there? Does it have to fall? The answer, because of the Treaty of Loving Mercy, because they needed our help and will allow these separation frequencies to come in now, the answer is no. They will not be able to sustain the body through an ascension, but they can host matrix out and be birthed into a new race line that is called the Hyalin race line in their next incarnation. They will be born in the bridge zone. Now, the other ones who have, like most of us, aren't stuck in that. Most of the people who have 31% or less, you find them at Archangel Michael and such workshops. All right? They don't come to our workshops usually. Once in a while they will, because what's left of them is guiding them to the separation. Now, they will not be able to sustain full control over their bodies. The dancer will end up getting control of their bodies, but they can get out before that happens. And this is like the worst case scenario group. So nobody's hopeless is what this allows for, which is good. None of the ones that have any of their original self left. The original self doesn't have to fall. It just matters where you're going to go in your next incarnation and what your body's going to do in the meantime. What's happening to those persons here. Now there's another group that's in the 31 to 51% divine blueprint left range. They have another course. They would incarnate into a higher Hyalin cycle, but they probably will not be able to do gate passage, this time full biological gate passage. There's a big moment of truth with this, because everybody wants to do biological gate passage. I want to fix it all and run, yes! Right now, I don't care if I don't like my body, it's not perfectly what I want. I don't care, I'll take it with me. Most of us would like to do that. Because there's a fear that we've carried for so long. We've identified ourselves as what we see in the mirror. We've over-identified with our physical because we couldn't remember the rest of ourselves. So there's that little, oh, I don't have my body. That means it's not real, doesn't it? That means I don't really get to go anywhere. Oh no, I have to die like everybody else, the normal thing. I don't want to die. Well, some of us will have natural death experiences. Like if you never came to one of these workshops, you'd be expecting anyway. So it's like we're not dropping any big mean surprises on you. You've been conditioned for 25,000 years to, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. We're just giving you another option. So there's a whole path for those guys that they would also incarnate into Hyalin, but a higher evolutionary cycle, a different time frame. in the bridge zone that would be closer to like 2,000 years from now than 10 years from now, or 10 years from when the body died. The others that have 52% or higher have the options of either incarnating into, or, well, the next group would be 52% to 78%. Now, they would be able to eventually clear the templates and activate them enough to do gate passage, but there's not a lot of time left right now, between now and 2012, in order to get that much clearance and activation done. Those groups will try to get to that point, and some of them will be able to go into the final category, which will be able to do gate passage. If they can't, they'll just feel a peace, like, I don't have to work that hard with it. Enough to get me through. Okay, my next incarnation, I know where I'm going, right? But meanwhile, I'm just going to stop and smell the roses and enjoy myself here, and to whatever your natural lifespan would be. Now, in this group, the next incarnation option, like the next highest one, you can really incarnate lower anytime you want to, but if you want to move upward into ascension, would be not as a Hyalin, but as a Hyalite Iani in the inner Eka system. So you'd be going back and forth. Some of you would actually be born into the bridge zone to become the parents of a Hyalin, the Hyalite parents of a Hyalin soul that was coming in from the ones who had less divine blueprint left, but were able to go. And then the old troopers, who are the people who have phase locked in the group where you have, it's 78 goes both ways. There's 78% can go either into the group 3 or group 4. Group 4 would be 78 to 100% divine blueprint. That means you have the capacity and enough time to fully activate. We got this far, we got it through, we'll try for it, I don't care how hard it is. Kind of like the postman, the rain, sleet, or snow. We'll do what it takes to get that. These are the gatekeepers group, where they will be progressively taught, and eventually gate assignments will be given to those who want them, to assist the others in getting through, either biologically for other gatekeeper types, or the ones who have to get through on hosts, into the Hyalin or the Hyalite incarnational experiences. They will also be the ones that help to sustain the ARC project here. So a natural separation of the radiant body fields on this planet can take place. They will be the ones who are interested in having jobs as the future progresses toward us and we progress toward it, of being the Templar Masters, which means the ones 144,000, the team of 144,000 that it takes to run the Stargates, to know the knowledge of them, and it's a commission. It's a many thousands of years commission. Not everybody has to take it, right? But those who do, you get the training and a job, an assignment as a gatekeeper person. And there's 144,000 total on the real committed gatekeepers team. And that's like something you have an option to do, but you don't have to do. That won't be for a while that they give that type of information. What the main job of that group that has the advantage of being able to activate fast enough, most of those will be indigos 1 or 2s. That means you won't get, most 12-strand humans won't be a part of that team right now. There's just not enough time to get them where they could even hold enough of those frequencies. Most of them will incarnate as the Hyalite into the Eka, inner Earth worlds. The main job is to keep things as stable as possible and to show up where your system needs its next codes from the grids, and where the grids need your codes next. Some of you will be guided by your own spirit to traveling to certain areas to have that code exchanged with the planet. You will also be the ones that help to, in whatever ways possible, prepare the other people and help comfort the other people that may be around you on this planet as the drama progresses, because there is still the issue of the Armageddon script that the United Resistance groups wrote in Atlantis and are planning to fulfill at this time. That means there may be, and we're still negotiating with them, like, you really don't need to do this, but they feel they need to do this. We'll talk about why. They're not fighting with us. They're fighting with each other. The United Resistance, Wisdek infiltrated races, are each creating armies through body snatching here. Each side, from the black hole system, is fighting for grid control here before they pull grids in, because it will determine where the grids will fall once they get into the black hole, who will control them there. So they are planning to fight that battle with each other here on our turf. And humans are just stuck in the middle of all this, clueless, being pushed around. So once we become aware that this drama well, it's going to unfold to some degree or another, hopefully to a lesser degree. But if we watch our countries be drawn into, over the next few years, a world war drama, we will understand what is actually going down with it. And we will understand there's nothing you're going to do on the outside to fix it. It doesn't matter who wins. It's not even our war. It doesn't mean you help everybody be draft evasion, get yourself arrested, and get them court-martialed and shot, because that's what they can do even in America in wartime. It doesn't mean getting politically involved at all. It means allowing the political nonsense to do what it must, realizing what it is so you don't get caught up in it, and trying to assist other people to just find their own strength and peace within themselves. Because your answers of what do I do tomorrow, or they're going to drop bombs on my city, what do I do? The answer is different for every one of us. Some of us will be told to stay because we can actually help to buffer. Others of us will be told it's a good time for a vacation permanently. So you don't have the answers for the other people, but you have the ability to find them for yourself. So what we're going to talk about that and about the dramas that are coming. It all comes back to the power comes from your own direct connection to God and to Source, and that's what you've always had. What you just forgot was how to bring it into body here. That's the flame body activations. And by the time we get done with this, we will learn, they're going to give us a specialized technique on how to do something called a Beta Huva scan. The Beta Huva scan has to do with, from the Beta Huva body level, which is the oversoul level, being able to look into your Maharic shield, the part that holds the program for your DNA template, to get a first level reading, which will be enough to tell you percentages. It will also tell you some other things. And you need to be ready to know those other things, or it won't show up. If you're not ready and you have any ego resistance to any attachment to it needing to be one way or the other, you'll get a blank read, which is kind of nice. It's like when you're ready, you'll get the information. But what it will also tell you is an affiliation of what soul groups you're incarnated out of, where you will find out if you are a self that incarnated directly out of a human or an Eoni indigo soul collective, or if in this lifetime you incarnated out of an Odedicon reptilian matrix that was from the Phantom Matrix, which were fallen, but they were trying to get back out. The reptilians aren't bad guys. They just got stuck in the mess, and they ended up falling. Some of them went fully fall, to a full fall, but others are just trying to get out by host now. Some of you will find you're Anunnaki. You incarnated out of Anunnaki Matrix. There we go. Out of Anunnaki Matrix. This is where, like, the moment of truth thing comes. You need to have it be okay, whatever you find, or you'll block finding. Once you can get to the point where you don't have to be an indigo child, maybe you're an indigo 3. Indigo 3s have two souls. One, Orphine, indigo, Eoni soul, which is an angelic human soul, as the kind of like overseer director. The other one is the one that was learning, that accepted a host matrix that was from primarily a Nephilim matrix, which were Wesedex. They were trying, they weren't fully Metatronic Wesedex, they still could bioregenerate. You might find you're an indigo 3. That's okay. Right now, indigo 3s are being upgraded to indigo 2s, which means the part of them that's holding the soul from the other side, because their larger soul collectives decided to break the treaties and are going for full Wesedex fall. So it doesn't pull the indigo in with it. The flame body technologies will transform the indigo 3 into an indigo 2. You may find that you are just a very specialized, highly coded hybrid person that has a bit of each and came here on a special mission that has to do with the other side of the hybrid group, and that's why you have to be part of what they are. So there are all sorts of things that you'll be able to teach yourselves with the Beta Huva scan. What we will teach you is the process of running one on yourselves. Now, this process will not work to run it on anyone else. And if anyone comes out of these workshops offering to anyone in our group or any other group, we're doing Beta Huva readings, we'll read your DNA for you, you're not part of our SRI group. And I'll tell this to people right away. This is for you to personally read your own. This is not for you to go diagnosing other people. It would be a spiritual violation. Now, I was asked in the beginning, before I ever heard of a Beta Huva scan, I was asked to offer readings. And I hate doing personal stuff because it's like, most people want to talk about their girlfriend and their boyfriend and whether the girlfriend or boyfriend's cheating and should I marry this person or take that job. And it's like there's lots of good psychics you can go to for that stuff, you know. So I was never into wanting to do personal readings. And in the beginning, when we first started bringing the books out, we were asked to do personal readings. And they said, you'll be taught how to do a certain thing. And right now, there is only a certain group of people that we're asking you to be available for. But they need this information now, before it's too late. What do you mean it's too late? You'll learn that later. They taught me how to do Beta Huba scans, and we offered them temporarily, you know, on a reading basis. And I would be shown just enough by the person's avatar in their thing to point out what work they needed to do, like right now, that it was really important for them to do. Or if most of them that got sent to me were actually Freemasons associated. They had implants in the DNA that we're going to take them under if they weren't identified and then offered a conscious choice. So that's, in that context, I was permitted to give the readings for a short period of time. And then they stopped and they said, there's one other type of reading that's more important now. It's called a Raja Huba scan. We'll learn how to do these on ourselves in the Dance for Joy course. It's another level. It's having to go to the next frequency, and you can't read it unless you can hold the frequency in your own consciousness awake. Awake. Yeah. So the Raja Huba scan gives you a set of 12 codes that belong to your body and your body only. Now I've been giving those for a short period of time. They had me offering that service to others. When I kept saying, there's not enough of me and us to go around. He can do them too. But there's not enough of us to go around to do that. There's so many people that are involved with this work at this point. We'd be booked from now until our next lifetime, just trying to do individual ones. So I said, how can we teach the people how to do these for themselves? And they finally have, they're going to release the specific process to get your own read. It also means you have to learn to trust yourself. Well, I got this, but am I right? I gotta say, we'll ask you guys, am I right? Am I right on my read? That's not part of it. Part of it is learning to be able to trust your own level. And if you are unsure, to put it aside and say, okay, that's my level 1 impression. I'll try again in 3 weeks. Get another one, see. And you will start to be able to feel in yourself whether you have a direct hit or whether you can feel levels of distortion. Well, I think I twisted that part, but I got that one right. So we're going to give you the first tools, how to do a Beta Huba scan on yourself. You don't need readings from us with these at this point, and you don't need them from each other, and you don't need to give them to other people. The people who need this information, this is, again, it's a technique that will be put on the website, so anybody that wants to play with it out there, even if they don't come to our workshops, they can play with it. We're giving the techniques for free. It's the real hard stuff that, understanding what's so important about all this stuff, that takes, writing books and lots of work and lots of money at Kinko's and all that kind of thing. That's the stuff we charge for. And we hold the copyright on all of it. But if anybody noticed, we're putting out the flame body and all that stuff for free. People they don't have to pay for it. They don't even have to learn the whole thing. Just, you want to do this, do it. It's being given. The Beta Hubas will be done that way as well. And as soon as we're able to probably be the Dance for Joy course, you'll also be taught, if you want to, how to do a Raja Huba scan for yourself. The reason why it would be a spiritual violation, first of all, to read anybody else, especially if you didn't ask them. But what if they come to you and say, well, you can do this. Can you read mine for me? If you have the technique that you can read your own, they didn't give it to me. They didn't give me how to read my own first. They had me reading other people before I could even read my own. But if you have the how-to yourself, you're doing them a disservice because you already know how to read your own, which means you have the ability to teach them how to read their own. All right? You're honoring that part of themselves. If I had had the how to read my own when we were giving readings, I would have taught them how to do it themselves. But they taught me the other way around. It was like a special service contract that I really didn't want, but I knew somewhere I'd agreed to. And there was only maybe, I don't think we have more than 200 people between the two types of readings over a 3 or 4 year period. So it wasn't something they say, oh, I'm going to go, make my living now doing Beta Huba scans, $500 a pop, No, it's not meant for that. But you can teach it to anyone who might be interested in listening. It will help each of you. It will help support the Christos in you and your ego's reality, getting to the point where you know it's real, that you have a Christos. Stop looking outside for somebody to answer your questions for you. Once in a while, a little pat on the back, a little encouragement doesn't hurt. But so many of us are trained to have the outside expert tell us whether we're right or wrong. You need to get over that. You need to be free from that if you're going to be free to be a master of your own energy, your own hologram, and a teacher, if that's what you want to be, or a healer. So we won't be teaching you how to do Beta Huga scans for other people, and there's a trick to that. It's different. It was the first technology I was taught is how to do it for other people, without knowing how to do it for myself. Because I was probably just scared to death if I saw it was a machine gun. No, they let me do it afterward. So anyway, we'll be getting that that will be like toward the end of the Thursday workshop. So we can have the tool to find out, and we won't find out in the first reading either. There's going to be an experimental time that you'll feel this. You don't have the ability or enough time to activate enough to get a whole body through a gate. Let that be okay. Nobody says it's going to be fun. That's going to be a hard-working crew that's doing that stuff, especially if Armageddon blows up in their face. It isn't going to be pretty and it isn't going to be fun, because that's going to be the team that goes into all sorts of weird places where other people get sick from radiation poisoning. But we get sent in because we're supposed to be able to be immune, right? Mm-hmm. If we can hold our frequency, we would be. We would go in to help other groups. We would be people that would see more death, because we can handle it and we can serve as windows for the ones who are leaving their bodies to host out and up into their host matrices. So it might not be the objective you want to aim for. Or, maybe I'll aim for Team 4, where I'd be a gatekeeper, where I have to watch all sorts of yucky stuff and 3D go down around me. It's 3 might be easier, more relaxing. You will find out anyway the ability to see where you fit with this, and to have a heart-to-heart talk with your own soul over soul and avatar. You'll start to have this, and it's a talk that doesn't happen in words. It happens in direct cognition, where you just feel. You have all these ideas about what you like things to be, right? And then there's a part of you that knows it's probably a little different than that whole set of ideas you're trying to manifest as the only way it is. And then there's a part of you that is your avatar self that does know the way it is and the flexibility of possibility within outcomes. There's a part of you that will talk to you, your own crystal self, will let you know inside why you chose that, but it'll also start to open your whole 1728 plus different selves through time. So you see where each incarnation fit a piece of this bigger mission. And you will start to understand your mission here, what you came here for in the first place, in a way that you will be at peace with what you find in the reading. Where, if you took on a Metatronic imprint and you have less than 31% left, you still have at least something left, which meant you chose a plan of action, that you would get yourself into that, knowing that if it got bad, you'd still be able to get a part of you out. And that part would know lots of stuff, but it would have to re-evolve its template again. So even in the worst case scenario, it isn't hopeless. There's nobody that's going to find, oh my God, I'm falling and there's nothing I can do. Like the commercial, I'm falling and I can't get up. Well, you can get up, but you may have to use a few tricks to do it, like posting out or something. So it's the beginning. There's a freedom that comes in knowing the personal truth. And that's a personal truth nobody can read fully for you. You have to be able to have the communication with your own avatar level. So the Beta Huga scan and the other technologies will help you to begin to find that in yourself. And you don't always have to expect words. We're not doing a channeling class here. We're not teaching you to let the universe speak through your mouth, that kind of thing. No, we're teaching you how to have, ideally, direct cognition with your own avatar level of identity. Where if you get words on it and you can write books about it, great, books are nice. But if it comes through in direct knowing, that's an even higher level of communication. It's beyond the breaking down into words. So that is what we're aiming for with this. All of it is to get you to the point where you can be free from the definitions, the impositions, the twisted belief filters that we've been raised with for so long, so you can effectively move through with an attitude of building joy, whatever is coming our way in the next 10 or 15 years and beyond. So after that, all that's left will be Friday, and that's another short workshop, but it'll start at 10:30. It's not full day. It's like 10:30 to 1. Yeah, right. And departing. Well, it may be, because we have to depart. Depart first thing on, okay. That will be the wrap-up, where anything new that we don't know we're getting yet is, filtered in, where we'll get a wrap-up on what we've learned and what we're starting to learn about with the DNA thing. We'll recap anything more in the mass drama that we might need to know, that they let us know that we need to know. It will basically be a roundup of what we learned, and kind of like probably a pep talk of, this is okay. There is a balance to everything that's taking place. There is a perfection in the imperfection. It doesn't mean you sit on your haunches and do nothing. Oh, everything's perfect just the way it is. I don't have to do a thing. I can just, for all I can do whatever I want to. Oh yeah, the person's going to get hit walking across the street. Cars coming. I could let them know, but I don't have to put any effort. I would mess up the perfectness if I didn't let them get splattered. Forget that nonsense. All right, that's not a spiritual talk. I don't have to do nothing. No. You find a place where there's a balance in action and non-action. There's a balance in engagement and disengagement. This is what we're all moving toward, and hopefully Friday we'll be able to round it up in a way that there's a sense of joy. But I also feel with this group there's a sense of maturity that's coming. There's something with this gold wave infusion thing, the monadic infusion. I feel a frequency coming, and it's almost in the outer shell of the group flame field right now, and it's moving in toward us. It's something that we're going to start to anchor when we go to Masagur. There's a whole awareness awakening in us. And they did mention that this is the beginning of an indigo awakening wave. It's like the second mass awakening wave of frequency that is meant to wake the indigos up. And this one I think is like a real kick in the bottom. Wake up! Get out of bed! House is on fire! Just kidding! But I got you up in it. So I'm looking forward to what this is going to turn into. It's one of those, it creates itself as it goes along workshops. What we do want to get to tonight is the process of the 7-6 techniques that will get you through the activation of the Eros and Amaranth flames, which generates enough frequency in your body that you can begin to clear the shadow. I'm going to go through these very, very quickly. Now, these diagrams that you're going to see fly by here, these will be in the final course book for Dance for Freedom. They are contained right now in the kind of incomplete supplement book that was given in Phoenix and that kind of thing. It's just a recap to show you what you should already know, most of this, from Dance for Life and Dance for Love. All right. Now that book is available, and it's the course book, and that was what we had asked you to please, before you come to this workshop, know that one, have that book in hand. You don't have to bring it, but have gone through that, watch the tapes or whatever. So at least we don't have to go through, put 4 workshops into one. So we'll just flip by these. The most important thing to get you to are the diagrams to show the radial body, the astral body, so you see what that is, where that is, then where the Eros flame body emerges, where the MRA flame body emerges, and where the shadow is, what that looks like in your field. So once you have that down, you know what you're doing, and your 3D mind understands why it's trying to stay awake while you're going through techniques 1 through 6. So that's what I'd like to get you through tonight. Now, I have a sip of soda here real quick, and I am going to go through these quickly, because it's like, for a long time I've taken on a little too much responsibility out of love, because I care very much for people, and I've been told that I'm the only person that a lot of people have ever gone to workshops where the person actually over-delivers, where you get too much or more than you're paid for. Right, I only wanted this much. Right. I'm going to try to allow, it's almost like, I didn't realize this, but I've been in a way dishonoring the higher levels of the people who come by treating them like babies here, where I do everything slow and methodical and like detail, total detail everywhere, because I've been taking responsibility myself for your learning. And I need to realize that's not a good thing to do, because it helps you to grow to be irresponsible for your learning. And I haven't meant to do that. But in a way it was needed at first, because some of this stuff was so complex that if you didn't have, walk through it, if they hadn't walked me through it, I would have been lost. So I figured I'd do the same. But at this point, if there are people that haven't read Dance for Life, Dance for Love, or that are sketchy on it, the information's available, you can catch up later. But I can't take the rest of this workshop to try to explain that to you, because I put the groups through too much, and a lot of you have been part of those groups, where how many times do we have to go through 15-dimensional anatomy? You know what I mean? It's in there. It's in Dance for Life. In Dance for Love, we go through the echo maps of the God World gates. All right? So they're already there. You should know that. If you don't, I'm not mad at you. Nobody's upset with you. However, just pick up here. And I'm just going to breeze through it. So I'm not trying to say you're not important or that, well, you didn't do your homework kind of stuff. You can do your homework later, but just try to follow along as best you can. Focus on the flame body stuff. If you're lost on the echo maps because you're not real familiar yet with Dance for Love program, focus on when we get to the diagrams that show the bodies. That's what you need most right now, okay? The rest can be filled in later, so I just want to say that. Now, I'm just going to go over real quick here. We have basic cathara grids, right? Everybody should know what they are. You have your 12-pointed cathara grid and your primal sound fields around them. All this stuff you should know already. This just shows how the primal, in our 15-dimensional matrix, how the 12 dimensionalized, what are called cathara centers, or stargates, connect to the primal fields, which are the other set of 12 from up there. It shows that they're interconnected. Now, this is the building blocks, the first building blocks mathematically of what are the echo maps of the God World gates, where you have one cathara grid, which used to be called the Tree of Life, except they amputated some of the spheres off of it. Okay, this is one 15-dimensional matrix. You have this and this are the same thing. 12 dimensions. The 12 levels of the primal light and sound fields, members 13, 14, 15 primal light, and these are primal sound fields. These connect in to form other structures when we're talking about universal and cosmic level stargates, and that's where we get to the echo maps. I'm going to flip through this real quick, honey. Can we flip to the next one? Can we flip to, let me see what the next one is real quick. No, let's go right to Stairway to Heaven. I'm going to show you, I just want to touch base so you remember it all started with the 12. I'm going to take this in, and from there, we're going to do a real quick recap on what's called the Stairway to Heaven. Yeah. Okay, now, this Stairway to Heaven map is a consolidation of the many pages of maps that were featured in the Dance for Love text, which showed each of these little pieces large as an 8.5 by 11 page. This is literally reducing them all down on the photocopier and sticking them together in their sequence. This is actually the top, all right? These are the mathematical formulations upon which the hologram of manifestation, kind of cosmic level, is formed. This starts at, this is the top. If you were going down the stairway, down into experience and matter density, you would start up here in what's called the Akasha Aya, highest God worlds, and you would move down through these sets of gate systems that are connected to reality fields, all the way down through until you got down into what's called density 1. Now, I'm going to explain this really quickly going up because it's a little easier to understand where you start where you are and then work your way up. If this little cathara grid down here, remember that 12, those 12 little dots on the cathara grid, cathara centers, on a universal level, they represent stargates in our 15-dimensional time matrix, the first 12 stargates. We are down here in what's called density 1 with stargates 1, 2, and 3. So we're way down here in this little reality bubble down here. Each set of 3 stargates forms a harmonic universe, which is like a bubble of energy that has a universe, a galaxy, and lots of planets and beings and things manifested within it. So we're in density 1 in this particular set of 12 stargates. Here's our stargates 13, 14, and 15 out here at a 90-degree angle. This is our primal field, our primal light and sound field. Now, if we're down here, there's this whole process where here is part of something much larger. It's not just a set of 12 stargates, that's just in our 12 dimensions, our 15-dimensional matrix. Our 13, 14, and 15 stargates are our primal light field stargates, and then there's primal sound field stargates. It's all bubbles within bubbles, bubbles of energy. Imagine bubbles of energy. All right. So we're in these bubbles of energy down here. Now that is part of this larger thing. Here's this, right? Our 12 stargates. Here's our primal light and sound stargates over here. Look at these other 2 things. This is the parallel system, our direct parallel system. It's 12 stargates, and it's primal light gates. 90-degree angle shift between each of them. At the center, and this is called, the 4 of these together are called a universal Veka. It's 2 15-dimensional time matrices put together. And at their center, and out of which they form, there's something called the inner Eka universe. Now, with the gates, the way the gates are lined up, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 12 here. 12, and what would be 13, coming off into this, 13, 14, and 15. They intersect at the center point. The parallel ones all intersect at the inner Eka. It's like the yolk from which the egg of creation on our universal level forms. So when you see this, that's the symbol of a Veka universe, a universal Veka, and that implies that there are two 15-dimensional matrices, one 15-dimensional time matrix and its parallel component. Now, if you manifest down here, it implies you have one, a self, a parallel self, over in the other parallel system as well. We have 1,700 minimum. This is a 12-strand human. Now, 1,728 different manifestations of self simultaneously in the time matrix at the same time. Half over here and half in this parallel, reciprocal. So, your cells are all alive right now. They're all hanging out in different space-time zones, just like you are one of them here in your space-time zone. You have a double over in the parallel system. The things that we've talked about a little bit about the phantom matrix black hole system, that is an anomaly. That is not something that was naturally occurring as part of the mathematical structure upon which Source creates the universe. It was something that goes under the law of allowance, that it was allowed to happen in order that Source knew that it was a healing, that there would be a healing at the end of the experiment in learning that this apparently negative phenomenon would occur from. Before we can understand where the black hole is, we first need to understand our basics. If we can understand these as maps, when they're laid out this way, they are mathematical coordinate points, not just within a three-dimensional system, but that literally show the relationships between the 5 density levels of matter in one 15-dimensional matrix, its primal light and sound fields over here, and then its parallel as well. The parallel 12 dimensions, parallel 13, 14, and 15, and the primal parallel light and sound fields. So that universal Veka is the beginning of understanding the map. Like, where do you go next if you're going to ascend? If you're going to be a person who does ascension, it helps to know ascension is moving through stargates, and it helps to know the map. Because it's like saying, oh good, I get to go to California. But you're in, like, say, Oklahoma, and you have no map at all that tells you how to get to California, nor where anything is once you're in California. Without the Eka maps of the God World days, anybody that's ascending hasn't a clue what they're really doing. They don't know where they're going, because there are maps to these places, and these are the maps. So that's the universal Veka. That would give us the ability to move through 5 densities of matter, 15 dimensions, and the primal light and sound fields, but only within our universal Veka and the parallel system. All right. The next level up would be over here. Okay? Now, here's the cross thing again. But notice there's a whole gate system, a larger one. There's like a crystal that forms outside of this. This is another Cathara grid, right? Another 12-pointed Cathara grid. This universal Veka system is part, and literally exists within inside, what is called the Akasha, the universal Akasha. It's called the middle God world. All right. Now remember, at the center of this, you have the Eka system, the inner world. That's where you hear of inner Earth. Well, inner Earth is Earth's counterpart, not in our densities down here, but in this central inner system. To get from our systems and our Veka into the next level up, which are considered the middle God worlds, you have to pass through what are called the lower God worlds of the inner Eka. In frequency, if you look at it as a stairway to heaven, in frequency, incrementally stepping up in frequency, higher frequency, higher frequency, higher frequency, and progressively merging of polarity consciousness, less and less polarized consciousness the higher up you go. All right. We have to go through our systems down here. If we're way down here, where stargates 1, 2, and 3 are, we have to be able to pass through our 12-dimensional stargates, right? Integrate, which means pass through, all of our primal light field, and able to go back to the center and pop up in the inner Eka worlds. That would be our first stop. This is where the lowest level of the Iani are able to communicate with us from. This is where they're actually helping to control the Templar in this universe so it doesn't completely fall into the black hole system. This inner part actually goes all the way up, and there's like an inner correspondent to every set of these that you'll see on each level of the stairway. Excuse me. So we have stairway 1, the lowest level, are the Veka universal systems. Next are the Eka systems at the center. They go up to the Akasha level, which is, here's the center, the Eka's in here, right? Here's our 12 dimensions and our primal light field here and our parallel there. And there's this other set of gates, 12 gates here, and 12 implies there's a primal field that goes with it, right? So you see this crystal here, that's the Akasha level, as the next step, middle God worlds, these also form that 4 cross thing. This one whole set thing here connects to another set of 4. Alright, so this is called the Akasha Aya. It has an Akasha inside of it. Inside the Akasha you have the universal Veka, and inside the Veka you have our 12 dimensions or 12 stargates. So progressively, think of progressive expansion of frequency, raising of frequency, and expansion, one bubble opening up to the next, and a bigger reality field emerges. If you're in a holographic bubble and your hologram's really small right now, like just Earth, right? Then it will expand and there will be more to what Earth looks like. And there will be more, and you expand into your universe, and you'll find that there's things out there that they've been there all along. You just didn't hold the frequency through which you could perceive them. So as we activate our flame bodies, we're progressively activating the mathematical codes that allow us to open each level of frequency in our shields to bring that part of ourselves back. Because in order to get down here, anything that's down here had to pass through this whole series. So there's a part of us left at every station of consciousness. So as we work with the codes, we're bringing back in not only the ability to go back to those levels of expansion, but we are merging that part of our consciousness with us down here. It's like bringing the part of us that's running around up here, actually down into body here. We're literally becoming, compared to what they call human on Earth, superhuman, you know? And it's the original angelic human and indigo imprints. Now, when you go up higher in the systems, you go up from the Vekas to the Eka, to the Akasha, to the Akasha Aya. In the Akasha Aya worlds, at the center of the Akasha Aya worlds, remember those little Eka things form at the centers of each. So you have the Eka core, the lowest one is here, but there's a core that forms at each grouping of 4. So you have another stage in the Eka, and then another stage. And the final stage, this is the first manifestation worlds of creation, the first God worlds. That if you're looking at what was created first and the others took place within it, this is the first mathematical imprint. You have what's called the Christos, which is the first Kathara grid, and the Kristalla, which is the little Kathara grid that's in here. That is the same as the first 2 12-point Kathara grids that were formed as the imprint by which the entire cosmos was structured. Within those, you have what are called the Rushe, or the God Seed Core, which are the 12 Rushe pillars, which are the first standing pillars of consciousness of God that agree to hold those forms of pillars of energy that allow and feed the rest of the systems that expand and grow within them. When we talk about the scepter pillars, these are the 12 Rushe scepter pillars. These are the levels that we're being given the codes now to begin activating in our own personal shields. Now, planets have this whole imprint applies to planets, persons, planets, galaxies, universes. This is the core mathematical program of cosmic structure, and it creates very literal, tangible things, which are coordinate points mathematically that operate as stargates or energy pass-through points between the areas. These are called collectively the Eka maps of the God World Gates. It tells you not only how to ascend to the next density. See, it's really funny. A lot of the ascension teachings are out there. If you don't realize what ascension is, all right, the big picture, anybody can tell you anything's ascension. Oh yeah, you say these holy names 5 times and you do it. Well, what is it? You disappear from here. Yeah, where do I go? With God. What God is that? You know, they don't answer those little questions off to the side. What most of them are teaching you to do is to get to the next density level, density 2, in reverse, which will put you in around the D5 frequency bands in the black hole system. They're not teaching you that, and most of the teachers down here don't know that either, because who they're channeling and listening to aren't telling them, because they're hiding some stuff. So you don't blame the teachers here that are teaching it. They're teaching what they're being taught. What they're not doing is checking out the resume of who's teaching them. Just because it's interdimensional, they think it means because it's higher, it's better. Because it's not here, that means it knows more than I do, and it has good intentions. So the teachers mostly here that have gotten involved with teaching twisted ascension teachings, most of them aren't doing it out of malice or out of consciously wanting to serve a negative agenda. Most honestly think that that is the highest level of teaching. When they see this stuff, that's when one of 3 things will happen. The first one I've never seen yet. Or one will say, oh my God, that's it. Oh, I can feel it. Oh wow, they were tricking me, weren't they? Oh, all right. I want to learn this stuff, and they try to connect with guardians. No, I've not seen that reaction yet. Two things. One is they go into total ego mode. They start spreading rumors about me, or about the guardians, or about us, just to make sure nobody reads the stuff, while they're buying our product. There's some of the best, like repeat customers on our product list. People who want to buy these programs are people that are actually teaching what are counter programs to this, because they want to know what we know, because they don't have this stuff, and they want to see how far, what they have to combat. Because what they will do is we'll say, well, it's actually this way. They were teaching that there are only 7 dimensions, 7 chakras. All of a sudden, they better start teaching there's 12. Okay, right? Because they have to figure out how to top what we said in order to still make sense. Because once in a while, they'll get a student that asks in the middle of class, yeah, well, what about this? I heard this. You're teaching me this, but I heard that it was this way. And if they can't intellectualize at a higher level than the level of detail we've been giving, they get in trouble. They get spotted. And they either have to reject the student completely or cover themselves. So the other reaction is usually, and this is the one that usually happens, is at the point where they trip over the fact that this exists, the shadow dancer is usually so much into the body snatch already, so much in the body that there's very little of the original person there in the first place, and the shadow dancer takes over. And it will either choose direct combat, where, like slander campaigns or stuff, or avoid us as much as possible. Or sometimes pretend they agree, just to stay out of it with us. So there's those people, they are accountable. They are accountable for what they're doing because they're doing it consciously. The people who are teaching that are really being run by the shadow dancers, you can see it in the eyes, if you look in the eyes. And if you have the knowledge of shadow dancers, and you look in the eye of someone who you think might have one, and you hold that gaze just with telepathically the thought, of course, you have your flame body, heart seal stuff activated, right? So they don't zap you. And you just hold it and know. And just hold the thought, I see you. How does that make you feel? If they can hold it, first they'll hold the gaze, and they'll try to overpower you, where you get scared and you drop your eyes. That's what they want. If you just hold it with no judgment, I'm not hating you. I don't say, oh, there's one, burn it at the stake. Not like that, because you're not coming from that place. I send you love. But I recognize who I'm seeing. Most of them will divert the eyes. Most of them will shift away. Because being identified is one of the things that terrify them most. Because once they're identified, and you know how to do a flame body, they can't harm you, which means they're powerless. They will be angry at you inside because you make them feel powerless. Why? Because they're choosing a path that is rendering them powerless. And they're trying to take their power from outside of themselves, stealing it from other people. So they get mad at the people who won't let their power be stolen. That's their problem. It's not yours. But it's a little trick you can do for identifying. If you can hold the thought, sometimes I'll meet people and I'll say, all right, who's in there? The good or the bad or the ugly. I don't care what you are. I love you anyway. But, how I might interact with you and how much I might trust you to have the same agenda of healing that I do will depend on what I see. If you look at them in the eyes with the love, but the knowing as well, and say, I would like your avatar level to reveal to me. Now, all of them, even if they fell, have originally an avatar that didn't, a part of themselves in the Christos. That is still true. It will do something in frequency to let you see, if you ask telepathically, its level. And if the shadow dancer is in there, that's when you can feel the, but I did this. So it's interesting. It's a little game you can play for recognition purposes. And the idea isn't to go around spotting them. We're not like, plane spotters, butterfly spotters, bird spotters, and, we select spotters. There's going to be so many after May 27th, it's not going to be worth trying. All right, I forget the numbers, I'll know it by the time we're talking about that subject matter. It's in that file over there. But I think it was 20 World War III agenda. So the two sides can fight it out here to decide who's going to get what part of the things that are going to fall. So it helps to know. There'll be a time when you won't even have to look in the eyes. You'll walk by it. You'll know the frequency. And you just send it love and leave it alone. Don't try to fix it. You can't fix it. It can fix itself, maybe. When it gets to that point, it doesn't want to fix itself. No matter how much you'd like it to, let it be. Even if it's your mother, even if it's your child, even if it's your cat. That's what's frightening with some of these changes. because there are going to be people right now that have been together, they're close on a 3D level, we try to love each other, try to be kind with each other, and care about each other. You may know people who have been, have 31% minus. That means they will undergo body snatch fully. They're already partially body snatched. One of the signs is real polarity, where they can be the sweetest, nicest person, like two different people. Do you ever have that where you just, the great friend of mine, or spouse or child, boy, there's this other side that comes out and you just like duck, duck and run, because sometimes they'll be violent, or sometimes they'll be nasty, and just like a whole different personality shift, but then it'll shift back to the nice one. Very often what you're seeing is the shadow dancer and the regular person who's in there. When you have the instance of less than 31% divine blueprint left, after May 27th, 2003, the dancers are going to progressively move in to take the bodies. That's why the part that's still the good part is going to host out. It's as if they are actually dying and going on to their next life, but the body won't die. The other person that was there as a latent comes out sometimes will be more and more there, but it will try to adopt the veneer of the nice one. So it will be very hard at first to tell. And sometimes some of the hardest things to face in these type of transitions on this planet is when somebody you thought you knew was actually two people. And the one that you didn't know well and wouldn't like if you did happens to be the one that got the body. This is where you need freedom from being totally lost in the illusion. Are you in love with the body? Do you love the body, or is it the person you love? Because the person may have left the body and you can now talk with them easier. You may be able to establish communication with them and help them as if they had transitioned. But if you're attached to identifying them as the body, and if you're attached to identifying yourself as the body, you will not be able to do this for other people either. You will cause yourself a lot of pain when you see people's bodies. It's like people are changing clothes right now, and you're hanging on to the clothes and losing track of the person. This is going to be a challenge. I think we'll talk more about it probably in Dance for Joy. But these are some of the things, anyway, this was a tangent, by the way, that have to do with the stairway to heaven. This is our stairway. This is the path of ascension, which gives you mastery, and that means you can come in and out whenever you want to and experience whatever hologram you want to, and eventually the only reason you want to come in is to help other people who got stuck. Because once you know you can create anything or experience anything you want, houses, cars, reality fields, you want to be a planet, you can be one, you want to make a universe, you can create one. Once you realize that, there's not a lot left you want to do. It's like, well, once you got it all, you find you really don't need hardly anything at all. But service, helping others, they don't know yet. They forgot. They don't realize the joy in creation. Service becomes not something you feel obliged to do. It becomes something that you give to yourself, the job of serving others. And that's really what you get once you move up into these spaces. These are the cognitions we're bringing in. Now, this is the stairway to heaven in very quick form. These were all, each of these are shown in the Dance for Love program in big, 8.5 by 11 format, so you can see them more clearly. The little circles are the gates. These little funny shaped things with like funny little numbers in them. These have to do with what are called the locks. All right, the lock systems. The locks that run between the gates, they're actually the points of frequency that separate one density level or one dimensional level from the next. They keep gates separate, they keep dimensions separate, and harmonics separate. When we're working with Vekas and Ekas and scepters and Rushe codes, we're not just using gate codes, which are passage codes, we're using lock codes that allows you to go through the barriers in the reality bubbles. If you have your density 1, dimensions 1, 2, and 3 reality bubble here that we're all in, the next level to expand into would be density 2 and then density 3. These lock codes control the ability to expand our fields, our bodies, and our Merkabas into the next density level. So we are working with the codes that open these little things that are either in squares or in diamond shapes. So when you see these grids, it's more complicated than like just this one that shows you just the 1, 2, 3, the gates. These little things are the locks, and that's what the codes that we're using correspond to. They are the lock codes. Okay, next one. Can we do the phantom thingy, please? We'll get back to that one at some point. It should be before that. It should, yeah. It's one of those little small ones. It has like berms. All right, I just want you to see this diagram here. Again, this one is the bigger one. All of these are like consolidations of bigger graphs that were in the other programs. This shows you, more practically speaking, how that map, the ecomaps of the God-Will gates, coming right down to our 12 star gates and our primal light fields, how they fit into what we already know is out there, what science tells us is out there, and what we have photographs of from the Hubble and stuff now, where we know this is our solar system, all right? We have our sun and Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, all of our solar system. This is our solar system plane, as it would be in density 1. Now, when we get into, it was explained more in the Dance for Love program, it showed how each of these levels, there's what's called a void or a repulsion zone. This is where the locks actually control the voids. They allow you to pass through one void into the next density level up. This thing here, it actually looks like a big three-dimensional teardrop shaped thing, and inside of it you see our they call it our galaxy, we call it our solar system, but it's actually a galaxy because it has its own full Merkaba field, which is this thing here. This set of gates here is that 1 through 12 Cathara grid. It's our 12 universal stargates, and it shows, there's the names of the places, which doesn't matter for what we're going into right now, but it shows the names up in our universe of where they are. You have like gate 12 is in Lyra Aramitana, which is a double-double, all the way down to gate 1, which is in Theta or Trapezium Orion, which is in Orion's sword, and Earth is universal stargate 3. This is why Earth is always a hotbed of activity when it comes to the fallen matrices and stuff. This is how these gates intersect with our system, how they come down. You have gate 1 and 2. Gate 1 is in Orion's belt, actually. Gate 2 is in Epsilon, Eridanus. But when we come into our system, gate 3 is Earth, and gate 4 is the Sun. Now, there are actually 2 suns that are back to back. One we are actually a binary system. This sun that we call our sun out there is called Sol, and its counterpart, which is right through the density barrier, right through the void in density 2, is called Rabizod, and it's called Terra's sun. The planet Terra is Earth's counterpart in density 2. The planet Terra is the planet that we see when we look up in the stars in the Palladian system called Alcyon. All right, so these gates have a direct correlation to what we see out there in outer space. These little gates that come off here would be like another Cathara grid coming off 3 and 4 that form what's called the galactic gate system, another set of 12 gates that run through. All right, so this is how those gate maps plug in to the physicality of what we know is out there in physical terms. There's a lot more that can be explained, but there's a really good coverage of this stuff, I believe, in the Phoenix workshop. I think we cover this pretty well in the Phoenix workshop. So the Phoenix workshop, and as a supplement, the Allentown, Pennsylvania workshop, the last 2 that were given, as far as Dance for Life and Dance for Love, with the supplement of some of the shadow body stuff, they're the best coverage on any of the Dance for stuff that you can get to date. All right, so if anybody wants like more of that detail, it's already given in those particular courses. They are becoming available within the next month or so. I mean, we had to move to England and all sorts of wacky stuff right after those workshops, so there's still, the masters are in production. But they are like, if you ever want to teach this to anybody, those are the 2 that you would use to teach Dance for Life and Dance for Love, because they just came out excellent. I don't know why, but the universe was like really present, the groups were really strong, and the flow was just really excellent, and it worked. So if you want more on all of that, it is covered in those as well. This is simply over here to show you, now that's a star map. You know how in the star chart books, the regular 3D ones that our astronomers do, where they show you the maps of the stars in the northern and the southern hemisphere at different times a year? Well, it just shows you that in one of those maps, you can plug in these gate locations, and it would show you literally when you look up in the sky where they are. Now, depending on what season, it would depend on where they're positioned, because these star maps change with the rotation, of the rotation of the Earth around the Sun and all of that stuff. And it changes with the equinoxes and the other things. What are they called? We have equinoxes and what? Solstices. That's the one. So it just shows that what looks abstract in the ecomaps of the God-Will gates plugs in very tangibly into what's known to be there, and that, which are both of these. This is what, if you were sitting in the Hubble spacecraft, you wouldn't see these, but you would see the galactic plane, that's how it interfaces. You would see these looking from Earth at different times of the year. The star map things, you can plug those right into there. And these would be the locations of where the corresponding planetary stargates plug in on Earth. This is the listing of them, the locations, and we are in England, not in England, we're in France, because Montségur, southern France, is Stargate 12. It has what's called a Q site, which is an activation site, that you have to activate that first before the gate opens, in Kauai, Hawaii. Okay? So all of this information is there to be able, this was all given already, so it was just consolidated for this pack, so we could do things like run through it really quick for things like this. But there's, the detail on this is there. It helps you to kind of anchor the fact of, okay, you're looking at Eka maps, the God World gates. That can look really abstract. But when you see how it plugs in to very, physical things like, regular maps that normal people use, right, in 3D, plugs in. Then when you start to understand how this and the Eka maps plug into your body, and how when you're using Vecca codes, you're using the codes that open the locks between those gate systems on a universal level, but also in your own shields. You start to understand how you plug in to all of this. So it really anchors the understanding of Ascension is not just a lofty concept that's out there you can't define, one of those things that's beyond human definition. I love that excuse, right? Oh, well, if God wanted us to understand, we would. Well, if you try, you might, I'll explain really quickly about the Phantom Matrix. It was a result of what's called the original sin in our time matrix. There was a war that took place with the Elohai Elohim, and a group of them that had fallen and become convoluted and consciousness convoluted. It was 250 billion years ago, long before humans were even created, before the angelic humans. Because of that, there was something called a Phantom Matrix, which means a part of our natural time matrix reversed part of its mathematical coding in its shields, and it was still connected to our 15, our 12, our 12 stargates and our 13, 14, 15 here. This is our time matrix here, right? This is our parallel. If you just look at this line here, coming down, okay, the one that's tilting over this way, PH means phantom, all right? 250 billion years ago, the Phantom Matrix was formed. The Phantom Matrix was a result of decisions that were made by certain groups of the Elohai Elohim that had fallen. They became called the Anu Elohim. They tried to play Masters of the Universe and take over, and they blew up our Stargate 12, which means our connection to the Eka and all of that. They tried to literally take control of the universe here. There were various healing experiments that were tried that failed. But what had happened was this created, it took part of our axis, this is our natural axis for our Cathar grid of stargates, and it shifted it into an unnatural association, but it was still connected to our matrix. It shifted it into this axis. Now, if we were going to draw this, this would be another whole Cathar grid here, okay, that's interfacing at this level, but it would have been too convoluted to see it. Ours is the one where the gates are numbered, and that's our central axis. Over here would be the phantom axis, and that would imply that's its center axis, so you'd have two other pillars on that one too. Now, the Phantom Matrix had beings that were part of our soul groups here, part of our avatar collectives here, that had fallen, that needed healing. They still had the capacity for healing. They had to have their coding brought back out of reversal and back into its natural mathematical sequences, because you need to go out, back up the stairway to heaven on the same mathematical program you came in, or you get stuck in space-time. So, the Phantom Matrix formed a localized black hole in our 15-dimensional universe. And the same thing was occurring also in the parallel. So Phantom expanded between parallel and here. And it had this particular axis affiliation, this one. So this was the parallel one here, and this was the Phantom here. Now, there were several healing experiments made, and I believe it was 150 billion years ago. Is that 150 billion? Yeah. See, this is part of the other part of the stuff I'm going to teach when I teach the beast stuff. But anyway, the Wiesdeck black hole matrix resulted from a group in a whole different set of galactic coordinates. They weren't part of our Vecca system. They weren't even part of our Eka or Akasha system. They were from another set of coordinates. They decided they would they offered to assist re-evolve some of the fallen races from Phantom, and they took them into their matrix through what's called the host matrix. But they messed it up, and they did things that our guys advised them not to. That, like, the founders of our matrix asked them not to do this, that it would go wrong and it would go poorly. And what they ended up doing was creating a mutation of themselves and the fallen races here that was even worse than the fallen races here. And they ended up taking down their whole system into black hole status. Black hole status means the complete shield has been reversed in complete reversal. And that At a certain point, it would be retrievable. After a certain point, it would go into natural implosion or fragmentation, and the energy would go back in fragmented form into the original matrix that it fell out of. It would take its original form back, but the beings would no longer be there. It would be like hitting the restart button on the computer and you lost whatever was in that particular file that you had open. Now, what this group of Weesadex did after they made a mess is they decided they could play with the laws of creation physics. These were avatars too. These were not, little guys. These were, D11, they were originally D12 avatars and higher. They decided they were going to create a perversion of the mathematical code. It was called the Metatronic Code, and it would allow for this particular fallen black hole system to splice mathematically and frequency-wise its gate system, its twisted gate system, into the gate system of Phantom, and from there into the gate system, our gate system, that Phantom fell out of. They created the perversion called the Metatronic Code, which is a base 8, meaning 8 sub-frequency bands in each dimension instead of 12, reversed, meaning all of its fire letters or its mathematical programs for each dimension are running in reverse. A base 8 reverse creation system. Now, in this creation system, it is a finite system. It's a system that must feed off other systems in order to sustain, because it can't run the primal life force currents from the natural structure of the stairway to heaven. It is cut off at D11.5, so it cannot run D12 Christus frequency, which means it cannot plug into anything above D12. It can't plug into the Eka. It cannot get its natural circulation of energy. It can, however, on the lower dimensions of a natural matrix, plug in, force itself to plug in through what are called wormholes into the structure of the fabric of space-time in a natural system and feed progressively, suck the energy off it and the consciousness. Now, this is what's been taking place in our particular universal matrix. What we're in the middle of is not an Earth problem. It's not just Earth. It's every one of the planets, stars, galaxies in our particular 15-dimensional universal system and the parallel. Both are affected. What the objective of the Weesadek group is to pull our entire 15-dimensional system and its parallel into their black hole system under full Metatronic coding, because it would give them many, many, many more eons of artificially sustained evolution. They are like electronic holograms. They have created themselves into a form of electronic dead. I mean, they're biologically not living, but they can sustain a holographic image that appears to be alive, and is fixed at a certain age frame, usually the age frame that they snatch the body, because they snatch bodies from over here. They take the imprint of that body energetically, and they manifest that body, and then they run around with bodies, because really they were like consciousness that semi-blew itself apart and found something to attach to, like a ghost, and decided it would take on that form. So it had its own form, so it could go and have a life. There's a whole history as far as attempts made to help the Weesadex before they made this decision to go Metatronic. Because once Metatronic means it took the natural mathematical structure of a natural matrix, and it took the distorted, chaotically arranged, twisted reverse structure of the Weesadek matrix, cut out a piece of both of them, stuck those two cut out pieces together, and artificially forced an electromagnetic fusion between the pieces, which changed each of those pieces into something other than what they were. That bond can't be separated. It will implode before either piece. So you can't separate a Metatronically bonded thing. It's template, so the Metatronic part can go back to Weesadek and the other part can go. You can't, once the thing is fully, if there's like less than 31% left, the most you can do is the part that's like 31 or less that's still holding its original imprint, that part can go. But anything that's fully entered the Metatronic bond, that is fully fused, it became something else already. It isn't the original energy signature that it was, and neither is the Weesadek thing that attached to it. That is irretrievable. The only way to get out of that is to go back to restart, which means the template fragments. It has to implode, where each piece will release its energy and it will go back to where it originally came from. If a being is having that problem, or a planet, it means the planet or the being would implode from the inside out, the template would shatter, and the consciousness would then separate. There is a way to not fix a Metatronic bond, but if there's anything left that hasn't been fully absorbed by the bond in a 30% or less body or a planetary body, is to run the Amareya and the Eros arcs from the highest level, from the Scepters level, and then later from the Ruche level, which is even higher, the highest level of the God worlds. It will allow the natural separation while the body form still exists. And it will allow the form to sustain instead of the form imploding so the consciousness could be set free. It allows the consciousness to be set free while holding the form integrity and imprint of it on both sides. That's what we're in the middle of. We're in the middle of this amazing feat of physics on a massive cosmic interdimensional level, whereby this separation, not of a metatronic bond, but of portions of things that are almost integrated into metatronic bond, but not fully, can be set free, and that which is already metatronic can be set free from the other, because while they're stuck together, if the D12 frequencies and higher of the healing, the Amareya arcs and things that are coming through into this planet, hit a pattern that's locked into that, the part's good, but it's not good enough to go higher, and the other part's twisted, but it's going to be held up by the part that's not good enough to go higher, not high enough frequency to go higher. If they're not split, they'll both implode. So we're in the process of this very gentle, almost like laser surgery separation, that will allow the integrity of the worlds on this side and the people in them, and the worlds on that side, to both sustain, while the separation of consciousness that would usually have to be done through implosion of the form, where the consciousness fragmented was set free, where that doesn't have to happen, where the separation can come naturally. They will still evolve on their side, we'll still evolve on our side. The only difference is their evolution is still finite. They can't be pulled out. Eventually they will have to implode within their own matrix, but they won't take our matrix with them. We'll be able to go back up the stairway to heaven, where we will still be an ascension system, where their black hole system, once they originally, ages ago, put in the Metatronic coding, it stopped it from being an ascension system. So they will have a few billion years of evolution to experience that type of reality. That type of reality has creator gods, who are, the hierarchy of the creator gods, that kind of thing, where you have mostly male. There's a few female ones running around there too. There's a lot of war, there's polarity conflict, because they're always fighting with each other who's going to control what energy, because their whole system is built on a limited supply, because the only way they can get supply is stealing it from other living systems. So, we're dealing with this black hole group that was created from trying to help what fell from our matrix. The phantom matrix was bad enough, but was kept open. It was a black hole, but it was kept open in our matrix because it could be integrated. It didn't have any foreign coding. It still had, but just in reverse form, the natural mathematical coding from this system. That meant it could be turned back around and reassimilated back in to this system, so it could be healed. And there was an agreement made 250 billion years ago when Phantom fell that it would be left open either until it was all healed and everything that had fallen was pulled back in and realigned with its own divine blueprint, or until it got so large that it threatened to pull in the natural matrix here. We reached that point in 22,326 BC in Earth time, and since that time there has been a plan. It was a mandatory plan. It was set 250 billion years ago that when critical mass was reached, the phantom matrix had to be closed, regardless of who was on that side or what was on that side, so it didn't take the whole thing down. Now, if you add the Wysadek mess to that, which is the Metatronic code, that this is why the Metatronic bond between the Wysadek black hole and what had been our black hole. This is why our black hole reached critical mass and we weren't able to heal it. It was because that other matrix spliced itself in and has been feeding off of us ever since and off of Phantom. This all has a huge amount to do, not only with, where's the black hole, but with what's happening to our bodies. Because in a minute we're going to go into a very rapid thing on bodies. Our radio body, where our astral body fits into that, and where our Eros flame body, where our Amareya flame body fits, and where our shadow body fits. Now we have a shadow body that's connected to the grids of Phantom and Wysadek. The Wysadek part holds the Metatronic codes right in our shields, just like the planetary shields have it. This is the part that's meant to totally put us into what's called monadic reversal, which means it will reverse the mathematical coding on our full shield, rip our shield off at the D11.5 level, and drag from D11.5 down into the Wysadek black hole. This is what we are being given the flame body technologies now to override and clear, because without activation of the flame bodies, we can't generate enough frequency to sever the shadow dancers, which are the Wysadeks that hold on to us through our shadow. We can't heal our shadow until we sever the cord of the Wysadek that's holding the shadow in stasis, where it can't be integrated. And then we have to bring back our shadow self. So this is what the technologies are about. In relation to the maps, that's our universal Vecca, that's the parallel 12-dimensional system with the 12 stargates, our 12 stargates universal level. This is the angle that the phantom matrix interfaces here. This is the parallel phantom. And this here, axis, this axis here, is the Wiesedeck black hole interface. There we go. Just make mine. There we go. So this particular diagram simply shows you where our natural 12-dimensional stargates are in our universal system, where the axes, which is the central axis of those gate systems, of the fallen systems, are interfacing with us. We'll get into tomorrow, I think it is, in the afternoon. When we talk about the 666, we'll show you it's the 666 gate interface connection that takes place up here in this jumble of a mess. Remember, we had our solar system, right? And we had our gate system running down on the universal gates, and we had our galactic gates. Well, this X here are those other two axes. This is where we have this one, which is the Wiesedeck gate interface into our system and into our galaxy, and this one over here is the phantom interface. What is happening in our time period is they are all coming together. And what the Wiesedecks had intended was to use the pull of their thrust and phantom thrust going in one direction to literally override the natural momentum of our axis and pull our axis into the Wiesedeck alignment and phantom with it. This is what is not going to happen now, but this was the United Intruder Resistance Plan, and this is a very old plan, as we'll learn in the Beast Workshop, but we're not going to do that now, the part where we talk about the Beast. Just wanted you to see what the black hole system has to do with us. There's a 666 gate lineup, 6 Wiesedeck gate, 6 phantom gate, and our 6 gate, universal gate. Universal gate 6 here is Cirrus B. All right, so it's running through that connection. That is the actual sign of the Beast. We'll talk more about the technicals of what the Beast was intended to do and what's going to be done so it doesn't do quite what it was intended to do now that we have a little leverage because of the Treaty of Loving Mercy. Because once the Beast was set in motion and it was beginning to let loose, the URI found that it was going to wipe out their black hole too because they released it early. So these diagrams here show you more about the Beast setup, and we'll go into that when tomorrow. But over here, this is again showing, remember the little bubbles within bubbles of energy? This is this is the Akasha A map. This is our, I believe, Akasha A. This would be our Akasha, and this is our little Vecca down here. That's us. Now over here in the whole Akasha A map, now remember that's the top level of the God Worlds map, right? Over here is where the Wiesedeck matrix is from. They're completely in a whole different, spectra. They call it, spectra. Whole different spectra of the Akasha A. They're way over here. But what they did was interface their system, black hole, through a wormhole connection, which is an artificially created mathematical anomaly that manifests as an electromagnetic anomaly. It makes a hole between one system and another. And they interfaced. This is called the Path of Arimathea wormhole. And it is through that wormhole that they're able to sustain this whole mechanism that is called the Beast that we'll talk about. This is the black hole that I've been talking about. And this is what it does in simple terms. Down here, you see, this is density 1 in our system, dimensions 1, 2, and 3. This is density 2, dimensions 4, 5, and 6. It's only showing you 2 density levels, but this pattern goes all the way up to the 11.5. This shows our system here. This shows the phantom matrix, which is in the middle, and this shows the Wiesedeck matrix. There's a natural structure to these circles, which are called radial bodies. They're light-sound bodies that are around everything manifest. A universe has them, a galaxy has them, a personal body has them, an ant's personal body has them. The radial bodies have a certain structure, but because of the implants that are used to sustain the Beast, that are put in planetary cores and star cores, that manifest within the templates of every life form that manifests in those systems, because of those, there's a distortion in the radial body. That distortion is called the net. It was brought to Earth in 25,500 BC during an episode called Lucifer Rebellion. Lucifer was a code name for the Tothi and Anunnaki groups from Nibiru. Now, during Lucifer Rebellion, an apparatus was put into Earth's shields, a physical apparatus that has to do with crystalline microchip technology. It was called the Nibiruan Dyadic Crystal Grid. And what this particular crystalline grid, or set of crystals that were coded to run frequencies from the black hole system, what it did was create the net, which is the Nibiruan electrostatic transduction field, which is literally like an interface jamming frequency that blocks the natural flow of interdimensional currents into the planetary shields on this planet. It has put us in quarantine on this planet, where you can't receive information from anything up high, because it blocked it out, plugged it into the broadcasting station, or frequency broadcasting station, of the black hole systems. This is why for the past 25,000 years, you don't hear hardly any guardian voices speaking. You hear lots of angels of all sorts, lots of hierarchical, dominating God figures. They're coming from the Wisdek or the Phantom, or both, black hole systems, and they're run. This is all an electronic crystalline technology. And like even now, our scientists are aware that there's a very strong connection between crystals and crystalline matter forms, and how they can be used to run and direct and move physical energy, electrical energy, electromagnetic force. So this net is something that manifests not only on the planet. This net is actually around each density level in the radio bodies of each density level of our 15-dimensional time matrix. There are 5 density levels here. It's around 4 of them, 4 of the 5. It goes up to D11.5, which is density 4, dimension 10, 11, and 12. It stops at 11.5, dimension 11.5, which is halfway into D12. Right? So this is a big problem. This is a universal problem here, not just a little one. And what it does is manifest directly in us as well. We have something called a radio body. Now we have an auric field that we've talked about before in Cathara anatomy and all that stuff. We have our auric field levels. 3 levels of the auric field form what's called a Huva body, a light sound body. Level of the skin is called your density 1 radio body. Each density level, 3-dimensional level, has a radio body skin and then a Huva body, light sound body, energy field around it, emanating from and through the physical form. It's actually what holds the physical form together. Those radio body structures and the forms within them, circular forms of energy within them, they're kind of like egg-shaped, are formed by the spin of the Merkaba fields that we've talked about in Dance for Life and Dance for Love. So when it comes down to the net, we have a radio body distortion happening. Literally the skin, which is the programming aspect for all of the bodies within it, has been twisted and plugged in to the black hole system. And we've been progressively, our races and every life form on this planet has literally been having this distortion, and the distortion has built and grown stronger through the Metatronic implant since 25,500 BC. This is where we start to understand where our shadow body exists. Ooh, that's a strange sound. Okay, now let's go to the astral body diagram, please. An artist at work here. Sector 12 code coming in. It's beautiful. Sounds astral body? No, the big round one. Yeah. The other one? Yeah. All right. Now we're getting close to where it'll make sense to do the exercises very soon. All right. This diagram shows, on the personal level, density 1, density 2, dimension 1, 2, and 3, dimension 4, 5, and 6. These are, remember I said you had your Huva bodies, which is your 3-dimensional light sound body, which corresponds to dimension 1, dimension 2, and dimension 3 in one density. So down there, down here, you would have your inner auric field levels, which would be your Huva body levels for density 1. Then around those 3, you would have the radio body. The radio body is naturally supposed to have a very specific structure. It's called the trion-miage field. Trion refers to light, miage refers to sound. Now those words come from things that are called ionic particulates, which are before we have particles, there are things that are the units or the building blocks of energy forms. And trions are one type, and migens are another type. Now, they carry the energy of what's called particae or particum, or particae. This goes back into original Cathara healing stuff, and even in Dance for Life and Love, so this is talked about. So when we talk about the trion-miage field, you can think of it as simply the light, trion, sound, miage, body. The way it's supposed to be structured in its natural sense is you would have your Huva bodies, or your 3-dimensional bodies. You have your D1 body, which is your subatomic body, okay? You would have your D2, which is called your elemental, or your like molecular elements in the body, elemental emotional body. That's where what we call emotion comes from. Here you have D3, what's called your mental body, or your egotistical mind focus. This is the structure of your, three-dimensional, down in this density level, aspects of self. Every three-dimensional level of self has an atomic structure, an elemental emotional body, and a mental body structure. Now, that's the Hoover body levels. Around that, there's this area of living energy and life force that comes through from the D12 imprint, but it's polarized until you activate the shields fully. This is called the Eros level. Now the Eros is D5 and D7 frequency that is in just natural D5 and D7 frequency that is polarized. When you combine D5 and D7 frequency, you get, what's 5 and 7? Right. So if you depolarize this field, it literally turns into your Christos field of liquid light. And it's meant to do that in stages, where if your body would grow up normally, by about age 44, you'd have your full Eros level activated here, and what that would create is the first level of the flame body, called the Eros flame. All right? But for now, it stays polarized until the body grows to that level. Outside of that, you would have the Miage field, which is the sound field. Then outside, the next level out, you have the Trion field, the light field. And outside that, you have something called the Rayon field. The Rayon field is the void field. It's a type of particles, or particulates. Each one of those, trions, Miage, and Rayons, they're carriers of what are called the God force energies, Manu, the Mane, and the Ire. The sound fields carry the Ire. So the Miage field is the carrier of the Ire. The Trion field is the carrier of the Mane, divine masculine and feminine, and divine unity point, or the divine spirit, is the Manu. And that is the combination of those two. Rayons carry that, so the outer level of the field, the void field, carries that. So when we're talking about the void codes, or the lock codes that control the opening and closing of the void, we're talking about this outer field of being able to open and close the energy between this set of radial body levels and the next set and the next set. Building the flame body has to do with opening these to these, and then opening these to the next level up, and progressively opening and expanding. And as you do that, your density 1 body, dimension 1, 2, and 3 body, merges with your density 2 body, and you're able to pass through density 1, 2 stargates. You progressively do that as you expand, and you get mastery over all levels of consciousness. You're able to get them into body, and you're able to take your body through the gate systems progressively. So it's an expansion back into your original flame body form. So flame body is the next level out after you deal with radial body. When you deal with what they usually call light body, the light body teachings, when they're done by themselves, are usually Metatronic teachings, even if they don't use that word in them. They teach a 4-body system primarily, sometimes a 7-body system. They're teaching you how to skip to Malu right over into the Phantom Matrix, and then down into Wistek from there. The people who are teaching them don't realize that. But what they're not teaching you is radial body structure. Right in here, there's a distortion that we're going to show in a second, where that net manifests in our fields, and what it does to what's called our astral body. Now our astral body, where the heck is that with all these bodies running around? What is our astral body? Well, we know it's a D4 body, we've taught that. It's the 4th dimensional body. D4 is called the astral plane. Now to see the astral plane as solid, D4, which is the atomic plane of density 2, is solid, you have to be in D5 consciousness, because you see as solid directly what is directly 1-dimensional band below your station of consciousness. So you have to have 5th strand activation, right, to actually be fully in your astral body, where you knew yourself as physically walking around in the D4 astral plane in density 2. The astral body, now eventually you'll be able to take your whole physical body with you if your templates were working the proper way. You wouldn't just have to project, but sometimes it's easier to just project. What the astral body is supposed to do, it's a part of the consciousness that chooses to take on an imprint. It takes on Mijans, Trions, and Rayons, and it creates an electromagnetic imprint holding the exact pattern of the physical body. And then it's able to take that pattern and move it through the locks that go from one density to the next, and project up into first D4 with strand 4 activation, where it sees the mental plane as solid, and then in 5th strand activation it projects up into D5, where it can see D4 as solid. That's what the natural astral body is supposed to be. It has a capsule around it, its own little radial body. It literally takes an imprint using the materials of the radial body to project the consciousness, give the consciousness here a vessel to travel in that looks just like it here. After a while, you realize you can turn your astral body in any shape you want it. You don't just have to hold the pattern, but the first thing is like learning to master it, where you're not like hanging upside down like a bat on your ceiling because you can't figure out how to get the feet down and the head up. There's all sorts of wild things that happen with astral body training. And it wouldn't be so hard if it wasn't for the distortion factor that we're dealing with right now, that's in our DNA template and manifests in the fields. But what the astral body does is connected here, right below the navel, at a part called the Iumbi point. The Iumbi point becomes important in activating what is called the Eros flame body, which is depolarizing this level here to create what's called the silver sanctum. It's the Christos frequency, literally forming a capsule around your body that amplifies the rest of your frequency and allows the opening of these seals. The seals that block density 2 and density 1 from each other, which means when you begin activation of the first level of the flame body, which would be the Eros level of density 1, it allows the beginning of the opening of these bodies into this. It allows the beginning of the ascension process. There's another level called the Amareya flame body that we'll show you in a minute. I just want you to understand that these circles are your radial bodies, your density 1 radial body, density 2, you have a density 3-1, a density 4-1, a density 5-1, and that's just in our 15-dimensional universe. Then you have ones in the Eka worlds, and then in the Akasha worlds, and the Akasha Aya worlds, and the Akasha A worlds, and Akasha Aya worlds. So you have sets of these going all the way up. Let's worry about these first. Deal with these first. Once you master those, we'll go on to the next level. This is what the technologies we're using right now are doing. All right, the flame activations are beginning the process of creating first the Eros flame body, and then there's the larger flame body that brings these two, the first two density levels together. That's the Amareya flame body. There's an expansion of the Amareya flame body that takes the next density in and expands that, and then the next one in, which means that would be a full avatar body in this particular matrix. So you'd have 12 dimensions of consciousness online in the shields and in the body. That's the first stage in activating the eternal flame body. Okay, let's go. And once this book is done, it'll be interesting, because like I said, the reason we didn't give this to you is there's too much reformatting that needs to be done anyway. And we would have told you, like, they throw it out because what you're supposed to be seeing is now available. Yeah. So it wasn't worth it for either side. Can we do the next one left, please? So real quickly, the Eros flame and the Amareya flame, and then the problem we're fixing in our bodies. All right, this one is the flame of Eros. Now, the flame of Eros, remember we had the circles like this down here in density 1? Well, when the flame of Eros activates through activating a point right here that connects to this particular shield, I won't even go into the shields, that was part of Dance for Life, and you should know what shields are. But there's a little point that activates a little flame in there, a little frequency receiver, and that's the Iumbi point. Once the Iumbi flame activates, it opens up this tunnel. This tunnel of frequency was originally what the consciousness used to get itself into fetal integration, into the physical body form, when you were born into a physical body form, but not at birth. It usually happens a little bit before birth, but not at conception. So what you're learning to do is reopen this so you can begin to become astral, functional, and able, because it reopens this. After you come in to fetal integration, when you're integrating into a baby body in your mother's stomach, this opens temporarily, allows you to anchor at that point by coming through the crown chakra and anchoring in that point, and then this closes, a seal closes down here, which literally seals your three-dimensional levels of consciousness off here, and your soul body is up here, and then your oversoul body up on the other level. When you begin activating the flames, you're opening these seals, opening those tunnels. There's also the tunnel you see in the near-death experience. When you're going through the dark tunnel, it looks like you're going through the dark tunnel when you pass through the Ryan field void. That's what the dark tunnel is. And the light at the end of the tunnel is when you come out to the other side, which is when you start to see D4 and D5 frequency, the light fields that are coming in as you're moving through the trion field of the density 2 radial body. So we're opening this cord and that area that was polarized, D5 and D7 frequency down here, the Eros field, we're expanding it to become the Christos field, or the Eros flame, turning it back into D12 pre-matter liquid light, pale silver liquid light. And it creates a flame-shaped thing on the body. Now, before that, you have egg-shaped hula bodies, right? They're egg-shaped, but they don't have that little dip on top, as if somebody's pulling the top of the egg up. That comes from the opening of that seal, where now you're online with the next level up. So that little opening, the top of the Akasha, the God seed, is what allows frequency to flow from the highest levels on down to the lowest, from one density level to another. The light bodies the artificially created light bodies that the Phantom and WISDEC races use are usually round because of the distortions in their mathematics and the fact that they don't have that type of opening. They cannot receive the primal life force currents in the natural structure. So they will usually use a round, completely round light body form all the way up. Like flame bodies, they don't do flame bodies in that sense. Because the flame body is the Akasha body, that Akasha shape, that's a teardrop shape, that implies the opening of the seals here that allows for passage of consciousness and merging of consciousness between the levels, the dimensionalized levels of creation, within the self or a planet or a galaxy. So the first level of activation will do this, activating the Eros flame. It will be in the process of polarizing, or depolarizing the polarized level of frequency of the Eros, that is the inside level of the skin of your radial body, which is the thing that surrounds your mental body. Consider a skin around your mental body. That's the next level. And that's the first level of moving into your radial body, which is the bigger, like the full skin that's around your density 1 body. It also gives you huge protection from whatever frequencies it will transmute. It's giving you a buffer of D12 frequency hanging out all around your field and running through your field. And it will begin the permanent sustaining of the Maharic seal. Now, once you activate the next level, which is called the Amareya flame around the body, then it will sustain the Maharic seal completely. This is the beginning of self-sustaining Maharic seal, where it's internally directed. You don't have to keep setting it over and over and over to keep it active. The next level of activation, the Amareya flame activations, and there's like a series of, I think, 3 for this one and 4 for the other, like the exercises that we do, they each represent a level of activating first the Eros flame and then the Amareya flame in the body. These are only the beginnings of flame body activation, by the way. You don't flame body, but when we get through up to technique 8 and then like 13 and 14 tomorrow, that is enough to get you through this lifetime well. If you want to go further with that, we'll give you the understanding of what further would mean. But I think the Guardian races would be very thrilled if even 2,000 people could actually get to the point where they activated even the full flame, the full Eros flame, the full Eros and Amareya flame. Because even though that's just in our 15-dimensional system, it's not going into the God worlds yet, it would be enough to begin triggering at least the Eros flame activation in everybody on the planet. Yeah, that just fell out of my head, thank you. So 2,000. Okay, somebody make note of that because I'll forget that. When they come through spontaneous like that, it's like, they go right out. You get it, and then I forget it. Okay, about 2,000, it would take about 2,000 people to activate just to the level of, to technique 14, let's say, to create at least this level of the Eros flame protection field for everything on the planet. All right. And Ma says that's not likely, so to get that many to do, to activate that level. That's why they're giving us an even higher level, because it will take fewer to do a similar thing. Yeah, so all right. So part of what we're doing is that we're going to, and the Guardians are going to help. We're going to help the Guardians activate at a minimum the Eros flame around the planetary body itself to help it sustain through the changes that it's going through. Okay, thank you. All right, now I'll show you the next level. The next one, please. The next level I'm talking about is the activation of the Amareya flame. The Amareya flame, when it appears, is depolarization of the next levels. Notice that the round radial bodies on density 2, remember they disappeared and transmuted to become the Eros flame on density 1 with the first Eros activations. With these, the density 2 Eros also activates, blends with the density 1 Eros to form a huge 2-density level Eros flame, and around that forms the Amareya flame in density 1. The Amareya flame is the combining of the Trion and Miage field of the light and sound body and turning it back into what's called the crystal body field or the Rayon field. All right, so it transmutes, and what it looks like when you combine the Trion Miage field of one density level of the radial body, it looks like an emerald blue-green color. It's the emerald flame. They call it the emerald flame. That's where we get emerald order and all that kind of stuff. It has to do with the emerald flame. Now, there's a whole bunch of technicals. We could read to you, but we don't really need to at this point. It will be in the final text of this, and it might even be posted at this point. I think that might have got posted with some of it, that explains in technical terms, the Eros activation does this, and it moves this here, and it does this here, and this is, one of those that I could take another hour for each level of activation to explain. Basically what this one will do is it opens two cords. There's a point here that's in the, what's that, thyroid? Thymus. I always have my thyroid and my thymus twisted. The thymus gland. That's called the azure point. It's a similar structure of frequency, crystalline frequency, just like the Yumi point is, but it's at the next level up. It's also known as the throne of power. And the embodied Kathara grid, right, the Kathara grid in the body, the azure point is the central point of the entire Kathara, which would be the lock that exists between Kathara Center 6, or Stargate 6, and Kathara Center 7. So it's right here, and you have Kathara Center 6 over in this shoulder, Kathara Center 7 over in this one. So it's right in here. And it is the central point. It is an extremely important point because it is the point where the Amareya flame from the inner Eka universes can come down through our universal Stargate and galactic Stargate system into our planetary Stargate system and into our personal embodied Stargate system, which is the embodied Kathara grid. So when we begin to activate this, we are literally creating a 2-density level flame body. What this does is transmute the barriers between the levels in the auric field. So dimension 1, 2, and 3 are usually separate from each other. Then there's a big barrier between dimension 4, 5, and 6 in the field. It begins to transmute those into the flame body field. So it will get good at some point, probably not this workshop, but maybe by the end of Dance for Joy, we'll learn how to have some fun by being able to just check out the scenery and just watch people, not necessarily people that are in the workshops with us, but look at our own fields and see what the changes are, what levels are transmuting, and then look at other people just passing by and look at animals and plants to see what their fields are doing, because we can learn a whole lot. You can see all of this once you get the inner sight turned on, even if it's see field, where you don't really see it, but you see it. You know, it's like it's still black, but you know you see it. You can see the levels and things. You can actually see these levels. You can also see one who is fully possessed in what's called Metatronic. So there's a lot of things we can have fun with later, but right now it's getting the activations done and getting strong so we can have fun later. So we don't end up in a black hole. So you will open up another cord. This is technically the cord that was used to get you into your density 2 body, and then you downstep that into density 1. So you're opening density 1 and density 2 into each other. By the time, this is just showing you 2 density levels of it. By the time we get through with all of the techniques, it will take us up to a 4 density level Amareya flame, which means you not only have these barriers opened and merged with each other and the flame around here, you'd have the flame going up density 3 and density 4, which activates other centers. Another one in the pineal, and I think, where's the other one? We didn't get into that one yet. Yeah, and the other one that would be up above the head. So there are other flames that, the higher, the more expansion you get dimensionally in the Amareya flame, the more seals are releasing between dimensions and densities, and the more frequency of your avatar consciousness you're bringing in. All of this corresponds to more of your shields activating, more of your Maharic shield, more of your DNA. Now, the problem we're going to fix. Now, the reason we need to do this now is because we have a problem since 25,500 BC that's been hanging us up just a little, and it's called the net in our field. In order to override the power of the frequency in the net, we need to activate at least to density 4 Amareya flame. That's how strong these Metatronic implants are. That, the planetary, galactic, and universal, but that even the ones in our body, they are so strong that you need to run higher than the 11.5 reverse current. You have to hit it with something even higher. A regular Maharic seal wouldn't even be enough, because part of 11.5 implies part of D12. It could at least run, so it can turn around part of D12 current alone. The Metatronic seals are worse than what we've taught in some of the other things about the Jehovian seals and things. These look like kindergarten compared to the Metatronic seals. And the Metatronic thing, if you get fully Metatronic, it is permanent. You can't pull your template out of it. There's no way to separate them without fragmenting both. So what this does, the Metatronic seals and implants in the DNA template and they're literally in our Maharic shield. Our Maharic shield holds our entire 12-dimensional template. They are literally manifesting in the Maharic shield. They have to be cleared, and you have to go above the Maharic shield to do that. You have to go into what's called the Rishaic shield, which is the primal light field, and what's called the Aeonic shield, which is the one that corresponds to the Eka and the God worlds up above it. So we are going to be activating these higher levels of frequency to bring the subharmonics of these higher spaces and their electronic coding down in to be able to clear before they activate the Metatronic implants in the body. The next one. the net. Here again is our density 1 body. We're supposed to have the natural structure of the Eros field, the Miage field, the Trion field, and the Rayon field. That was a natural radio body structure. What these implants do, and they've been partially activated progressively since 25,500 BC, partially. They haven't been fully activated. That's what they're trying to do right now, the final going in for the kill on a planetary level. All right. What they do is they create an electrostatic field that's unnatural between the Eros and the rest of the radio body. Whoa. Rest of the radio body. And they reverse part of the radio body structure, where it's supposed to be the sound field on the inside, the light field on the outside, and the rayon field outside of that. They reverse it, where you end up with, with the Miage field, the energy sucking or contracting field on the outside, the light field on the inside. This allows them to use the field to actually suck energy from the system around it, where it's supposed to transmit energy through. It actually sucks energy from it. Now, they've got it where planets do this, galaxies do this, universes over here do this. This is a big beast. This Metatronic implant system, known as the Beast, is a big issue here. It's been going on for, long before humans were created. This mess was started. So what it does to us personally is it creates that same net, Nibiruan electrostatic transduction field, which is an electrostatic field, a stasis field, that stops the energy flow, the natural energy flow that would occur between the density levels. You get a partial energy flow, 1/3 energy flow natural, 2/3 reversed. It means 2/3 of our Merkabas are reversed, 2/3 of our DNA template coding is reversed, which means the chemicals realign with each other in reverse to create other chemicals that were never meant to be there in the first place. This is where our bodies die. They weren't meant to. We were supposed to be in eternal life type form. What it also does is it creates what's called a shadow body. It's the portion of your shields that holds the imprint of your body, but has 2/3 of your energy running in reverse. This is where we get the duality of consciousness all the time. I'm going to go here. No, you're going to go there. No, I'm going to go here, but this is good for me. No, that's good for you. Where you're constantly like, what do I do? The angel and the devil on the shoulder concept. The shadow body is the template that what's called the shadow dancer, which is the Wisdek, that was never part of your body in the first place, never part of your soul group, never part of your incarnation, wasn't even part of your matrix, your unit of the radio body. And what it creates is chemical distortion in the DNA, where the DNA isn't programming right, it isn't manifesting correctly. That chemically blocks our ability to have the rest of our consciousness naturally flowing here. So what we're doing as we heal this is restoring ourselves biochemically as well as restoring ourselves bioenergetically. Density 1 and integrate density 2, which means we'll be stuck in density 1 incarnational cycles, which is not a pleasant thing to be under conditions like we're under right now. So the shadow needs to be healed. The shadow is interesting because what it does when you go to sleep in the dream state, what occurs is where your natural astral body, where this should have activated, your tube activated, the seal's open, and you go out and run around in your astral body, it creates the implants that create the shadow, create a fragmentation where part goes into, you get an astral imprint that's reversed. So it's like an astral shadow. And then you get a part stuck in the D3 mental body framework. This is where you get those fragmented dreams from. Where, I dream weird kind of stuff, this processing, I guess, from the day, whatever. You get little fragments of incarnational things floating by and you can't figure out what the heck they are. This is why you get lost when you go to sleep. Going to sleep used to be, you would shift consciousness to another space, fully know what you did, and fully bring it back with memory. When you shift it back into the body, it was all conscious. This is what creates sleep. This is what creates REM, rapid eye movement sleep, that is not a natural level of consciousness. That is something that biochemically occurs because we get split in half when we're supposed to go astral. Our astral body doesn't get to go astral. It doesn't go into density 2. It gets pulled through the void and down through the path of Arimathea coding, into the phantom matrix. Now, it's on its way into the Wisdek matrix. Some of them actually get pulled all the way into Wisdek and then sent back. But most of them get sent into phantom. They pick up more reverse coding from the phantom atmosphere, come back in, merge again with the part that got stuck over in the mental body, bring it back, come back in, your consciousness comes back into body, and you're like, where am I? And if you have had astral experiences, very often they're phantom. What you're experiencing actually is a tour in phantom rather than a tour in the astral plane. But if you don't know the differences between the places, it's all the same to you. You know what I mean? A lot of the astral body courses that are out there right now are teaching you how to consciously get yourself into phantom because they don't know the difference between what a natural astral projection is, what the real astral body is, and what the phantom shadow body is. Now, when we heal the shadow, these two come back together, these things open up naturally and form the natural connections between the densities through which we can have natural astral experience, which eventually leads to bilocation, which eventually leads to biological ascension, the ability to move between space-time frames. All right, so we're going to heal this. What this is connected to, see these cords here? This is a rough drawing of a cord. Now, here we have the implants. They call the 4 black hearts of Metatron implants. They manifest in the body in these ways, but they manifest up each density. There's one in each density. If you look at the embodied Kathara grid, that corresponds to the density 1 body, density 2 body, density 3 body, and density 4 body. This affects your soul, your oversoul, and your avatar self, not just yourself down here. We are all, that's why all of those parts of you are helping you to heal this, because it's the whole self needs to heal this problem. The 4 of them manifest in the body on each level, each of the 4 levels of the body, and they direct the flow of energy. They split in half the consciousness when it goes astral, and they allow through the part that goes phantom, which is the phantom shadow body. They allow the Wesedex in their matrix to use the Arimathea wormhole to directly connect into the phantom body or your shadow body and draw energy directly from you on each level. This is what also allows them to push their consciousness through that same tube, come in to possess your shadow, and what they're trying to do now is to take over the bodies that are here. That's how they do full body possession, where they literally, as conscious energy, push themselves as light sound patterns through the tubes, through the shadow body, into you. And since the shadow body is holding 2/3 of the energy right now because of the implants, and we're holding in the natural state, in the Christos imprint, only 1/3, that makes it a pretty formidable adversary. That's why possession happens now. I mean, it's kind of funny that they conveniently taught us. They helped to cultivate science here, you know. They helped to teach us that possession was just old wives' tale stuff. Nothing like that really happens, just like they taught us that consciousness was a byproduct of chemical firing in the brain, and it would be gone after the brain was gone. All the science teachings have been catered to get us to the point where we wouldn't be able to understand, or if somebody showed us, we'd laugh at it, and we'd say it was fiction. So we wouldn't fix it, because the fixing isn't that hard. The fixing is activating the flame bodies. That's why these teachings were banned since 25,500. There have been people burned at the stake. There have been people literally heads cut off. I mean, all sorts of stuff for teaching this stuff. We've been the heretics of the fallen gods. That's what the Azarites have been for a very long time. Because we taught the truth, and no matter what you did to us or tried to threaten us with, and no matter what you took away now, we always trusted the truth and the balance of the universe, and we would not compromise. We would speak our truth, or we'd be quiet, but if you forced us, we would not speak a lie and defend a teaching that stood in opposition to what we knew the truth to be. And we paid for it over and over and over again, but we knew there'd come a time when we could speak freely. We might get frowned at and scowled at and stuff, but at least they're not shooting us and hanging us and doing worse things. Burning us at the stake was the big one. Now, we're going to go to a place where one of those instances took place when we go to Montsegur. It was about this, and it was about something called the CDD plates and shields, which are physical devices that hold this knowledge, but are also manual transmission devices for the Amaraya frequencies. We're going to be activating, the guardian groups are activating the 12 shields and 12 CDD plates. So we'll talk about that when we get more into the mass drama and what's happening now. They are the manual override devices on the stargates that give the inner Eka races manual control on the gates so they can balance the grids when the Amaraya arcs come through. But our job here, the indigo job on the planet, has always been, in crisis times, if they had to activate the shields and the plates, that we would put in the security release codes on those, because if we don't, they won't activate, and that means the place would go into pole shift as a protective device. That meant that only the other guys had the planet and they were going to take it down. So literally, if we don't activate the shields and things, all we do is show up. We have it in our DNA. The codes are in our DNA. We show up We activate our flame bodies, and it just runs the security release codes, and it allows for the process of the shields and the CDD plates to activate, and that allows for the gates in the inner echo worlds to fully open into our gates, which gives us the stability so we don't fall and go black hole status. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Back to this body. One more diagram, I think, and we are on technique. Might be 2. This again is just showing you density 1 and density 2. Remember, it goes up 4 densities. We call it the sleepers, the shadows, and the shadow dancers. Density 1, 2, 3, 4. We have our little cells here, our 2/3 shadow that connects to, this would be the phantom matrix, where we actually have our shadow. That's where our shadow goes. When we go to sleep here, we turn on over there in our shadow pattern. And then over here, you have the dancers. Now there's a reason why they're upside down. It has to do with the Cathara grids and the numbering on them, where ours starts 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have 1 at the bottom and 12 at the top. When you go into phantom, our left and right columns are reversed. But when you go all the way over to Wissadek, they're not only left and right reversed on the Cathara grid, but the whole thing is run in reverse, and it's like offset a little bit dimensionally. So they would have the upside down. Their 1 would like be on top on the Cathara grid. So that's just kind of like illustrating that concept. Now, there's something called the power of the Metatronic monster has to do with something called, well, I like to call it the flaming blue sword from hell. All right? The blue sword current is a frequency, an artificially generated frequency that the implants, the Metatronic implanted code, the Metatronic code allowed for the creation of. It took D6 frequency, I think. Yeah, D6 frequency from phantom and D7 frequency from the Wissadek black hole and forced them together to form an artificial D13 base 8 reverse current, which now D12 in a natural structure is the Christos current. They formed an anti-Christos current. They call it their D13 current, but it really isn't. It's not even as powerful as our D12, but it gives our D12 a run for its money. It's about a D11.5 strength, but it's a base 8 instead of a base 12, which means it has less thrust per dimensional band. This current is called the blue sword current because it has to do with the structure in the beast that will manifest as what appears to be a flaming blue sword that runs down our 12-dimensional stargates this way in a little horizontal crossbar. It's also known as the flaming blue sword of Archangel Michael. So there are people that are working with this that have no idea that they're running Metatronics, and what they're doing is progressively handing their bodies over on a platter to the shadow dancers, which are the parts that were of the Wissadek groups that had nothing to do with 99% of the people in this matrix in the first place. They're not your soul family. They're not your avatar family. They're from a different family. Now they're part of the family of God, yes. Everything in creation is all family in those terms. They like to exploit that principle heavily. Since it's family, I can eat it. Because that's what they're doing. They're using these energy feeding tubes through the shadow body and the Metatronic implants to literally suck the energy off of our fields, to suck our consciousness into theirs. What happens when you get fully Metatronic is who you were to begin with gets assimilated. Kind of like they had a group called the Borg in one of the Star Trek movies, I think, or the series. And it's like being assimilated, where you become one of the hive mind. And the hive mind is one of them. They take your energy, they rip your template apart, they use your raw energy units and reassemble it into their consciousness collective. So you aren't quite the you used to be before you got Metatronic. Now, the flame bodies are what it takes to progressively sever these cords. That's what we're doing, is we're severing the dancer cords. So it means these guys can't keep pulling energy from us, and they can't keep pushing into us, because if they want to, they can push energy just like they can pull it. They can ride that D13 reverse current into the body and take over and look out our eyes and make us do things. There are a bunch of people that do wacky stuff, and there have been for thousands of years, that won't even remember they did it. Now, psychology likes to try to put big long names on those things and fantasize about what chemical imbalances might have caused that one. What they don't look for is what shadow dancer might have come in, took temporary possession of the body, used it for its own devices, got rid of what was actually an adversary that you didn't even see that drama on this level, and then pulled back again. And the person who actually the body belonged to had no memory of the fact that it was done. Talk about being violated. Excuse me, Whack, I'm going to borrow your body for a minute and I'm going to get you in trouble and you're going to have to deal with it when you get back. This is what they've been doing to people for ages. I mean, you can see it sometimes in yourself, sometimes in your children, sometimes in your parents. Now, the degree to which you succumb depends on how much the Metatronic code is activated in your body. Everybody's got it at this point. But we can neutralize it with the flame body activations, and that's why we're doing them. Excuse me, Whack, I'm going to borrow your body for a minute and I'm going to get you in trouble and you're going to have to deal with it when you get back. This is what they've been doing to people for ages. I mean, you can see it sometimes in yourself, sometimes in your children, sometimes in your parents. Now, the degree to which you succumb depends on how much the Metatronic code is activated in your body. Everybody's got it at this point. But we can neutralize it with the flame body activations, and that's why we're doing them. What strands are located where, so it's kind of an interesting little thing, but it's also showing you where the 4 levels of your shadow are, each density level of your shadow. This is why we say if you're standing here, it's like the guy standing this way. Now over to the left, here is an implant in this particular part of the shield, which means the shadow is manifesting here. That's why we say, if something's talking to you from over here, don't talk to it. Right? On the left side stands the devil. The part of yourself that is reversed communicates from primarily in density 1 from this level. And anything that's trying to channel or trying to get at you or misdirect you will come through. The Weesmix can talk to you from that angle, and so can the Phantom Matrix people. When you come in over here, there's actually a higher level one. It depends on what density you're in. We're in density 1, so the right side is technically okay, because down and through here, we have strand 6 is right directly in front of us, and strand 7. Between them, you actually have a crystal seal that allows what's called the Amorea passage frequency to come in. This is why when we teach the mentor space, it's over here. It's over the right shoulder, which is your link to where you can talk to the ones, to your own self, and the levels of being that are in the echo worlds and the God worlds. So right now, it's the easiest way to establish communication with them. But this just shows you where the Metatronic 4 black heart implants. And there's 2 other implants. One is called the Avalon seal that manifests in the pineal, and the other is called the 666 Apollyon seal, and that is the one that manifests in the Azure point. And in the planetary and galactic and universal Cathara grids, it manifests at that point, the Azure, which is the precious point where the Amorea flame opens up, right between Cathara Center 6 and 7, Stargate 6 and 7. It manifests there, and that's what creates the reversal, where it manifests and blows a whole current of D13 reverse frequency through that progressively creates monadic reversal. It shoots up from that point into Cathara Center 8 that's on the middle line, and that's what what's called the monad imprint is. Reverses Stargate 8 or your Cathara Center 8, your DNA strand 8, and all the ones below it. And that creates a condition of monadic reversal, which is full reversal of the entire template, breaks it off at D11.5, where it can't run frequency from your D12 crystals anymore, and progressively pulls your body and your being and your consciousness into the Weesadek fall. Now, we've all been living together on this planet for a long time, 25,500 years. The souls have been here, of both sides. The reality fields have been held in the net, in stasis. But at this point, one's going to swallow the other if something isn't done, and something is going to be done. They tried to swallow us, and they found that they were going to blow themselves up if they continued. They can't stop the beast now that they activated it. They would if they could. They can't. Once you set the activation codes, it goes on autopilot on the universal level and goes all the way down. So, what you can do, however, is you can run the flames and progressively open the flames, and we get something called the ARC project, which is planetary, galactic, and universal as well as personal. When we activate the flame body, we're allowing ourselves to be able to run what are called the Amorea arcs, which are planetary, galactic, universal levels of current that correspond to the Eka and the Akasha and the Akasha A and the Akasha Ea worlds. It allows us to run the 12 scepter pillars, literally down on the highest God worlds, that will create the support necessary. There's going to be a separation of reality fields that occurs. Part is going to fall. The stuff that's already fully Metatronic, you can't undo that bond. They're going to go their way, and there's going to be a series of steps that lead to a separation between certain parts of the planetary grids, certain groups of people, where eventually we will perceive different reality fields. But right now, we're all on the same seeming planet, and we're all in the same space. So what we're in the middle of, we talk more about the beast to get into the planetary level of stuff, is there is a separation of the radial body, the planet taking place, the part that has been corrupted. You can't stop it from going down. But what you can do is prevent the parts that haven't been corrupted by holding them in a natural Amaraya field, Amaraya flame field, but on the planetary, galactic, and universal level. This is what's called the Brid Zone, this Amaraya field, the Trion Miage field on the universal level. So this is what we're part of. But in the meantime, this just shows you where these implants are. They're literally in your Mahara shield, which means they manifest right in your DNA template. Once we play with Beta Huva scans and stuff for a while, we won't teach you how to do it here, but some part of your cells, when you're ready, will. We'll teach you how to check status on them. Right now, I won't let you do that. I can just feel it. First, get just used to the idea. And find out the good things in your DNA template, your strengths, right? Before you worry about your weaknesses. Because it can be scary. That, oh my God, number 3 is activating. Where you can freak out and help it to activate. Because you let your emotional body, be frightened. Instead, you should just say, oh, that means I need to run frequency this way, doesn't it? There's just like a matter-of-fact thing after a while you do. You don't allow yourself the luxury of freak out. Like insanity, nervous breakdown, those kind of things are not an option in this game. Unless you want to take a nice trip and a nice fall, a very long one. Why do we allow ourselves the luxury anyway? I'm going to let my whole emotional body, I'm going to let my chemicals go nuts, and I'm going to have an agoraphobic attack right now. And I'm going to be claustrophobic and freak out. And you will, because this program is running. You might not hear it. Your brain's going, oh my God, oh, the feeling's coming. Oh my, I'm constricting here. Oh, panic, right? This level of your 3D mind is seeing symptoms and going, I know what that means. Oh my God, I turn into a lunatic. They bounce off walls. I go hide under dressers. Yeah. Or the other part goes, I'm telling myself to do this because I don't want to face it. I don't want to face the reality of I know I can fix this. There's another part of your 3D mind that is telling your body to do that by the words it's telling it. It's like a not quite subconscious run of stuff. It may be in your mother's voice or your ex-husband's voice or whoever's voice. But there's a part of you that's triggering the chemical responses that you're perceiving as that overwhelmed feeling, or anything from agoraphobia to, where you're like freaking out. I used to get it in stores. I'd go to a grocery store, and all of a sudden it'd just be too big. Those big stores with the big lights. And I'd feel my field expand out like 1,000,000 miles, and I'd feel like I was getting lost in the middle of it, and the whole panic attack thing. I found the part of myself that was telling myself that. And it had to do with incarnational programming about I'm supposed to stay invisible. I can't get too big. I have to be small and tiny so nobody sees me. So if they don't see me, they won't burn me at the stake kind of thing. Right? It was a part of my program. Once I found that I wasn't agoraphobic anymore. Oh, I don't have to do that now. Oh, okay. And my field responded completely differently to the atmosphere. So, are you falling asleep or? Oh. Okay, so anyway, enough of agoraphobia. This is just to show you where the implants are. The fact that there are the 4 black heart Metatron implants, the Apollyon 666 seal at the Azure, and the Avalon seal at the pineal. These are the Metatronic implants that will progressively heal and clear by activating the flame bodies. And it's kind of like, yeah, it'll do that. But that's not the exciting part about the flame bodies. The flame bodies are giving ourselves back the gift that was our original creation gift, where we rediscover progressively ourselves as creators. I mean, it's exciting. And you walk around, even at the store, or you can go to a church or something, you are a keeper of the flame. You are an embodiment of the flame. And you know that most of the people sitting around you don't know that. And they don't know what that is. But you know what it is. And you are as if you are Christ sitting down next to them. If you sit on a pew with them, or if you ride in a taxi with them, you are bringing to them, as close as possible, those frequencies of the Christos and the highest levels of creation. And there is an honor in that. An honor that's not about arrogance at all. It's a gratitude to be able to serve and to give in that way. So the activations we're going to go through, and we'll do a quickie bathroom run. Do 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, and just take a break after 4 for 2, just a little bit to
Okay, so with eyes closed, bring your attention to your breathing rate to begin with, and whatever about 1/2 speed of your normal breathing rate, try and reduce it to something that feels like about half of normal. Let's take a few seconds just to slow the rate of breathing down. And whilst you're doing that, imagine the place within the center of your brain where the small, dimly lit circular room with the descending spiral staircase resides. Continue to regulate your breath as you imagine the small, dimly lit circular room which exists at the center of your brain. Bring to mind the location of the descending spiraling staircase. Place the focus of your mental attention in the small, dimly lit circular room in the brain center. Begin to feel the sensations of being within your circular room until your inner eyes adjust to the dim light. The sensations you feel will not always be the same. Check on the temperature of the air as it touches your skin. Allow yourself to notice whether it's cool or warm, hot or cold. Try and note whether you detect any sound in this space, and if so, what kind of sound you detect. As you do this, your inner eyes begin to adjust to the dim light, and you may begin to notice objects, color, the movement of light in your little circular room. Now, as you continue to imagine yourself standing within the inner circular room at the center of your brain, either visualize or intend that your imaginary body, standing in the center of the circular room, turns to the right from the position in which it was standing. After turning to the right, imagine now that a spiral staircase appears before you. This staircase ascends upwards and has 36 steps. Do your best to imagine the circular room is physically real and that your physical body is standing within it. And with your eyes closed, sense with your physical and mental bodies the entrance to the ascending spiral staircase. If the spiral staircase were to magically open up now, emerging from your own physical body and into the room, it would always appear directly to the right of your physical body. Sense the area to the right of your own physical body from which the staircase would emerge. This area represents the natural density 2 departure point for all beings carrying the human or indigo divine blueprint template. And if at first you are unable to sense the density 2 departure point, simply imagine that it is there, opening and ascending upward to the right side of your physical body. Once you have located or imagined the density 2 departure point, move the focus of your mental attention to this area of your body and imagine that your awareness is now poised at the bottom stair of the ascending spiral staircase. This staircase extends upward from your density 2 departure point into an area that resembles a golden tunnel. Sense the location of the staircase handrail and imagine yourself reaching out to grasp it with your right hand. So with your physical palms resting in your lap, sense the feeling of the handrail within the palm of your physical right hand, and allow yourself to model the physically grasping gesture of the invisible handrail using your right hand while it rests loosely on your lap. The handrail will be your guide as you prepare to ascend the spiral staircase to the awakening room above. Now, using this imagined sensation of the handrail held in your right palm, imagine now that your mental awareness begins to slowly walk up the dimly lit stairway. Count each of the steps you take as you slowly ascend. 1, 2, 3, and continue. Everyone will have at least 36 steps. The 36th step is the step that leads directly into the density 2, dimension 6.5 indigo violet awakening room, which is the Eka Godseed center point, the azurite crystal and inner temple of Kemalatia. Now imagine that you're standing on the 36th and top step. Release the handrail while allowing your hand now to relax in your lap. You may still experience very little visual sensory data as you enter the indigo violet awakening room. Imagine that you are now stepping from the 36th step into the aquamarine and amethyst tile floor of the awakening room, while imagining the awakening room as a circular aquamarine and amethyst tiled cave that is brightly lit with undulating rays of gold, indigo and violet light. You are in an aquamarine and amethyst tile cave, brightly lit with undulating rays of gold, indigo and violet light. In the center of the awakening room, there is an ancient yellow gold chalice, often called the Holy Grail, that rises up from the floor to the height of about 4 feet. Imagine yourself slowly walking forward with one hand extended, feeling your way along through the blinding light rays, as if moving through the light field of a sun. Continue to sense that you are walking forward in the awakening room until your extended hand touches the raised golden chalice in front of you. When you reach the golden chalice, imagine that you are reaching forward to retrieve something that sits inside the upper bowl of the golden chalice. Now imagine that you're reaching down into the upper bowl of the golden chalice, searching with your fingers to locate the small object awaiting your retrieval. The object you are looking for is a very deep azure blue azurite crystal, spherical in form, about the size of a large marble, with a sparkling rough textured surface covered in minute azurite crystal cluster points. This azurite crystal is the door key to your density 2 etheric soul body. Now imagine that you are picking up the azurite crystal in your right hand. And as you imagine this, model the gesture with your physical right hand as it's resting in your lap. Imagine yourself picking up the azurite crystal in your right hand. And as you hold it, modeling the gesture with your physical right hand lying in your lap, sense the size, the weight, the texture, and the temperature of the azurite crystal. Just as if the invisible object were really there. Now inhale pale silver Maharic current up from Earth's core into your body through your central vertical current to the Azure point in chakra 8 at the base of the thymus. Exhale the Maharic current from the Azure down your right arm into your palm and into the Azurite crystal. Take 3 more inhale, exhale breaths, each time energizing and activating the Azurite crystal in your palm. At the end of the last exhale, imagine that the azurite crystal is now glowing and pulsating with an aura of pale silver gold light. You may sense the weight of the crystal in your palm is growing slightly less heavy. You may also sense nothing, but even so, the azurite crystal is now activated. Continuing with eyes closed, move your physical right hand, imagining the activated azurite crystal within it, to the Azure point at the thymus. Cup your hand over the Azure point as if the invisible crystal were positioned between your palm and your body. Inhale a Maharic breath up to the Azure and exhale the breath down your right arm into your palm and through the azurite crystal. As the breath carries the Maharic frequency into your body, there is a sensation of mild buzzing in the Azure area as the data key stored in the azurite crystal moves into the corresponding lock 6 on density 2 etheric soul body door. If you do not feel the buzzing sensation, send up to 3 more inhale, exhale Maharic breaths through the azurite crystal to amplify the Maharic charge that will release the data key. After 3 Maharic breaths, sufficient frequency will be generated even if you do not yet feel the buzzing sensation. As the data key releases, imagine that your body absorbs the entire azurite crystal, removing it from your palm and transferring the crystal into the etheric lock 6 at the Azure. Let your right hand rest gently in your lap, while shifting your mental focus to the physical Azure where the crystal has entered. Imagine now that you can sense the weight and gentle buzzing of the azurite crystal within your physical body in the Azure. As you do this, the crystal is now rotating slowly and pulsing in a gentle rhythm. On every pulsation, releasing a pale silver gold azure blue azurite wave field of frequency rays, which contain the natural activation code mathematical program for your personal density 2 etheric soul body. Spend a couple of minutes or a minute or two trying to become aware of each gentle pulse of the subtle azurite wave field as it emanates from the Azure at the thymus and spreads outward in all directions through every atom in your body, giving your D2 etheric soul body field its ancient wake-up call. Just relax and breathe slowly for a few moments, getting in touch with the presence of the pulsing azurite waves. These waves are there, even if you cannot yet sense their presence. And your D4 astral atomic etheric body does sense them and responds accordingly. azure, and then exhale the current within the azure to form a tiny pale silver Maharic spark within the azure. Take 2 more inhale-exhale Maharic breaths, using each subsequent exhale to expand the Maharic spark within the azure to the size of a chicken's egg, while observing the sensation of the Maharic egg expanding into your azure. Now take a final Maharic breath, this time inhaling current directly into the Maharic egg, and use a forceful exhale breath to burst the egg while pushing the released rays of Maharic current throughout your entire body and outward into your auric field in every direction. Now, using a deep, steady, fluid inhale breath, focus your attention on the azure, where the azurite crystal entered the body. Slowly inhale Maharic current upward from earth core into the azure, using a deep, steady, fluid inhale breath to initiate the activation breath, inhaling Maharic current into the azure, then holding this breath for a moment, while focusing mental attention on the azurite crystal in the azure. Exhale slowly, using the breath to push more Maharic current into the azurite crystal. Breathe easily and gently for a few moments, waiting for a very subtle pop sensation or a sense of expansion or warmth to occur within the azure, as the azure lock seal releases, freeing the density 2 D4 atomic etheric body for merger with the activated density 1 silver sanctum eros flame. The azure passage extending between the density 1 and density 2 body azure points is now opened, and the azurite crystal is activated. As the azure lock seal releases, you may or may not experience a momentary sense of heat waves rising from the back through the head, or even cranial pressure inside or surrounding the skull, as the D6 mental body capsule opens and expands into the density 2 etheric soul body blueprint. The etheric soul body exists as a D4 E-ray plus Mane primal current energy field within and surrounding every atom, which extends like a form-fitting pale blue, violet and gold energy spacesuit around the entire physical body. Relax and breathe gently with your eyes closed, and imagine the etheric soul body spacesuit or density 2 body replica. Imagine that you can see its pale blue, violet and gold form sitting within your physical body in exactly the same position as your physical body is now. Once the azure passage has been opened through the release of the azurite crystal at dimensional lock 6, the D6 mental body field opens into the density 2 radial body eros field, causing the polarized D5, D7 eros to depolarize to a D12 Manu rayon field. The density 2 body is thus prepared to receive the frequencies of the fully activated azurite crystal and the density 2 Amareya flame akasha body, or transharmonic Amareya flame body. So continue to relax and breathe slowly, while focusing the mental body attention on the azure point in the physical body. As you do this, imagine your consciousness as a spark of pale silver Maharic light placed within the azurite crystal at the central pale silver Amareya egg throne of power within the azurite flame inside of the azurite crystal sphere. With your attention focused in the Amareya egg at the azure, give the mental command silently in your head Shift now to the density 2 etheric cell body vehicle while imagining your etheric cell body moving out to the right of your density 1 physical body, with the silver spark of your consciousness placed within the brain center, the pineal gland of the density 2 etheric cell body. From the etheric cell body, the transharmonic Amaraya central Manu eternal flame and the six-dimensional silver sanctum within and surrounding density 1, density 2 bodies can be activated. Now, using the vertical breathing rhythm of running the Maharic current within your physical body, you will move the silver spark within the density 2 etheric cell body. So inhale Maharic current up from earth core and into the Azure in one breathing motion. Exhale the Maharic current into the Azurite crystal at the Azure, using the exhale breath to direct the Azurite crystal horizontally to the right, while imagining that the Azurite crystal moves with the breath into the Azure cord and into the density 2 etheric cell body. Imagine that the deep azure blue azurite crystal is now nestling comfortably within the Azure point of the etheric cell body. Bring your attention to the pale silver spark at the pineal gland of the etheric cell body. Inhale in the physical body, then exhale forcefully while imagining that the silver spark rides the breath current, moving rapidly down from the etheric pineal into the azurite crystal at the etheric cell body Azure point. When the silver spark intersects with the azurite crystal, a momentary density 2 etheric flaring occurs as the crystal bursts into a small, deep azure blue Manu flame about 2 3/4 inches high within the etheric body Azure. Inhale and then exhale and imagine that the deep azure blue Manu Amaraya flame spreads through every atom of the density 1 and density 2 etheric bodies, turning the pale blue, violet and gold density 2 etheric soul body into a brilliant, glowing, shimmering, pale silver blue transharmonic etheric Akasha body as the density 1 and density 2 silver sanctums unite. Now focus your attention on the small Amaraya Manu flame at the etheric cell body Azure, and inhale, using the inhale breath to draw the Amaraya flame through the Azure cord and into the physical body Azure point. Exhale forcefully, using the breath to push the Amaraya flame down to the earth core. When the flame enters the earth core, the flame momentarily flares, filling every atom in the physical and soul body with deep azure blue Amaraya divine blueprint frequency. Try to sense the release of the Amaraya wave within the physical body as a gentle expansion of internal heat emerging from the Azure that moves simultaneously in all directions throughout the physical body. With your attention focused on the Amaraya flame at the Earth's core, prepare to inhale deeply and simultaneously from 2 directions in the 2-point breathing of Amaraya activation. In this breath, you'll be pulling indigo frequency down from the 14th chakra above the head, while pulling pale silver Maharic current up, and the Amaraya flame up from Earth core, bringing both or all 3 into union at the Azure point. So inhale simultaneously, breathing density 2 indigo from the 14th chakra 36 inches above your head, while pulling pale silver Maharic current and the Amaraya flame up from Earth's core, bringing them into union at the Azure point. Exhale the 2-point breath within the Azure. And in your own time, complete 3 additional 2-point inhale-exhale breaths to activate the Amaraya flame within the Azure. Focusing your attention on the inside of the Amaraya flame at the Azare, take a final 2-point inhale. Exhale forcefully using the breath to rapidly expand the Amaraya flame from within the Azare outward through the body until the flame is fully expanded around the entire body and outward several feet into your auric field, forming the pale silver blue 6-dimensional transharmonic Akasha inner silver sanctum body capsule. Now direct your attention back to the etheric soul body, positioned to the right of your physical body. Inhale, drawing the etheric soul body horizontally back into the physical body. When the two bodies rapidly and fully align, the activated Amaraya flame will momentarily flare as the Amaraya flame phase locks within both the density 1 and density 2 etheric and physical bodies. Thus, the transharmonic Akasha seal Amaraya flame and the Azurite crystal are fully activated. Now we move on to Amaraya flame activation level 4, the DNA Amaraya buffer, otherwise Technique 8. Bring your attention back to your breathing rate, and if necessary, reset the breathing rate to about 1/2 of the normal. And call to mind the Akasha symbol teardrop shape in pale silver. Within the teardrop shape, visualize or intend a 24.3-dimensional star at the center. Or use the Akasha Rushe image if you have already been working with the Veka code induction techniques. Use them as you would use these symbols as the Hierophant activation keys for the Maharic shield. Now imagine the Akasha Hierophant symbol at the pineal gland at the center of your brain. Now inhale and forcefully exhale, pushing the Akasha Hierophant from the pineal down the central vertical current and into Earth's core. Following the exhale, hold your breath out for 3 to 4 seconds while imagining 3 tiny Kirashe flames, 1 pale turquoise, 1 pale yellow and 1 pale pink, gently bursting upward to surround the Akasha Hierophant within the Earth core in response to contact with the Akasha Hierophant. Inhale the Akasha Hierophant with the 3 Kirashe flames surrounding it, upward to the Maharic shield center 12 inches below your feet, and exhale forcefully while imagining the Akasha Hierophant and the 3 flames expanding outward on a horizontal plane throughout your pale silver Maharic shield disc. As the Akasha and 3 flames move outward, imagine the Maharic shield disc expanding to about 4 feet wide. Hold your breath for 3 to 4 seconds following the exhale, while imagining that your 4-foot wide pale silver Maharic shield disc at the soles of your feet now vibrates as cycling currents of pale turquoise, pale yellow and pale pink Kirashe frequencies blend with the pale silver D12 Maharic current. Spend a few seconds trying to sense a gentle buzzing sensation as your Maharic shield frequencies accelerate in oscillation to carry the Kirashe current. Now inhale using the breath to draw a ball of Kirashe plus pale silver frequencies into the center of your Maharic shield from the oscillating Maharic shield disc. Imagine that the 4-foot Maharic shield disc remains extended while a Kirashe Maharic ball collects in the center of your Maharic shield to reform a teardrop-shaped Kirashe Akasha Hierophant flame in the center of your Maharic shield. Inhale, draw a ball of Kirashe plus pale silver frequency at the center of your Maharic shield. Imagine the 4-foot disc remains extended while a Kirashe Maharic ball collects in the center of the Maharic shield to reform a teardrop-shaped Q-Rache Akasha Hierophant flame in the center. Exhale gently, while imagining the reformed Q-Rache Akasha Hierophant flame as a pale silver energized three-dimensional Akasha teardrop, which pulses with the repeating cycle of pale turquoise, then pale yellow, and then pale pink bursts of light. This image of the Hierophant as a three-dimensional pale silver Akasha teardrop, pulsating with repeating bursts of the Q-Rache color sequence, will now be referred to as the Akasha flame. Now inhale slowly, using the inhale breath to simultaneously draw 3 chords of Q-Rache frequency up from the Akasha flame stationed at the center of your Maharic shield 12 inches below your feet to the Iombi point just below your navel. Imagine a thin cord of pale turquoise key current, the D13 Manu frequency, extending up from the Akasha flame and into the small chakra in the ball of your right foot. A thin cord of pale pink She current, the D15 E-ray frequency, extending into the small chakra in the ball of your left foot. And finally, a thin cord of pale yellow, Ra current, the D14 Mane frequency, extends directly up your central vertical current into the base chakra between your legs. Continue to slowly inhale to a cycle of 2 or 3 breaths, drawing the 3 Q-Rache currents up into the body at the same speed, while imagining that the pale turquoise and pale pink currents running into the feet arc to the center of your body, merging with the pale yellow center current. The 3 currents joining at the Iombi point just below the navel. Take a couple more slow, graceful inhale breaths, drawing the 3 Q-Rache currents up into the body at the same speed. Imagine that the pale turquoise and pale pink currents running into the feet arc to the center of your body, merging with the pale yellow center current until all 3 are joined at the Iombi point just below the navel. And on the final breath, exhale gently, while imagining that the meeting of the 3 Q-Rache chords forms a glowing emerald green crystal in the Iombi point. Now inhale gently, using the inhale breath to draw the Akasha flame from the center of your Maharic shield up through the pale yellow cord in the central vertical current and into the emerald green Q-Rache crystal at the Iombi point. Exhale gently when the Akasha flame has entered the emerald green crystal at the Iombi, and then breathe gently for a few moments and try to sense a feeling of warmth or slight buzzing at the Iombi point just below the navel. Now draw a pale silver cord of D12 Maharic frequency up from Earth's core, drawing it into the Akasha flame within the emerald green crystal at the Iombi point. Then exhale forcefully, using the exhale breath to expand the Akasha flame from within, while imagining that the Akasha flame and emerald crystal pop, releasing the Q-Rache and Akasha flame frequencies into the Iombi point. Then breathe gently for a few moments. And as you do that, imagine that a small pale silver, indigo blue violet flame about 2 inches high spontaneously ignites within the Iombi point. Imagine now that a small pale silver, indigo blue violet flame about 2 inches high spontaneously ignites within the Iombi. The Iumbi point is the seat of the celestite crystal that houses the pale silver, indigo, blue, violet Eros flame. Activation of the Akasha flame, the Kirashe and Maharic currents within the Iumbi releases the power of the Eros flame within the Iumbi point itself. Now in a second we're going to use the inhale breath to draw a pale silver, indigo, blue, violet Eros flame up the central vertical current and into the Azure. So when you're ready, inhale, draw pale silver, indigo, blue, violet Eros flame up the central vertical current into the Azure. Exhaling gently to deposit the Eros flame within the deep azure blue crystal at the Azure point. Next, draw a deep, slow Maharic current up from Earth's core into the pale silver, indigo, blue, violet Eros flame at the Azure, and exhale forcefully using the breath to expand the Eros flame within until it pops within the Azure point. Imagine the pale silver, indigo, blue, violet Eros frequency spreading throughout the Azure and base of the thymus gland area. Breathe gently for a few moments now, as you imagine a small azure blue flame about 2 inches high, spontaneously igniting within the Azure point. The Azure point is the seat of the Azurite crystal. When fully activated, houses the radial body Emerald Amareya flame. Again, draw a deep breath of pale silver frequency up from Earth core into the small Azurite flame at the Azure point, and exhale forcefully using the breath to expand the Azurite flame outward from the Azure into the auric field, completely permeating and surrounding the physical body. Imagine as the flame expands outward, its color changes from deep azure blue to deep emerald green blue, as the Manu, Mane, Ire frequencies of the full Amareya flame activate within the Azure point. Breathe gently now while imagining that the deep emerald green blue Amareya flame continues to expand throughout your auric field in all directions. As it continues to expand, imagine that the auric field forms a large 3D, three-dimensional Akasha teardrop emerald flame with a pale silver indigo blue violet Eros silver sanctum lining all around the body. The base of the Amareya flame expands downward to chakra 13 at Earth's core, while the tip expands upward to chakra 14, 36 inches above the head. Bring to mind the 4-foot wide Maharic shield disc 12 inches below your feet, and imagine the emerald green Amareya flame is now fully expanded to encompass the Maharic shield. Now return your attention to the Azure point at the base of the thymus gland. Using the inhale, draw pale silver Maharic frequency up from Earth core to form a small 2-inch pale silver Maharic flame in the Azure. Exhale forcefully, using the breath to push the pale silver flame up from the Azure and into the pineal gland at the center of the brain. Breathe gently and bring your attention into the pineal gland. Imagine that the pale silver Maharic flame holds 2 tiny crystals at its center. They appear as sparks of light. One, the vibrant violet of D7 frequency. The other, the metallic yellow gold of dimension 8. Draw Maharic current on the breath up from earth core into the Maharic flame stationed in your pineal gland. Using the exhale breath to fill the Maharic flame with a burst of Maharic current. Now breathe easily and imagine that the violet and gold crystals within the Maharic flame vibrate for a moment and then burst into two tiny flames, one violet, one gold, within the 2-inch high Maharic flame. Now inhale Maharic frequency from earth core and into the Maharic flame at the pineal gland, and gently exhale the Maharic current. Breathe gently and imagine that the tiny violet and gold flames within the Maharic flame flare in a magenta pale pink flash as they depolarize and combine with the Maharic flame, forming a silvery pink sunburst of D12 and D15 frequency within the pineal gland. Pull a deep breath of Maharic current up from earth core and exhale forcefully, using the breath to push the silvery pink sunburst vertically upwards from the pineal through the 7th, 10th and 11th chakras and into the 14th chakra 36 inches above the head. Take another deep in-breath all the way up to the silvery pink sunburst in chakra 14 and forcefully exhale the silvery pink sunburst all the way down to earth core. Inhale again quickly, using the breath to rapidly draw the silvery pink sunburst up the central vertical to chakra 14 above the head, and again exhale forcefully, using the breath to send the silvery pink sunburst back down to earth core. Quickly inhale again, using the breath to draw the silvery pink sunburst up into the center of the Maharic shield, 12 inches below your feet. Imagine the silvery pink sunburst as a spinning silvery pink sphere at the center of your Maharic shield. Allow the silvery pink sunburst sphere to spin in whatever direction, speed and rhythm it chooses, and exhale forcefully, using the breath to push the D12, D15 current throughout the Maharic shield disc from the spinning silvery pink sunburst sphere at the Maharic shield center. Breathe easy whilst you imagine now that your Maharic shield is a glowing 4-foot wide disc that repeatedly cycle waves of pale silver, emerald green, blue and silver pink frequency throughout your entire body and auric field. Your Maharic shield is glowing, a 4-foot wide disc, repeatedly cycling waves of pale silver, emerald green, blue and silver pink frequency throughout your entire body and throughout your auric field. Continue to feel and sense this for a minute or two. Your Maharic shield is now temporarily sealed within the protection of the amplified Amaraya flame, and this simultaneously creates an Amaraya seal within and around the DNA template and personal shields, which serve to transmute disharmonic reverse frequencies moving through the DNA from the shadow body and shadow dancers, and will also transmute disharmonic frequencies coming into the DNA template from the planetary environment, such as Blue Sword reverse D13 current. The Amaraya buffer seal will sustain in the Maharic shield and DNA template as long as the silvery pink sunburst sphere at the Maharic shield center is present and remains spinning. The natural D12 Maharic seal will remain in sustained, constant activation Elm will no longer require manual activation as long as the Amaraya buffer seal activation is consistently sustained. Above our heads. You will be directing the pale silver and pale yellow currents to meet at the Azure point on the top of each inhale, forming a large spark of the gold and silver one. Silver gold light in the Azure. You will exhale forcefully, using the breath to push rays of silver golden light outward in all directions through every atom and into the auric field. So, 2-point breathing, drawing pale silver D12 up from earth core, drawing pale yellow D14 down to meet at the top of the inhale at the Azure. Exhaling forcefully, pushing silver gold light outward in all directions through every atom, throughout the auric field. Breathe freely for a moment with your eyes closed and speak out loud 3 times the following tonal command in the ancient Anahazi Elohai language. And this is what we will say 3 times. Bivectus ore ishe nur etur. Bivectus ore ishe nur etur. 3 times. Bivectus ore ishe nur etur. Bivectus ore ishe nur etur. Bivectus ore ishe nur etur. Repeat 1 time in your native language the following command. Out loud. I in my wholeness. Declare now. That mine eyes shall see the tormentor here. I call to thee, dweller of the darkness, shadow dancer at the threshold of my soul, in fearless, blameless, all-forgiving, unconditional love. In Christ's love, I bid you fond farewell. In divine truth, I move now to set us free. To each fulfill our original Christed destiny. Go in peace. Be warned, beloved fallen. Withdraw alone before the eternal life fires of the eternal Christos burn thee. I now reclaim my wholeness and Christed sovereignty. I call now to the sacred power of my personal inner Christos, awakening the spark of the gold and silver one. And I call upon the Amaraya flame of divine love that burns eternal now within me. Free now all that which is born of unholy union. Release now from my being all unintended creations. Uplift me now to the fulfillment of my inner eternal divine. Breathe freely for a moment, eyes closed. and focus your mental attention upon the inside of your forehead at the 6th or 3rd eye chakra. Imagine that a teardrop-shaped pale silver, two-dimensional Akasha symbol appears within the darkness on the inside of your forehead. And if you can't see it, just intend that it's there. This image forms an Akasha-shaped inner movie screen. Breathe slowly but freely, and calmly observe any images, pictures or colours that may appear upon the Akasha screen. Listen inwardly for any inner mind chatter, shadow body or shadow dancer commentary. Do not react at all to any images or words that may emerge. Simply observe in peaceful, loving detachment. You are completely safe within the loving embrace of your own inner Christos. Here, no thing can hurt you. Here, you may rest freely to explore and review any and all parts of your multidimensional experience. If nothing emerges, simply carry on with Shadow Dancer decoding steps to follow. But if you receive inner impressions, observe them a bit if you desire, and when you feel ready to move on to complete the Shadow Dancer decoding process, you may do so. We'll spend a little while exploring, observing, safely, peacefully, and lovingly. We've called our dancers forward. They find it difficult to resist. Hold your attention where you put it. I'll describe the next step before we do it. We're going to take 1 2-point gold and silver one breath, using the inhale to simultaneously draw pale silver energy up from Earth's core and pale yellow energy down from chakra 14 to meet within the gold and silver one spark at the Azure point in the thymus. As we draw this breath, we're going to hold it at the top of the inhale to amplify thrust, and at the same time focus our mental attention directly into the gold and silver one spark at the Azure. We will use a strong, quick exhale breath after holding at the top of the inhale to forcefully push the gold and silver one spark directly out in front of you to a position about 2 feet away from your body in the auric field, directly in front of the thymus gland Azure point. After that, we'll breathe freely for a moment. So, when you're ready, we will use a 2-point breath, drawing pale silver up from Earth core, pale yellow down from the chakra 14, meeting at the Azure. Hold them at the top of the inhale, and then quickly exhale, pushing the gold and silver one spark directly out in front of you to a position about 2 feet off the front of your body, directly in front of the thymus gland Azure. And breathe freely. And as you do, imagine that you can sense dark, slimy black shadow dancer cords beginning to emerge from within their deep forgotten hiding places inside of your 7 embodied chakras. Now try to feel this movement or the weight of the heavy shadow dancer cord energy as it begins to move out the front chakra vortices and directly into the gold and silver one spark 2 feet out into your auric field. Allow the process to develop and continue. And as you do, breathe freely and sense the feeling of growing lightness within the regions of your embodied chakras as the shadow dancer cords unwind from their ancient hiding places and are drawn into the gold and silver one spark for transmutation and demanifestation. Take some little time to sense this simultaneous multiple chakra clearing while breathing gently and mentally repeating the mantra command, I am free now, over and over, until you begin to genuinely feel the emotional truth of this statement. If you cannot yet feel the emotional release within this self-declaration, I am free now, slow the words down in your head as you silently repeat the mantra. Draw the words out as if they are emerging from tape played on too slow a speed. Repeat the I am free now mantra several times on slow speed. And if you still do not feel any emotional release, simply let it be. Be kind to yourself and refrain from self-judgment as you enter this deep healing process. Let your emotional body express itself, privately if need be, collectively if necessary, as it releases the pain, anger, confusion, rage, sadness, guilt, and frustrated love that has been buried and stuck within the subconscious mind for at least 25,000 years of race karma DNA template mutation. Continue to sense the dark, slimy, black shadow dancer cords beginning to emerge from within their deep, forgotten hiding places inside of your 7 embodied chakras. Try to feel the movement or the weight of the heavy shadow dancer cord's energy moving out the front chakra vortices directly into the gold and silver one spark 2 feet out into your auric field. Continue to repeat the mantra, if necessary very slowly, I am free now. We'll continue for 2 or 3 minutes. Keep working with the mantra until you begin to genuinely feel the emotional truth of the statement. Allow yourself to express the emotions associated with the feelings if need be. You are safe. You're in your place of power. And you're surrounded by family that love you and respect you so very, very much. As you make the connection with your assertion, I am free now, build it and feel the power of the assertion building. As the emotional truth of the statement expands within and around you, radiating out from you in all directions, as the dark, slimy black shadow dancer cords emerge increasingly from their forgotten hiding places inside of each of your embodied chakras. Just build the frequency, I am free now. 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 Play with it. Play with the power. We'll work with this a little longer. Peacefully, lovingly, without judgment, with no conditions, continue to assert the truth of your Christos and your relationship to it. I am free now. I am free now. I am free now. I am free now. Now allow this mantra to continue to resonate through your field as you bring your attention slowly and gently away from it. But know the mantra will continue to resonate throughout your field if you leave it in that way. Very slowly draw your attention away from the emotional response you've been feeling. Very gently and slowly. Very gently and slowly. And in the event there's been any kind of negative kind of overlay occurring, just remind yourself that you're bringing a very positive focus now back to the thought or image of the golden silver one spark, 2 feet out in the front of your auric field. And you can imagine with considerable joy and celebration that all presently available dark, slimy, black shadow dancer cords have been drawn out of your chakras and body and into the gold and silver one spark. Imagine that you can see or feel the gold and silver one spark gently pulsating and vibrating as it gently and lovingly transmutes, purifies and sets free the energies of which the shadow dancer cords were composed. Breathe freely and imagine for a moment that you can see in the left side of your auric field, the image of the Wesadak shadow dancer standing alone within its black hole world. All dark, slimy black connection cords are gone. This shadow dancer is no longer able to drain life force energies from you or from your shadow body. Imagine that you now observe the shadow dancer without fear, without anger, without pity. Try to find within your Christos avatar identity power a genuine vibration of gentle, non-judgmental, unconditional love for the retreating shadow dancer. No fear, no anger, no pity. Bring the power of your Christos forward now, beloveds. Locate whatever genuine vibration of gentle, non-judgmental love you can find as the shadow dancer retreats. Telepathically send the shadow dancer a message of forgiveness, but also a message of uncompromising assertiveness in regard to your intention of gaining your freedom and remaining free. In your own way, in your own words, issue this message now. one which contains compassion and self-assertiveness, spoken as the Christos avatar that you are. Send a final wish of peace and healing to the shadow dancer only if you feel inclined to do so. But also remember that shadow dancers do not hold such good intentions for you. Your body and consciousness are considered as real estate to them. They do not possess their own emotional body or inner Christos spark, and so they are incapable of giving or receiving genuine love, caring or compassion. Feigning emotional responses drawn from mimicking human emotion is a talent used by shadow dancers for many millions of years to trick humans into interaction. Release the shadow dancer now with absolute Christos love and absolute Christos trust. Know that you can trust the shadow dancer to express according to its nature, and that you can also trust in the divine right order and perfection of universal love to embrace both you and the shadow dancer as you go your separate ways. Make your completion now in the next few moments, breathing freely. Going to inhale and draw the gold and silver one spark from the auric field back into the Azure point in the base of the thymus. Inhale and draw your gold and silver one spark from the auric field back into the Azure point. The gold and silver one has transmuted and demanifest all errant energies that it absorbed from the shadow dancer cause and can safely return to you. Open your eyes as if you're now a newborn baby, or perhaps a Christed avatar that just incarnated on earth, a new, clear, pure, undefined, unburdened, a being of divine right order, free to live, free to love, free to move forth in creation of a new and miraculous life. You've created this potential to create these circumstances and conditions. It is your choice to use them and use them well. An element of realizing this potential is embodied in Technique 14, which is the Amareya Invitational Shadow Body Integration Technique. So if you can just recompose yourselves, have a shuffle if you need to get more comfortable. Breathe easily. But again, bring your attention to your breathing rate and try and slow it to a little around half of normal. And move now your mental attention toward the left side of your auric field to establish energetic contact with your shadow body and subconscious shadow self-identity. And I want you to imagine that you can see or sense the presence of your shadow body sitting or standing next to the left side of your body in exactly the same body position and gesture that your physical body is presently in. Inhale, pale silver current up from Earth's core into the gold and silver one spark at the Azure point at the base of the thymus gland. Exhale forcefully using the breath to push the gold and silver one spark from your Azure straight out to the left and directly into the Azure point of your shadow body double. Use your mind to telepathically send thoughts of love, safety, non-judgment, protection, and the desire for a joyful reunion to your shadow self, together with a sense of respect and acknowledgement for the vast stores of knowledge and memory your shadow body holds. You're being offered the opportunity to telepathically connect from a loving perspective, from a position of safety and non-judgment. Your desire is for a joyful reunion with your shadow self. And the shadow self deserves some respect and acknowledgement to the huge elements of knowledge and memory that it holds, which you share, which belong to both of you. Now, inhale slowly and steadily, using the breath to draw the gold and silver one spark with the shadow body attached directly into your own physical body, pulling the gold and silver one spark back into your Azure point and aligning the Azure points of you and your shadow body. So inhale slowly, using the breath to draw the gold and silver one spark with the shadow body attached to it directly into your own physical body, into your Azure, and aligning the Azure points of both yours and your shadow body. The shadow body is now positioned within you where it can be energetically accessed for direct healing. In a moment we're going to take several 2-point breaths. On the inhale you will be drawing pale silver D12 Maharic current up from earth core, while simultaneously drawing pale yellow D14 down from chakra 14, 36 inches above your head. On the top of each inhale, the pale silver and pale yellow currents will meet at the Azure point. On the top of the inhale, they will meet at the Azure point, expanding the gold and silver one spark to the size of a large grapefruit eventually. On each breath you will exhale forcefully, using the breath to push rays of silver golden light outward in all directions through every atom of your body into the auric field and through every atom of the shadow body double within you. And we need anywhere between 6 and 12 breaths. Inhale silver up from earth core, pale yellow from chakra 14, at the top of each inhale meeting at the Azure, expanding the gold and silver one to the size of a large grapefruit eventually. Exhale the breath, pushing rays of silver golden light outward in all directions through every atom of your body, and especially into the auric field and throughout every atom of the shadow body double within you. If you feel a tingling or a sense of spreading warmth and lightness within the Azure point, you have successfully resolved the accessible portions of the personal shadow body, clearing them template reversals, realigning them with your organic Christos divine blueprint, and reintegrating them into the natural structure of your personal shields and DNA template. If you're not feeling a tingling or a warmth or a lightness, take 2 or 3 more 2-point breaths. ready to accept the invitation to re-establish or strengthen our personal connection with our Ioni companions, individual companions, who are assigned and ready to respond. So begin by moving your mental attention to a point of focus at the top of the breastbone at chakra 8, just above the heart center and below the throat chakra center. This is the position of the Azure, the tiny control center for the embodied Kathara grid template. So with your attention focused in the Azure, imagine the deep azure blue azurite crystal sphere located there. And within the azurite crystal lies your throne of power, the center point of your embodied Eka God seed, through which the eternal flame of Amareya embodies. Imagine now that your awareness is a spark of pale silver Maharic light. With your conscious reference point of yourself as this spark of light, imagine that you, as this spark of light, are traveling into the center of the azurite crystal sphere, to the gateway of the Amareya flame of eternal Christed love. Imagine the Amareya gateway as a tiny Maharic silver egg, the cosmic Amareya egg, encased within a deep azure blue spherical standing wave. Imagine that you, as the eternal Maharic spark, move to the center of the Amareya egg within the azurite crystal. As you do this, you enter the place of your own eternal birthright, the hallowed ground of your original divine heritage as a living expression of the one God source. The Amareya egg within the Amareya gateway and Manu azurite flame is the eternal still point through which the still small voice of the God self within speaks. Visualize or intend that you, as this spark of Maharic light, is now positioned within the Amareya gateway. A pale silver spark of light, encased within the pale silver Amareya egg, within the eternal azurite flame of the deep azure blue azurite crystal sphere, the inner Eka center point of creation. Here all things are eternally still, calm and peaceful. Here is the sanctuary within, the inner temple of Kemalohatiya, the eternal safe ground and perpetual guardian of one's personal, eternal, direct relationship to God's source. Inhale Maharic current up from earth core and into the azurite crystal center, directly into the Amareya gateway, through the azurite flame and into the Amareya egg. Exhaling gently, filling the Amareya egg with Maharic current. Imagine now that the Amareya egg has begun to awaken, responding to your intention and desire to return to at-one-ment with your God Self. And accordingly the Amareya egg now fills with pulsating pale silver Maharic light and expands, growing larger and larger, extending outward to encase your physical body in a beautiful shimmering egg of eternal life. Imagine now that you can sense the living presence of God Source and your personal God Self everywhere around you. You are encased within its eternal love, mercy, protection, and divine understanding. Imagine that you can see and feel the Amareya egg fully encasing your physical body, and that an azurite flame of deep azure blue extends into the room, fully enshrouding you within the Amareya egg capsule. Extend your imagination to remember that beyond the azurite flame is the azurite crystal sphere. Sense the azurite crystal as extending 20 feet or more around your physical body in the room. In doing all of this, you have brought your throne of power directly into the 3D world, and you are the still point now. You have brought the Amareya gateway directly to the doorstep of D3 finite creation. From this point of eternal power and love, you can heal all, understand all, love all, and co-create all. Within the Amareya egg, you and God Source are one. And you are now your God Self. Inhale deeply, drawing Maharic current up again to the Azare point at the thymus gland. Exhale Maharic current into the Azare and feel the current rapidly expand to every atom and cell in your physical, emotional and mental bodies. Inhale Maharic current directly from the Azare. Draw current from the Azare on the inhale. Exhale horizontally, using the breath to expand a Maharic wave disk outward from the Azare, extending its perimeter to touch the inside of the Amareya egg around your physical body. If you want to, take a couple more breaths of inhaling Maharic current from the Azare, exhaling horizontally, expanding the Maharic wave disk out from the Azare until its perimeter touches the inside of the Amareya egg. Now visualize a blue spark of light in the center of your brain at the pineal gland. Inhale and use the exhale to move the blue spark down the central vertical current of the body to the tailbone. Relax and breathe normally for a few moments while visualizing, or otherwise intending, the blue spark to be inside the bone of the tailbone, the first cell, the tip of the tailbone. Inhale to draw the blue spark up to the pineal gland and then up through the seventh, the crown chakra, at the top of the head. Draw the blue spark up to the pineal and then on up through the crown chakra until it seems to sit just above the skull. Exhale and imagine the blue spark at the top of the head turning into a 4-inch blue disc. A 4-inch blue disc of light horizontally, placed horizontally on the top of your head. Now bring to mind an image of how you see yourself right now. In your mind's eye, imagine yourself, see a picture of yourself, or intend that there's a picture of yourself there. Just as you are now, a smaller image. And take that image and sit it on the blue disc 4-inch blue disc that is sitting horizontally on the top of your head. This is the point from which you may now see yourself extending your own version of a loving invitation to the Iani companion who is present and is awaiting your invitation in respect of your Christos sovereignty, awaiting your invitation to join with you, to be with you for the duration of this visit to France, to make your invitation in your own way. And so now we'll complete this session by utilizing part 2 of Technique 8 to amplify, expand and strengthen your invitation and intention to work harmoniously with one of your Iani relatives. And bring your attention back to your breathing rate and try to slow it down again. And whilst you're working on your breathing rate, begin to imagine the Hierophant as a pale silver 3-dimensional teardrop akasha. The akasha contains either the ruche, if you're working with that, or a 24-point star. The Hierophant, as always, is stationed at the pineal gland at the center of your brain. Inhale and use the out-breath to push the Akasha Hierophant down to the pale turquoise, pale yellow and pale pink Kirache flames at Earth's core. Then inhale forcefully, pulling the Akasha Hierophant and the 3 Kirache flames up to the center of the Maharak shield 12 inches below your feet. Exhale forcefully, expanding waves of Kirache frequency outward through the Maharak shield, while expanding your shield to a 4-foot diameter disc. On the next inhale, we'll draw the Hierophant, Akasha and the three Kirache flames up the central vertical current, first to the base chakra and then to the Iumbi point just below the navel. Inhale, draw the Hierophant, Akasha and the 3 flames up the central vertical into the base chakra, momentarily pause there, and then on up to the Iumbi. Exhale and imagine that the pale silver blue Eros flame ignites in the Iumbi as the Akasha Hierophant and Kirache flames pop and disappear. Inhale forcefully, drawing the pale silver blue Eros flame up to the Azure. Exhale forcefully, imagining a great wave of deep emerald green blue Amareya frequency bursting out from the Azure, expanding into the large Amareya flame capsule surrounding your body, amplifying the already activated Amareya flame. Inhale Maharak frequency up from Earth core to Azure, and forcefully exhale, using the breath to push Maharak current up to the pineal gland and out the top of the head to chakra 14, 36 inches above the head. Now begin to imagine the silvery pink sunburst at chakra 14. In a moment we're going to inhale and then forcefully exhale. And when we exhale, we use the breath to push the silvery pink starburst down and into the silvery pink sunburst sphere stationed at the center of the Maharak shield 12 inches below your feet. You will imagine that the silvery pink sunburst sphere begins to spin more rapidly in whatever direction it chooses, sending waves of silvery pink, emerald green, blue and silver frequency out through the Maharic shield. So begin by drawing Maharic frequency up from earth core, all the way up to chakra 14. Forcefully exhale using the breath to push the silvery pink starburst down into the silvery pink sunburst sphere at the center of the Maharic shield. Notice that the silvery pink sunburst sphere begins to spin more rapidly in any direction it chooses, pushing out waves of silvery pink, emerald green, blue and silver throughout your Maharic shield. Notice that the waves of silvery pink, emerald green and green, blue and silver frequency continue to pulse throughout your Maharic shield. Allow that to continue as you prepare to take several 2-point breaths. On the inhale, you'll be drawing pale silver D12 from earth core, while simultaneously drawing pale yellow D14 down from chakra 14. On the top of each inhale, the pale silver and pale yellow meet at the Azure, forming a large spark of the gold and silver one. Exhale forcefully from the top of each inhale, using the breath to push rays of silver, golden light outward in all directions through every atom and into the auric field. Continue to do the 2-point breathing a half a dozen times or until you feel a tingling or a sense of spreading warmth throughout the Azure point at the thymus. Call yourself you is as healed, integrated, charged and primed as it could ever be to celebrate your connection with the guardian families, the guardian races, and specifically your Iani companion.
I was ever run with a group, the 8 and 13 and 14 techniques. What's the general consensus on that? Could you feel the power behind it? Yeah. Yeah, they had me locked up in my dungeon upstairs. And we were given something today. It's part of what I'm going to cover before lunch, which is getting into linguistic template reprogramming grids and how to use that and what that has to do with your shields and things like that. But we were given a new one. And you know how we have the Song of Lyra, the Maharada Kumbhayavectis song, invocation of your Christos frequencies? Well, this one is invocation of the Rishi. It's not a song, it's a statement grid, but it's all in Anahazi. And we're trying to get copies made. You will have them before the end of the trip. We're hoping to get them made here, but the copy store is closed between 12 and 2. So what I'm going to have to do with it, did we get the original back? Yeah. When we get to that point in the material that I'm covering, I will just read it to you line by line, and you can repeat it after me so you can do the thing. But it's really beautiful. It's quite long. That's why it took so long. Yeah, it's difficult sometimes to translate these. If they give them in English and then I have to get the Anahazi translation, that's a little easier. But when they give it in Anahazi and then I have to get the English translation, because sometimes the sentence structure is completely different. So it was a challenge, but we have that. And we will cover the LTR stuff before lunch, ideally. What I'm going to try to do is... What time is it now? After 1. I'm going to try to get you out of here for lunch by 2, so you can have lunch 2 to 3, because dinner is late, so I don't want to have lunch at 4. Right? But then we'll come back and we'll cover the material on the beast and the current events and those kind of things to prepare us for our tour to Mansagur tomorrow. And I guess we'll get rolling. I'm going to take this off. This is hot in here. It was freezing upstairs in our room, but it was very hot in here. Hold on a second. comes with having that technology brought back to us. Kind of like, did you really think you'd get away with it forever? You know, there's a freedom in that I feel bad personally that I missed being there for the first group that has run that these technologies haven't been available for over 10,000 years. And it's just really exciting. It's actually more than that, because you couldn't run a decording session without D12 frequency. And D12 frequency hasn't been available here since 208,216 BC. So this particular set of techniques, they have literally been available, but you couldn't use them. Like at certain times, the writings were there on them, but you couldn't use them. You could only build up to the point when the day came when the planet could run D12 again, that they could be used. So it's really, there's an excitement about all of these, the flame body technologies and the decording, because it's finally like the bully that picks on you in school for a long time and steals your lunch money and all of that and beats you up on the way home and all those things. Finally, you turn around and say, really? I'm really tired of this. So like you're either going to kill me or we're going to end this right here, right now. You want to kill me? All right. And we're not smacking back. That's the nice thing. It's not a mean thing. There's no meanness in these decordings at all. We do this with love, but with firmness. You will not harm us anymore. We wish you no harm. If you don't decord willingly, this will not feel good to you. So we suggest you leave now. It's like saying to the bully, if you punch me and I punch you back just as reflex, you're going to get hurt. So why don't you just go your way now and be happy? So there's a whole sentiment about it. If I seem a little tired right now, I am. I just got out of translation zone. But this is a celebration, and I hope that we can begin to feel that vibe. It's like Christmas. Maybe that's what you were picking up on. I just kept saying, I keep feeling this thing yesterday. That it's that same feeling you get around Christmas time. You know, like even if you're not into Christmas. You know, that kind of, it's a little acceleration and, you know, kind of like Currier and Ives stuff you see on plates. You know, there's something about Christmas time, even if you're not Christian, even if you're not into Christmas at all, that there's an acceleration in the grids. And he's been picking up on that since yesterday. So I hope that's a building feeling. I have a feeling Montsegur will be the beginning of it, and Rennes-le-Château will be when it crests up to its highest peak. So anyway, I'm going to get on with this if I can figure out how to turn this on. How to turn this on. Thank you. Okay. Now, we've seen this before, probably a million times before. That's close enough. This is just the graph that shows you what are called the 15 rays and 12 constants. All right, it's referring to each of the dimensionalized frequency bands within one 15-dimensional structure. Now, what I want to point out about the rays, about these frequencies or dimensions, they're dimensions of consciousness, but they are conscious and living themselves, and I want to bring that back into our attention, because when we're running frequency, we're not just running energy that is something there for us to point in a direction and make it do something, as if it had no sentience or no will or no right to choose of its own. Energy, even the parts of ourselves that are taking the form of the primal life force currents, are living, sentient expressions of being, just like we know ourselves to be. In fact, they hold a lot more knowledge than we do. Now, they're not separate from us. We're made of these rays of consciousness. And I wanted to bring in together an understanding of the rays as rays of consciousness as well as frequency, the fact that these are other parts of your bodies. Like you have a body that looks like you in the mirror right now. You also have a body that smaller pieces that come together to form the body you have now, that is composed of each of the bodies of those waveforms, each of the dimensional waveforms. And these form your shields. I want to get into the shields a little bit, and then we'll get into understanding what it means to play the piano of your shields, where using tones and codes and all of those things, we are literally invoking or evoking the portions of ourselves that take on those waveforms as their shape or form of being. We're going to talk a little bit about what are called nodes, tangents, logi, and atmi, which are the body forms that the ray consciousness takes on, and how those are the literal crystalline wave body structures that make up the tangible substance of your shields. So when we begin to understand that, we begin to see the keys of the piano, so we can start to understand what we're activating when we do what. And then we'll go into the LTR grids, because when we use, it's linguistic template reprogramming grids. Right now our templates are running partial Metatronic coding, which means they're running partial Metatronic consciousness from the Wisdom matrix and from Phantom matrix. That's not natural. That's not our organic state. It's coming through the Metatronic implants. When we call into being the original levels of our own being, the original body forms and waveforms, they have the power to transmute those pieces of consciousness that are twisted, and if they're fully Metatronic, they will literally just separate them back to where they belong. Because full Metatronic consciousness, parts of our shields that have been fully coded to a reverse base 8 frequency, they weren't organic to us in the first place. They're not a part of us. It's not like cutting off a piece of your soul, like, or if you have cancer and you cut out your liver because your liver has cancer, you're missing a part of you now. It's not like getting rid of a part of you. It's something that tacked on that was never supposed to be in there in the first place. It's not harming the thing it's removing. It's sending it back to where it originally came from in the first place. So when we use certain types of language, we either call in more of the reverse consciousness or send it back to where it came from. Our languages right now on the planet, once upon a time, we had sacred languages on the planet. They have been 2/3 mutated. So every time we speak to ourselves outside, to each other, or to ourselves in our heads, we use our language patterns here. We feed the reversals, which means we activate more and more little pieces of the Metatronic implants to bring more and more of those frequencies in, while at the same time, if we activate 2/3 of the Metatronics while we speak in the languages we've been taught here, we're also activating 1/3 of our natural ones, so the 1/3 can come in as something to feed off of, and the 2/3 can feed off of it and take that energy. So our languages, right now, the way we've been taught to use them, are very self-defeating. There are tones and sounds and letters that are missing from the original sacred languages. Some of them have been jumbled, some of them have been reversed. At this point, when we can use the languages that are working with the reversals, it doesn't mean just don't speak. But there are certain periods of time where, particularly in certain religious orders, because they understood what went down, they were literally taught to not use language, not outside and not when they used thought. They went into direct cognition and emotional tone, expansion or contraction, to convey meaning to themselves and to each other, to avoid activating any more of the reversals in the template. Fortunately, we don't have to do that in this lifetime. And with the frequencies that we have available with the flame body activations, we will be able to heal and transmute as we go along, so we can use the languages we're accustomed to. However, if we want to give very strong activations to our shields, we speak the language that the shields knows, which were the original languages. The original first language that was spoken in this time matrix was called Anahazi, and it was the original Ilaha Elohim language, and all other languages came out of that, not just on this planet, but in this entire 15-dimensional universal system. So when we use some of the LTR grids, sometimes they'll be in English, which is basically what we're translating into right now. You can translate them into your home language, if English is your second language, and you can use them that way, and they'll be doubly powerful. But some of them are given in Anahazi, where they are the most powerful, because they speak directly to what are called the node consciousness within your shields. And I'll just go through a couple diagrams to show you what I'm referring to with the nodes for those of you who haven't seen it. If we remember that the primal life force currents, as we talk about them, the 15 rays, which are 1 through 12, and then 13, 14, and 15, and then these are called the constants. These three, 13, 14, and 15, are rays, but they're also considered what are called constants. They're a little bit different than a ray. They are the universal manifestation level of the 12 scepter pillars. It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the Ki-Rishi primal light fields, which are dimensions 13, 14, and 15, count as both ray consciousness and as constant consciousness or scepter consciousness. Now, if we can remember that this is the consciousness, and these are the primal life force current rays that are forming and taking on the body form of the little pieces that make up our shields, we start to understand that there's parts of us that we actually are these body forms. We have a piece of us in each of those stations of consciousness. And it's not that you're calling in something foreign to you or calling on some archangel this or Lord that. You're calling on a piece of your very own consciousness that belongs to you and always did. But it's a part that progressively, as you go higher and higher in frequency, calling on those higher parts, you get into the parts where you have constants as well. Your own home constants, which are your direct and eternal connections to the universal matrix, through which are connected to all the God worlds and the higher things up above that. So it's very personal. I like to point out the fact that you're not calling, when you bring these frequencies in, you're not inviting somebody else to come in and share your body with you. You are simply inviting more of your own self into your body in order to expand and heal your body. And it's really neat. It's like parts of yourself you forgot you had. So they're like, in a way, strangers, and they have all this information, and there's huge amounts of experiential information stored in each part of you that's associated with each ray. All of your incarnational memory is encoded within the rays. All of your emotional experience is encoded within the rays. Where when you begin to bring in the rays, you're bringing in the knowledge, you're opening a window to the incarnations when that particular set of rays manifested in a body form. You're coming together. You're bringing all of your cells, and you have 1,728 cells at least. Most of you here have more, because that's just a simple 12-strand human template, and most people at this level of the workshops are indigos that come in. So you have at least 24 to 36 strands is the average. Some of them go all the way up to 48 strands. So every strand equals a carrier of a ray. I'm going to show you, too, how the rays and the strands go together, and how what the connection between what we call your Maharic shield and your first part of your DNA template, which is your 12-strand pattern. So they're the ray these are the ray frequencies, and they are conscious. We've got the next one left, please. I'm just going to zip through this one real fast. Just quick recap to point out to anybody who has forgotten, when I talk about shields, I'm talking about the scalar wave templates that manifest when they're activated in different regions of the body. And I'm not going to go through this in detail, but your Maharic shield is the one down here. And this is your D12 Christos shield. It's your divine blueprint. It holds everything else that all the other shields hold. It holds the entire pattern of them. But it only holds up to D12. Well, what about the parts of yourself that are in 13, 14, and 15, and the parts that are in the Eka and the Akasha and the Akasha Aya and the Akasha A and Akasha Aya worlds? You have other shields. One is called the Rishaic shield, which is the carrier of the primal light and sound fields in this universal system. And then you have something called your Ionic shield, which means of the Ionis, which is the ascended master levels of consciousness. Now, the Ionic shield isn't something that we've talked about much in any of the workshops. When they gave us the original shield diagrams, they were just dealing with the first four primarily, which takes you up to the Christos level. We're going to be dealing with the Ionic shield, when we're dealing with Eka codes and scepter codes. We're activating portions of the Ionic shield, which will activate portions of the Rishaic shield that will come down on the carrier wave of the Maharic shield. So there's one diagram that we don't have here that was with I think it was the Dancer of Love part of the program, where it showed the Rishaic shield is a vertical one instead of coming out horizontally. It's a vertical one that rotates this way. And the Ionic shield goes this way. It's a big one that actually can go in 3 different vectors. It can go vertically, it can go horizontally, and it can go diagonally, and it cycles through. So that is the biggest one. And within the coding of the Ionic shield are the codings for everything that's in the Maharic shield and below, everything that's in the Rishaic shield and below. And when you get to the full level 3 of there's 3 levels of the Ionic shield, that literally holds the whole imprint of all of the consciousness you have manifest, not just in this universal system, but in others, literally from the God seed down. So this is getting in touch with your family on a very high level. Okay, we can go past this now, please. Okay, and no, we're not going to do a round table for anybody who haven't seen this one in a while. I just wanted to point out, when I talk about the Maharic shield, the Maharic shield takes on a mathematical set of relationships between its parts that is called the tribal shield. Now, everything human will have this particular tribal shield, and some things that are beyond human as well. This is the tribal shield of anything with a 12-strand pattern. All right, it has a minimum of 12 strands. Now, the 13th one is actually the center point, but these are representative of the 12 pillars, the 12 scepters, the scepter pillars. Each of these are actually time zones as well. This is known as our tribal shield. It's the Christos divine blueprint. Within this framework, this is a map of where our cells are in time, basically. We have 1,728 different cells, just from D12 down to D1, between here and the parallel system in our Veka worlds. That's just covering our universal Veka system, which, remember, was the first step in the stairway up, the stairway to heaven. So this is just reminding everybody of when we talk about Maharic shield, we're talking about a particular mathematical relationship. This is also the relationship that is used to run round tables when you have the bodies spinning and doing Merkaba in that particular mathematical configuration. Because the planetary shields, the galactic shields, and the universal shields are built on precisely that arrangement of energy. Now, there's another way to look at the arrangement of energy that we can, this is actually holds the geomancies, as they say, which are this precise mathematical relationships. There's another way to illustrate some of this when we're studying shield sciences that just help us understand some other types of relationships, but this is the pattern that the shields actually take. They're built on this pattern. So it's like if you could imagine your Maharic shield below your feet, you're standing in the center point of this, and you're activating different parts of it. There are also layers of information or other layers of crystalline shapes in mathematical relationships that are coded into that structure. And when we get into talking about nodes and things, that's when we'll start to look at what the mathematics of the next layer, let's say, up of the shields is. That's the core template. Well, the core is the Cathara grid, and this is the first manifestation of the Cathara grid in expressed form, where it has the 12 points just like the Cathara grid would. If you go to the next one, please, then. See which one this is. Okay, and that's what we just looked at. Now, what this is showing is, remember this? This is like half of one of those cross-shaped things that are the Stargate maps, right? And this one was our 12-dimensional system, and that was the parallel 12-dimensional system. And remember, we have our light field here and the parallel one up there. But what this is showing you is this holds what's in these two. Now there's more. You would have to go up into the Rishaic shield to get what's held in the primal light and sound fields for here in the parallel. So that corresponds with that. And this also corresponds with the Maharic shield below your feet. It is the Maharic shield below your feet, the layout of it. And down here in the corner, I don't know if people over here can see, this is, if you've studied any of the work, a familiar diagram that shows the 12-strand DNA template. That is an expression of that. Each one of the 12 centers on the divine blueprint mathematics holds the mathematical coding for one strand, one-dimensional band, and one set of chemicals that will manifest chemically in the DNA because of the mathematical coding carried in that strand. Now, when we get over here, we have nodes, tangents, logi, and atmi. New words, all right? The nodes, nodus, tangus, logis, and atmos are the eternal living conscious identity. They're the identity. So the nodus is the name of the consciousness of a full-dimensional ray. All right? The node is the waveform or body form that consciousness takes on and anchors itself into manifestation through. So when you see nodes, tangents, logi, and atmi, they're the words for the bodies of the logis, which are the full-dimensional consciousness of a full-dimensional ray. The tangus are the subfrequency bands. Remember how we've talked about early on where you have one dimension, it equals 12 subfrequency bands. Well, one nodus has 12 tangus within it. The subfrequency band consciousness that together form the node are called the tangus consciousness, and they have tangents. Their bodies are called tangents. And it breaks down. Where you hit this little chart down here, and this will be in that final pack. One node equals one nodus equal one frequency band or ray equals one fire letter sequence. Now we've talked about DNA and fire letter sequences. There are 12 fire letter sequences that are composed of 12 fire letters each, giving you 144 fire letters within the 12-strand DNA pattern. The fire letters are the body forms of the consciousness, okay? So these are all connected. This is showing you, too, where consciousness, DNA, and the science of waveforms and crystalline shield technologies all go together and are expressing the same thing. When we work with the nodes, therefore, we are working with the DNA strands, we are working with the divine blueprint, and we are working with the full each level of dimensional consciousness that we carry. When we work with the nodes in this system right now, from D1 through 12, we're working with the first 12 dimensions of our consciousness, or our Christos consciousness. Now, I want to show you, too, can we go to the next one, please, Steph? All right, this says Maharic shield holds the Cathara DNA and tribal shield programs. Yeah, it wasn't that important anyway. Yeah, okay. Now, it says shield anatomy, nodes, tangents, logi, and atmi. First of all, again, remember the Divine Blueprint one, the stand position that we use, that geometrical form of how the 12 spheres are laid out with a center point. Well, you can also look at it this way, which is a ruche. Now, in the center of the Akasha symbol, which is the God seed symbol, there is the God seed core, which is called the ruche, and that is shaped like this. It's a little cross with like a triangle connected to each one, but only not really a triangle, it's an open-ended triangle. You can understand the nodes by these being the 12 nodes. They're positioned mathematically in your shield in the same order that, wait a minute, I'm getting interrupted. Sorry, what? All right. I'm being rushed here. They know this, I'm taking too long. All right, they know enough of this, I'm taking too long is what I'm being told. All right, I just want... Yeah, thanks a lot. You tell them that. No. Anyway, if we can translate mentally to realize this is another expression of that other geometrical shape that had the 12 pillars with the center point, the 13th point in the center. There's another way to express it. It shows you where, in relation to each other and in relation to you, because in a minute you're going to see that you're standing in the middle of this, all right, where in your shields each node is located, or that's where that particular level of nodus consciousness would activate within the shields. These are the piano keys that you are beginning to learn how to play. Now, when we use songs, which are the songs that activate the DNA, they are activating the nodes. All right, and of course, if you activate the node, it speaks to the tangents within it, and they speak to the logi, and they speak to the atmi. All right, when you activate the large part, it systematically sends the information and activates the smaller parts within it. And here it just shows you in this diagram, shows you again, you have one node. Within the nodes, you have the tangents. Within the tangents, you have the logi. Within the logi, you have the atmi. All right, so it's a communication network, really. It's like the phone lines have been down, and as we use these technologies, we're turning the phone lines back on so we can talk to ourselves again. Now, when we use the songs and the LTR grids, linguistic template reprogramming grids, what we're doing are activating various nodes. When we use the scepter codes that we're beginning to learn how to use, we are activating this. Now, if this goes just with the 12-strand pattern, that's just dealing with ourselves in our Vecca universal system. There's a system of this on a larger scale for our Eka level of existence, for our Akasha level, for our Akasha A level, and our Akasha A level of existence. They're all part of the Orishik and the Aeonic shields going up higher. So we are beginning to activate these things up on those levels when we use scepter codes, those higher God world levels, and they will communicate downward into the shields here. They will all come down to us and open in our body through the 12-strand pattern. Because if you can't anchor it through the 12, it'll be floating around up there, but you won't be able to anchor any of the consciousness or the frequency. So it's a communication system between the parts of yourself and the God worlds coming all the way down through the Christos imprint, activating all of the nodes to put in phone lines online so you can hear the rest of yourself and see and experience the rest of yourself and hold that frequency in body. Now, in a minute, we'll get into another diagram that shows very briefly some other things. It shows, first of all, where the Metatronic implants are located, because they are located in some of the nodes. And it also shows a couple other things, where Vecca codes come in. Now, there's a system, if you see these 12 as the nodes, which are the dimensional consciousness, in between each one, there's a dot that represents the void, or the lock space, the void, or the Rheon field of the radio body between those two nodes. When we're working with Vecca codes, and Veccas, Ekkas, Scepters, and Riches, what we're doing are opening those so the node consciousness can blend and expand completely. So they're not just separate dimensionalized levels of self. Those levels of self actually start to merge and become one as the self becomes a whole self. So the Veccas, Ekkas, and all of those work with the things in between the nodes, the coding in between the nodes, whereas when we work with the SONs and the LTR grids, we're activating the nodes themselves. And when we do the two things together, you're putting the whole communication system, online much more quickly and much strongly. When we are activating doing the flame body activation, what we are progressively doing are activating the nodes. Now, what we're going to also learn to do when you go into Technique 8 and beyond, there's a level, it's level 4 MRA ray of flame activation. That is enough to begin activation of the Riceic shield. So it takes you through enough activation of the subharmonics of the 12-dimensional frequencies in your entire Maharic shield to where you can now begin to anchor through that shield, the Riceic shield, which is the first step in anchoring your Egonic shield. The LTR grid that they gave me to translate today has to do with that. This particular one is the invocation of your Rishik self, and it forms what's called the Riceic tri-flame bridge, which is a bridge of frequency that comes from the 3 flames of the Ki Rishi, yourself as the blue, violet, and gold flames of the D13, 14, and 15 stations of consciousness. It puts them online through your Christos Maharata current so they can come into the body. And that begins to activate not just the Maharic shield below your feet. It keeps that turned on so you don't have to keep activating it, but it begins to activate the Riceic shield, which is the vertical one that begins to spin. And that's the first stage. It's a first stage in being able to activate the one that is able, the Eonic shield that is able to go in the 3 different vectors. You know, it can go 3 different directions. And basically what it is this is the fastest way to get your ascended master self in body. It's like, most of us aim for Christ consciousness. It's like, well, that'd be nice, but don't have time to stop there, right? We need to go higher, faster. And you need to do it with the help of your Christos level of consciousness, because that is the carrier wave that allows the frequency to come in. Okay. Can we go to the next one, please? Sorry. Okay, whoops. I can really start to worry if we can start reading in reverse. But then again, maybe that means something good. You know? If we're 2/3 reversed as it is, what we perceive as forward is really backward. Right? I woke up the other morning wondering, saying, okay, if we're 2/3 reversed, does that mean 2/3 of my hologram that I see and it looks like it's right side up to me here, like top is top and bottom is bottom, it actually looks the other way around, but I'm seeing it, you know, twisted. And it's like really something to think about. How much of my hologram is in the position it's supposed to be, and how much of it is flipped and inverted? And you think about what the eyes do, what science tells us the eyes do, how the image flips into upside down. There's something with all this, but I can't explain what it is yet. It just reminded me of this. Yeah, like, are we really walking around upside down and we don't know it? Right? I know when I've accidentally astral projected into parallel. And I found one way to know exactly where I was, that I was in parallel, because as soon as I got my astral body out, I went through this like weird flip thing really fast, and I ended up upside down. And I would be seeing the scene literally upside down, where the sky would be on the bottom and the land would be on the top. And I'd have to go, okay. And I learned that was about parallel. That was when I was projecting to where our parallel selves are. So there's a lot of interesting questions like this that I don't have the answers to, but I thought I'd share that with you. Anyway, here we go again with our Maharic shield, with its nodes and their layout. Now, in here, you'll see the 12-strand pattern. See the little star shape in there? That's the diagram that we use for the 12-strand DNA pattern. Because what these nodes are, the nodes are the holders of the 12-strand sequencing. So node 12 would hold the whole coding for strand 12, which holds the whole coding for D12, etc., all the way on down. What this also shows, in this one, is where the 4 black hearts of Metatron implants are located in the shield, which implies they are located in that corresponding DNA strand, and they are affecting that particular level of consciousness. This is why the beast issue is a big one. The Metatronic beast implants they go all the way up to D11.5. So they literally affect you, your soul, your oversoul, and part of your avatar level of identity. And it seems scary until you realize, even down here, if we can remember, we have the power to heal this, and that's what we're working on. In these little tiny dots here, that I didn't have the marker anymore that works on transparencies, so I had to scribble them in with pen, but they stayed. Little dots in between. Now, these correspond to what in the DNA strand templates that we've seen before are called the fire codes, not the fire letters, which make up the strands, but the fire codes that are the little star-shaped things between the strands that fire or activate to allow DNA strand braiding. which means the chemicals that are manifesting from strand 1 can combine to form new chemicals because they combine with the chemicals from strand 2 and form a new set of chemicals. When I talk about chemicals, I'm talking about nucleotide base pairs that the DNA ladder chains are made out of. So literally, this goes right into the physicality of our gene code, not just our consciousness. It's not just esoteric out there teachings that has very little to do with that thing you call a body that you walk around in. So this template, you see the little person at the center? And look how small that little person is. Yeah, your Maharic shield is very, very big when it's fully activated. And you can learn to expand and contract it. You can actually push it out for hundreds of miles so you can affect something across the planet. If you get really good and you're doing your Rishayk shield, you can push it out to other solar systems with no problem, which means wherever you're located, you have the ability to expand yourself out to touch and help heal all sorts of things in many places. Right now, we hold enough frequency to expand our Maharic shield just by breathing in and blowing frequency into it with the intention of expand on each exhale, right? You can expand it out to a friend who lives across the country so you can touch them. Literally, you will be touching them with your shield in your field, and you might even find that they call you or they write to you real quick and say, I really had a feeling that I felt you there with me. You can be there with someone in a hospital, an operating room, that you can't go in the operating room, but you can sit at home even and just expand your shield out to that location. And it's still with you, but you're also giving them the support of the shield that will help their shields to activate. So there's a lot you can do once you start to become a shield master. We're working on becoming shield awake, and then we'll work on becoming shield masters. But there's a lot of tricks that will come to you. Your own shield consciousness, your Christos consciousness, will tell you, well, gee, if I can expand and contract it, what else could I do with that concept? Okay, I could reach sick people. Well, gee, what if somebody was going to, the politics are going crazy and somebody's going to bomb my country? What would happen if 2 or 3 little people got together and had a meditation one evening and expanded their shields out, all of them, that far, with the Christos intention, not forcing a will on, not saying, don't throw that bomb, right? Simply saying, let my will be thy will, let divine will prevail. Whatever that is, because there are too many nuances. You don't know whether it's right or wrong that the bomb gets thrown, honestly. It's not your judgment call down on this level. But when you surrender it to your Christos level of identity, it knows all those nuances. You could make huge differences. You could do it really quick if you get yourself trained to do it when you're not under duress. If you were in the middle of something that was going to become a car accident, you could see it coming and immediately just and expand it. Let my will be thy will, and whatever that is, and thy is your Christos self and source. And you can find all sorts of wild stuff. I had my kids in the car with me, and we were going down a really steep hill in the middle of winter in Pennsylvania, and we started to slide. Donut slide. I'm just going, oh God. And I'm looking at the parked cars lining both sides of the street, and I'm realizing the huge intersection that's down at the bottom with red lights and all that stuff, and that it's a quite busy intersection. And the kids are bouncing around the back of the car at this point. And I really thought, well, this might be our window of opportunity that we decided to leave, but I didn't realize we were all going together. And then I got this, no, I'm not supposed to leave right now. And I just let go of the steering wheel. And I didn't realize it, but I activated, part of my shield. Let my will be thy will. And I felt this rush of energy come in. And the steering wheel did the most amazing thing. It stopped, because it was, doing one of these. It stopped. The car's still going. We have about a block left before we hit the intersection. And we slid right in to a parking spot. Perfect parallel park job. There was about an inch between the bumper in front and the bumper in back. It was the only spot on the whole street because it was lined on both sides. Yeah. And I just thank you. And the kids are going, oh. And the older was like, what'd you do? Right? I didn't do it. Oh. She believes in angels now. But there's a lot of things that just if you use common sense and if I have this wonderful divine power available to me now, what could I do? Where could I apply that? and simply expanding and contracting by using your breath, the Maharic shield, with the intention of let divine will touch here, and you are the anchoring rod for what that is. You can create miracles in your life. You don't need angels to come and pluck you off cliffs before you fall. You can do it with yourself, or at least if you step off, you can levitate eventually. So, anyway, this is back to the nodes. These represent the nodes. These are also the grounding spots that you're going to find the 12 pillars coming in, the 12 scepter pillars, when they're fully activated. When we work with the scepter code 12 that we were given, that Az was given, and we're going to be using it at Montsegur, what this is doing is activating all the way up on the scepter level. It's the first level of the Akasha Aya, actually. It's activating number 12. Now, number 12 has the coding for all of the ones below it. So it's beginning the activation of the entire thing. And that's going to come down through your Ionic shield, through your Rishaic shield, through your Maharic shield, and to you. When we use the LTR grid that we were given today, that is the invocation of the Rishi, what you're doing is opening the channels for that to happen. Because when we use the scepter code, it will come down through the Ionic shield. But if the Rishaic shield isn't activated, that's like part of the phone line turned off. You might have Maharic activated and you might have Ionic activated, but you don't have the middle place, so they can't talk to each other. They can't transmit the frequency bridge. So when we use this new grid that we were given, and it's not a song, at least they didn't give it to me in song. I wouldn't doubt if it somewhere has a song, a melody to it. But there was enough words in it where they figured just learn to say it first. Right? What that will do is create that frequency bridge. So your Ascended Master levels of self can communicate directly through your Rishi, through your Christos, down to you. And that communication first comes not in words. In fact, very rarely will it come in words unless you really, really need them. You know, if you're having, like, your ego, your 3D mind is having some issues about you need to hear it in words or, you know, that kind of thing, then sometimes your higher parts will say, all right, and they'll, you know, help you to sequence it into your language. Other times, it will just be direct cognition. That's the natural flow, where it's just the knowing comes, and you know. And you shoot your knowing back, and it knows. And it's like sparks. Imagine sparks just lighting up, talking to each other. There's no language involved. It's immediate and direct. So that's what the communication line feels like. Sometimes when the frequency comes in, you get all sorts of weird effects. I mean, everything from numb spots to feeling like one part of you just got hit with a frequency 2x4 and everything goes numb and like rigid. You know, I got hit last night, and it was just like got hit with a part of myself, basically. It's like myself is falling. Part of myself was coming in, and there was a big flow of it. Frequency came in, the body held it, but it was going, ow! And all of my muscles locked up on my Amareya side. I call the Amareya side the 36912 connection. Only for a little while, but it was very strange. So if you get weird effects like that, it's almost like you have to move through a thing that's becoming almost arthritic-like before you can come out the other side and it clears, because the body's just not used to holding all of that frequency. So when we start to play the piano here, we play the piano of our shields, we're going to have all sorts of interesting frequency effects. Sometimes it will be bursts of just extremely like manic, healthy, bouncy energy. And you're like, I've got to point myself at something. There were times when I literally had to, because I had kids, small kids, I couldn't leave the house. I was a single parent because I was divorced, and I had to stay. You know, kids are sleeping, had to stay. The rush is coming, the heat's coming, getting hot. What do? I'm going to explode. So I'd walk around in circles. I'd pace in circles in my kitchen until I actually had scuffed the floor of the rented place. I was there for about a year, and there were actually wear marks in the floor from it. And a couple of times I remember walking in a snowstorm. It was a blizzard in Pennsylvania when I lived in Pennsylvania, and I went walking, and it was absolutely freezing out. And I just had on like a t-shirt and a pair of jeans and a pair of like shoes without socks. And I was not cold. And I was out for hours. And I just walked. And I was watching the snowflakes turn into ice on my eyelashes and all sorts of really neat stuff. I started to feel the consciousness of the snowflakes and realized, oh wow, water's conscious. And I could feel it communicating with me. It was like a space out trip. You know, people take drugs to have those kind of experiences, but I wasn't on anything. It was just frequency coming in. And I didn't get cold. Finally, I went back in. It was later that I realized my ankles were all puffy and red and blotchy. I didn't get frostbite, but I was lucky. So there's a lot of things that when you begin to activate these frequencies, you may experience. And the big thing is, don't get scared. You know, if you start to get energy rushes or feel like you're having a hormone attack or, you know, an agoraphobia attack where everything's closing in on you and you got to run and hide somewhere, slow your breathing down.
You'd say, frequency. This is frequency. I can handle this. Breath and frequency. Breath directs frequency in the body. Okay, do I need to go faster? No, not if I'm starting to freak out. I need to go slower. Slow the breath. These are some survival tactics when you start to work with the nodes consciousness, and particularly when you start to work with scepter codes. They're not scary, and you can't hurt yourself because the Christos level and the Rishik level will modulate how much of that scepter frequency is going to come in. It won't let you harm yourself, but it can feel pretty strange when you've got your full dose and your body's going, okay, I don't know what to do with it, I don't know what to do with it. You might also see sheets of light coming through the room and know you're not hallucinating. There were times when I went through something called violet wave infusion, where, this is before we had any of the books, right? So I was doing this cold. There was nobody to call up on the phone, no book to go buy that I could find out what is going on. But there would be sheets of violet light would come through my room, and I would feel them pass through my body. And then after a few weeks of that, here and there happening, then they'd start, when they'd come in, I could feel them stop. The plane of the light coming in would stop where my body was, and I could feel it doing this thing in my cells, and it would start to go into pain. I mean, after a while, you could just feel it, and as soon as it hit like the pain tolerance level, it'd shift, the light would turn white, leave my body, and the pain would go down. And this is how they progressively did fast activation to get me to the point where I could, wake up fast enough to do what I came to do. So if you get some of those things, they will be natural. But at this point, you may go through what's called the gold wave, the gold wave infusion, along with the violet wave infusion. The planet is going through its gold wave infusion while we're here in France. It's time for that. We're going to talk a little bit about that after lunch. But you may start getting these things. If you start to see, first, it usually comes first in patches. Catch it out of the corner of your eye. Did that turn gold over there? Sometimes you'll see like objects highlighted in gold, or sometimes you'll see objects disappearing just like a gold sheet there, and then you look at it and, I guess I didn't see anything. But when it gets distinct and there's more of that frequency coming, you can literally see sheets of the light come through. The violet comes first, that's the D7 frequency, and now that the planet is getting the gold wave infusion, you will probably be able to see coming right in behind it the gold D8 frequency. So there's some weird effects, and if you start seeing colors and you feel like you're on a psychedelic trip without drugs, when as you progress with this is normal, and it will pass. It's like I only had it once when I was driving a car, and it wasn't so intense that it was distracting. I could just feel it. I could feel like the yanni around. You're kind of going, hello, we're here. Keep your eyes on the road. That kind of thing. Oh, okay. But I kind of passed through the car in a little puff, a little violet wave, and poof. Okay, and it's like, is something going to happen? No, we're just saying hello. So sometimes it's visitation. Sometimes the Iani will communicate with you. They will send information on those waves just to let you know they're there, to give you some comfort sometimes or some support. Other times they'll do that. I would have loved to have seen the wave that came through and grabbed the steering wheel and parked the car. But I wasn't that sensitive then. I mean, something obviously did, and I bet there was a visual to it, but I wasn't sensitive enough to pick it up. So anyway, when we deal with the nodes, we are dealing with the anchoring rods in our Mahark shield for the scepter templates, for the scepter code frequencies from the higher levels. Let's see, I think we can go to the next one now, please. And again, the vector codes, and I always get that last thought in right as you're getting it out. The Veka, Eka, Scepter, and Rishik codes are the ones that are between the nodes, right? Which means they correspond within the DNA, they correspond with the fire codes between the strands that allow for strand breaking. Now, what they also correspond with, when you look at it on a universal level, remember this is our 12-dimensional system, there's our parallel 12-dimensional system, and they're the universal stargates. Remember the stargate maps. This is the parallel primal light field, this is our primal light field. These are where the vector codes on the universal Veka level correspond in between each of those grids. And when they activate, they allow the grids to rotate all together into the same angular, what's called angular rotation of particle spin on a molecular level, the same axis angle. So they become one, and they transmute through this process to become the one in the center, which is the inner Eka universe. This applies to your body as well. If you looked at these as sets of radial bodies, each, like the 12-dimensional system, each three-dimensional level has a radial body around it. There's one around the D12 as well. There's one around each three-dimensional level of these. and one around that. So you have all these little radio bodies at different angles of, axis angles. When the VECA codes in the Universal VECA system are activated, they allow those radio bodies to swing in together and to merge to become one large radio body. And that is also simultaneously what you're doing. That radio body forms because you're building what's called the Akasha Merkaba around it. That's what's bringing the radio bodies together as these codes release. And through that Merkaba, you generate enough frequency to go back into the higher spaces, the first stop being the Eka inner worlds. All right. Now what this looks like in the physical body is, next one please. Okay, if this is your body in this system, this 12-dimensional level, you'd actually have like a body on each harmonic. But if you look at it as one big body, let's say that's your Christ body, your 12-dimensional body. You have another one over here that's your parallel 12-dimensional body, and these are your light fields. This one here, and the one, the numbers aren't filled in on these, but this would be the parallel light field, and this is our light field. There's where the codes run, just like on that other map, on the universal map. And they're releasing these particular fire codes in the DNA and in the shield between the nodes, and that allows each of these bubbles that are all over the place, which are your radio body bubbles, to merge and come together into one large radio body, which would transmit you out of here, and you'd be able to go in through the D13 center point and expand into the next level up, which is the Eka universe. So when we play the piano of our shields, what we're progressively doing at the same time is creating the activations that will allow for these bodies to build enough frequency and then opening these codes so that frequency can merge with the primal light fields and with the parallel. You actually merge with your parallel self in order to pass out of this universal system. You have a self that looks like you. This is where this is happening on a planetary level, but more slowly than people who are doing the activations consciously. But there's a lot of bleed-through starting to happen with memory from parallel Earth, where people are like getting in dreams sometimes, or sometimes, I know a couple people who were having a lot of problem with it and they didn't understand what it was, because they were seeing themselves in this other life where they looked like them, but things went a little bit different, and it was scary there, because there were some problems on parallel. On parallel Earth, there was an ET invasion, where they came, literally, the Zetas came, and everybody knows they're there because they control the governments now. There's a one world order government, and a lot of the stuff you see little pieces of manifesting here already fully manifested there. Parallel is going to fall, and that's one of the reasons why we're in such a predicament here, because if half of our shield falls, which would be the parallel Earth shield, how do you stop this part from being drawn in with it? That's why we'll talk about this evening, or this later after lunch, the Amareya Arc project and how that's meant to hold this part, the grids that can still stay functional, so they don't go down into Phantom Melchizedek with parallel. What it also means is it's very important to reclaim your parallel self as quickly as possible. Now, a lot of our parallel selves, particularly if you're indigo, have already experienced their death transition. So they're actually waiting in energy for you to wake up enough where you can come together. And you would naturally come together in ascension. It's not like somebody different coming in to share your body. And it feels like you just remember more. You remember who you were on parallel, and you remember your experiences on parallel as if you were always there. This is how some of this stuff works, where when you start to get the memory back, you get excited, oh, look what I just learned. And a part of you going, I always knew that. Of course. And it's going to be even like that, I think, when we get a chance to go into inner Earth, let's say. Oh, we did it. Wow, we made it through the gates. Yeah, and my house is right down there, and like, no kidding. You just feel like, yeah, it's the weirdest, like, time-leaping feeling sometimes with some of this. It's like, oh yeah, I'm already here, aren't I? It's almost like you get on the bus because you're looking forward to getting there, and then you find by the time you get there you'd already arrived a while ago, so you're used to it already. It's really strange. So anyway, this is what we're doing when we work with the shields and all of that. And linguistic template reprogramming grids they're similar. Now there's a thingy out there that's an ism that's been around for I think 20 years or something. They call it neuro-linguistic programming. This is different. This stuff doesn't go into the shield cores. I mean, they're using stuff. What they're doing is reprogramming strand 2 and 3, which is the emotional body and the mental body. They're using the mental body and language to resequence the emotional body, and that creates a little bit of a physical shift. You can get a physical shift on that as far as it's like not hugely more powerful than the power of positive thinking kind of stuff. You know, yes, you will create different chemicals in your body by thinking thoughts that are of a positive nature as opposed to a negative nature. But what you won't do, no matter how hard you think it, without knowing how to run frequency, is fix Metatronic implants or get your shadow healed or get your dancer decoded. All right? So this is a level of using language as the tool of sound and light that it is, to be able to activate more quickly the nodes, which means you can anchor more quickly the higher parts, your Rishik level and your higher levels. So it's a more powerful version of that type, that neurolinguistic stuff and all of that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but if you stop there, you're going to be here for a long time on this planet. So, okay, could we go to the next one, please? Okay, and I just wanted to share this one with you quick. Okay, now what these little Catharogrids represent are the 12-gate system in our Vecca system. Let's say this is our 12 universal stargates. This would be 12 universal stargates in the Eka, inner universe. This would be the Akasha. This would be the Akasha A. That would be the Akasha Aya. This just shows you a couple of things, actually, that we don't have to go into heavily. But it shows you something interesting about how the frequencies work. Now, our universal Vecca systems are base 12, which means they have 12 dimensions with 12 sub-frequency bands in each dimension. When you get into the inner Eka worlds, they're base 12.5, which means they have 12 dimensions with 12.5, 12.5 sub-frequency bands for each dimension. That means you would have to, it affects the amount of strand activation you would need to have to be able to sustain in those. When you get up to the next level, it's called base 24. It has 12 dimensions in that first, the dimensionalized part of the Catharogrid, but they each have 24 sub-frequency bands. When you get up to the Akasha A level, it's base 36, 12 dimensions with 36 sub-frequency bands. And when you get to the highest level, the Akasha Aya level, it is base 48. It's 12 dimensions with 48 sub-frequency bands each. Now, if you want to have a three-dimensional body in any of these systems, means you need a three-dimensional body, you would have to have three-strand activation to have a three-dimensional body, to live in density 1 here. You'd have to have a 4.5-strand activation to live in the first 3 dimensions there. You'd have to have a 6-strand activation to live in density 1 in the third one, in the Akasha level. You'd have to have 9-strand activation to live in density 1 there, and you'd have to have a full 12-strand activation just to live in density 1 in the Akasha Aya worlds. So this kind of just shows you the increase in frequency and in consciousness as you go up the chain. It also shows you where the Vecca codes fit. These are the ones that open the locks between these two levels of reality, between the universal Vecca systems where we are and the inner Eka systems. The Vecca codes open the radial bodies between those two systems, the universal radial bodies, which means you can go from the Veccas into the Eka. The next one is between the Eka codes open the radial bodies between the Eka and the Akasha worlds. All right, so when you use Eka codes, they're opening between these two universal systems. And the scepter codes, which we're just starting to use now, open between the Akasha and the Akasha A. Now there's also Rushe codes that we're not being given, but are being activated by our own levels all the way up in that level. So we're having frequencies sent down through these locks. We don't have to open these right now. They're already opening them for us, our own higher consciousness levels. We're opening these and the ones going down. So we can literally run what we're being given as the gift here, being run, the frequency being run all the way down through. So this just kind of shows you where the Veccas and the Ekas and the scepters fit in relation to the stairway to heaven and the reality fields of each of those levels of the stairway to heaven. There's one more thing I want to show. Oh, yeah. And as far as shields go, let me see. This, I believe, this would be the Maharic shield. All right, these would be, the Veccas would correspond with the Maharic shield. This would, the next one, the Ekas, would correspond with the Rishaic shield. And 1, 2, I think that's how it works. Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't have that written anyplace yet. But they do, there's a shield correspondence here, and I'm just trying to figure out if it's Rishaic. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'll do it backwards. Level 3 Eonic, level 2 Eonic, level 1 Eonic. This is Rishaic. Okay, Rishaic. So the Vecca codes are opening the Maharic shield to the Rishaic shield, which allows these two to open to each other. And then there's 3 levels of the Aeonic shield that open. So we're literally working, when we start with the scepters, we're working up here, which is level 1, 2, we're opening level 2 of the Aeonic shield. So it gives you an idea of what we're doing when we do all these things. All right, what do we have? Anything left besides grids? Okay, I think what we'll do is go right to, now when we find some place that will copy something for us, which will be soon, but we'll give you a copy of, like I said, the techniques that you're getting in here. And the way they're going to be numbered now is the flame body ones are staying what they are. But I think it's 9. Yeah, technique 9 is simply using a sequence of the Song of Lyra, which, is there anybody that doesn't know the Song of Lyra? Maharata Kumbhai Oh, thank goodness. You sing 1 round of that, 1 round of the Song of Kemelohati, and then 1 round of the Song of Lyra to follow it. All right? It's a 3-sequence thing. It's like learning a certain chord on the piano of your shields to sing them in that sequence. And when you sing that, you don't have to put the Anahazi command translation at the end of the Kemelohati one. You don't have to do that for that one, just for people who know about that particular piece of it. So that would be number 9. Number 10 is called the I Am Free Linguistic Reprogramming Grid, and it's an affirmation grid that works with the shields. You'll be given these. Some of you already have the first 2. You have 10 and 11. You have, all right, 10 is the I Am grid. The 11 is interesting because that's the shadow healing one, where it's literally kind of a gentle banishing of your shadow dancer, where you're reclaiming yourself. You'll have that one, but the important one I want to get to is the new one that they gave us. Now, you'll get all of these, including the new one, but I'm going to read the new one. I'm going to try to read the new one to you, and you can repeat it. I'll read it. I'll tell you what it means, and then maybe I'll take the first part of the sentence, and you can repeat that, because it's Anahazi, and these songs are getting longer, or these word combinations are getting longer. Yeah, it was really funny. I forget where we were. We were trying like heck to get the command codes for the last part of the Song of Kemelohati, because that was given to us in Anahazi, just the last verse to use as an activation, and to sing it to the tune that we know, and boy, was that hard. We're still tripping over our tongues doing it. We haven't had time to practice. This one, at least we don't have to sing it, at least yet. I do think there's music to it, though. I get a feeling. Ma'a's just going, just smiling at me. But right now, we just need to learn how to say the words. So it's actually readable. All right. Now, what they say about technique is called Technique 12, and the name of it is, in simple terms, the I Am the Sacred Inner Sun, LTR grid. Also called, okay, here we go. Even the title is a little tongue twisting. The Aruan Trivectus Inevokai, which means invocation of the personal Rishi. All right? Yeah. Now, what they say about the technique is, Technique 12 activates the D13, 14, and 15 Rishaic capstone nodes. Now, D13, 14, and 15 are called Rishaic capstone nodes, and D10, 11, and 12 are called your Christos capstone nodes. They're the ones that hold the frequency imprints for everything below them. They're most powerful ones. Okay, so it activates the Rishaic capstone nodes and the Rishaic self-identity, which means brings that part of your identity into the personal shields and DNA template, forming the natural Rishaic tri-flame, or 3-flame, frequency bridge between the incarnate self and the personal density 5, D13, 14, 15, Rishaic self. It requires completion and sustained activation of Amareya flame activation level 4. All right, so this is why they didn't give it to us before, because we couldn't use it until we did Technique 8. Now that we have that and we have moved through that, we have enough frequency in the Amareya flame to make the connection between our Christos level and the Rishaic level to make that bridge. All right. When Technique 8 procedures are consistently practiced, like after you go home, like right now you have the 8 activation level, and the group is helping support it, and the Yanni are helping support that for us. But if you consistently use the once-a-week long version and once a day, real short 6-step, just to keep that activation, then you can use this song at any time, is what it's maintaining. So once you, when Technique procedures are consistently practiced to sustain level 4 MRA flame activation, this LTR power grid can be used at any time to anchor the Ki Rishi frequencies of the primal light field and Rishaic identity for amplification and strengthening of the Amaraya flame body. And also, I can just see it there, it's not written there, but and if you want to run scepter pillars, put that there. Most effective when directly preceded by singing one round of the Song of Lyra. That's the Maharada Kumbhe Vectis song. To activate and amplify the D12 Christos carrier wave upon which the Ki Rishi currents must ride. So we would first sing the Song of Lyra, and then we would go into speaking this affirmation grid using the Anahazi translation of it. Now, the affirmation grid was also given in English, so we see what it is, but we're not supposed to use it in English. It won't be as effective, because some of these, a lot of times you'll find one word in Anahazi means about 20 different things in a language here. And I haven't hit anything that's that bad here, but the rhythm of it goes with the Anahazi translation. Now I will attempt to read this. And pardon me if it takes me a bit of time. Some of them are familiar, some of the words are familiar, but some are new. All right, it says, Ishura Aruan Trivectus Di Amir, which means sacred, Ishura, inner son of the Divine Trinity, Aruan Trivectus. Trivectus is the Divine Trinity, just like Bivectus is the Christos level, Trivectus is the Rishaic level. All right, so I'm going to read it through once for you, then we'll take it little word by word, and you can repeat them. This is going to take us a while, I think, to learn this, like we'd learn the Maharada song. It took me about a month, I think, to do it. Maharada Kumwat, All right, anyway. Aru an Trivectus Di Amir. Now, the Amir means reflected outward through me. So it's sacred inner son of the Divine Trinity, reflected outward through me. Yeshua Ru'an Trivectus Di Amir. Ashalam Ta Inue, still point of eternal peace, be eternally perpetually renewed. That's what that means. And that was Ashalam Ta Inue. Eternally perpetually renewed is Inue. And we've had Ashalam Ta in other spaces where it's actually Ashalam, which is still point of eternal peace, and with the Ta on the end of it is be, be this. Okay. Now, the next part is Oram Ata Ade Nita. Oram Ata Ade Nita, which means light divine, now be, empowered strong, embodied in full expression. Oram Ata is light divine, Oram, now be, Ata. Empowered, strong, is Ade, and embodied in full expression is Nita. So it's Oram Ata Ade Nita. Now the spelling of this is A-U-R, but the sound is R, like you would say the R letter. Okay, so Arshu Itate Kia. Arshu Itate Kia. Arshu means several things all at the same time. It means reassuring, comforting, sustaining. There's a whole, you could probably get about 20 other words to mean that. It's an emotional quality of I just feel like big loving arms hugging me, kind of. There's there's some of it you can't even put English words on. It's emotional qualities, direct feeling kind of stuff. But that's Arshu, is reassuring, comforting, sustaining that feeling. Itate, come forth in being, and Kia, fully unto me in this place and time. All right, so it's Arshu Itate Kia, reassuring, etc. Come forth in being, fully unto me in this place and time. So, you're giving the command to those part of yourselves. You're calling them in, calling them home, your Rishik self. All right, and then at that point you would pause. Okay, you just made the call, calling them in, to pause a little bit, to let those frequencies begin to open so you can begin to feel the presence. Then after that, you would go into Or Umeta Isa I Zue Inat, which means the light, this I be, always and forever, radiant, glowing. Or is the light, Eta, this I be. Isa, always and forever. Izue Inat, radiant glowing. And it's like one word. You can do Izue, means radiant, but Izue Inat is radiant glowing. And it's almost as like if you ran that together and made one big word. It's not like radiant is one thing and glowing is another. They don't use it that way. It's like radiant glowing. It's a little different from radiant. Radiant glowing is a different thing. So that is the Izue Inat. Next one is, bless you, Ezura he eta isa amorea, which means the eternal divine flame, Ezura he, which is the eternal divine flame, eta, this I be, isa, always and forever, amorea, divine love. Hea ete iura e. Eternity and I are unified as one. That's hea ete, eternity and I. Iura e are unified as one. And this EU is like big E dash big U, EU. And that's also the sound that the Eucharista body, a Eucharistia body, that the word Eucharist that come out of, and that EU refers to are unified as one. And it goes. There's only two more lines. It goes Ishura Aru Eta, which is sacred inner sun. This I be. Then Taeja Inta Akum Ton. Not Taeja Inta Dore. Okay. Taeja Inta Akum Ton, which means spoken as it is stated. Taeja Inta. Achum ton, I, as this expression now. So when you read it in English, it's sacred inner sun of the divine Trinity, reflected outward through me, still point of eternal peace, be eternally, perpetually renewed. Light divine now be, empowered, strong, embodied in full expression, reassuring, comforting, sustaining, come forth in being, fully unto me in this place and time. And pause. The light, this I be, always and forever radiant glowing, the eternal divine flame, this I be, always and forever divine love. Eternity and I are unified as one. Sacred inner sun, this I be, spoken as it is stated, as I as this expression now. And that's what you're saying. Now let's see if I can say it in Anahasi. And then if I can get through it, then I can help you guys get through it, line by line. Ishura Ruan Trivectas Diamir. Yeshura Ruan Trivectas Diamir. Ashalam ta inue. Orem ata ade nita. Arshu itate kia. Or ume ta isa iju e na. Iju e inat. Ezur ahe eta isa amorea. Hea et iura ishura aru eta ta eja inta akumtan. And eventually it would, your tongue and stuff learns how to do it, just like we learned how to sing the Maharatikam by Bhaktas. I'm not getting any song imprint on it yet, but I do feel that it's there, and he got that same feeling too. So, should we do it line by line or word by word? Word by word, okay. Yeah, it's hard, because I couldn't even get a transparency made of this here to put it up so we could at least kind of try to look at it, So I know it's a little bit challenging this way, but we'll just do it verbally, and then once we do get the sheets, we'll be able to go over it. Hopefully we'll have them for tomorrow, because we're supposed to use this command when we work with the Scepter Code 12 at Masagor. You can see us all after an hour hiking to get up there, breathless, trying to go through this one. Oh boy. Okay. All right. The word sacred. Ishura. Next is the inner sun of Divine Trinity. That's one trip over. Aruan Trivectus. Aruan Trivectus. Di Amir. And that's reflected outward through me. Okay. Ashalam ta. Inue. Still pointing eternal peace. Be eternally, perpetually renewed. Orem ata. Like divine now be. Ade nita. Empowered, strong, embodied in full expression. Okay. Arshu, which is reassuring, comforting, sustaining, that big one. Itate, come forth in being. Kia, fully unto me in this place and time. Okay. Now that's where the pause goes, where you say, okay, I just called it in. Where is it? Okay, can I feel it yet? Okay, one of those where you're literally waiting to get a little sense that the frequency is releasing. You probably won't get that until you can at least say one line like you need to get the sequencing going. Because right now it's like hitting the piano keys, ding, bong, bong. Eventually it's a ding, bong, 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 right? It's a melody to it. So it's like listening to a child on a piano right now, and our shields are going, yeah, okay, I know that note. What one is it you wanted next, right? All right, now when we get after the pause, we go. Or eta. Delight this I be. Isa, which is always and forever. Izu e inat. Radiant, glowing. Okay. Ezur ahe, which is the eternal divine flame. Eta, this I be. Isa, always and forever. Amorea, which is divine love. And Hea et e, which is eternity and I. Iu Ra'e are unified as one. Ishura, sacred. Eru, inner sun. Eta, this I be. Tra Asia Inta, spoken as it is stated. Akum Tan, I as this expression now. All right. It's really, really